battery might not be working.
You had the T2i, right? You had the flash.
What is it?
Because it says it's full. It says it's
compact flash reader.
They have an extra.
Camera one, can you hear me? This is camera one.
Andy, can you get one of these extras from the tent over there? Yeah.
Not really sure what's gonna happen today, but we'll just go with the flow.
Yep, basically you're just all over the place.
Yeah.
So we go where you tell us.
Yeah.
Stop here. Okay. We stop. Laura, go ahead, just introduce yourself for your opening segment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura De Silva. I'm here at the start line, and the weather conditions couldn't be better. I talked to some runners earlier this morning, and they say this is exactly. It's cool. There's absolutely no chance of rain. Mother Nature is definitely in a good mood this morning, and it's not too late to get yourself something like that.
That's great. Perfect.
You know.
Awesome!
For tech, that was great. And actually, I think for performance, that was great too. So.
Stuff like that.
Okay, what's up? Just chilling there. I'm going to actually throw this in the trial. I think they tested him, but
He just had to run to grab a mic. So he'll be back in a second. And camera 2, we need to change the battery.
Camera shot. Can you leave that there, or yeah?
Yeah, you got a bunch of work.
Yeah, I would put it on. Thank goodness for money. Oh, that's cool.
we don't want to stay here, Eric? Hey, Eric, I'm going to leave this here. You wanna, I'm going to go to the driver's meeting.
Sure.
Is that all right?
Yeah. Do you have this? Do you have camera 3? Say again, please. Say again.
Okay, there's a picture. Hold on. Go ahead.
Hey, check 1 2, checking 1 2, checking on the mic. Hey, 1 2. Hey. Mic check.
Okay.
Have a good ride.
sure, you know, here, answer my phone, so that you have enough time to, you know, to get around and see them all. Okay. The beach, there is no incident.
They're not the typical things.
There's no charity. But there's a band and some buskers. You'll see Mackenzie. I hired Mackenzie.
Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. This is Samuel Rogers, camera 8, 1, 2, mic test. Testing for the shotgun microphone on camera 8. Camera 8. Check, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Test, testing the microphone.
Start your own business.
Check. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2. Is that still too hot? I'm pretty close to the microphone. Camera 8, pretty close. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello? Check, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Test, camera 8.
Power up at all?
One, two, 1, 2. Still coming in too hot. Camera 8. Check, 1, 2.
Eric, I'm supposed to be at the border 745. I'm still waiting at the
Hey man, can I come and have one of your rig? Never seen it. What's that? Come and have one of your rig? Yeah, come on in, man. For all the years of
Line or mic? Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Check. 7, test. 1, 2. This is the
Yep, is it working now?
test for microphones. Shotgun 7.
Okay. Are you clear?
It was 18 years, wasn't it? Okay. Ken, yeah, hi. Sure, certainly. Hello, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this 25th Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon, coming to you from Canada's largest and most dynamic city. I certainly can.
All right, I'm here. Okay, so I'm going to press the talkback. Talkback is off. No, I cannot hear Scott. Oh, hi, Kent. Good, how are you? Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Yeah, sure. Great, thank you. Okay. Yes, I do.
Hello. I can hear you. Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Oh, you're not. Okay, so I should turn my stuff up. Okay. Okay. I can hear someone. Tell me what to do. I don't know. Can you hear me now? I think something just changed. Okay, I'm sitting here and the guys are beside me, but I don't think I can hear them yet. Yeah. Hi, Kent. Good, thanks. Okay. Yes, I can. Now I can't hear the guys beside me.
Oh.
Are you? If
Yep. Oh, I'm here. Yeah.
Yes,
I can hear
sure. I'll just
myself now
turn you
too.
down in my own
Okay,
headsets as
I can
well
hear
because
them
that was
now.
too loud. That's okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Perfect.
Did you reach Sylvia Ruger's
Ruger.
time? Ruger's. Did you reach her time last year?
Yes, we both went under the record.
What was your time?
2:28:32.
So you beat her time by 4 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. Krista, 2:28:34. Sorry, 32. Okay.
That was here last year.
So you're the second fastest ever Canadian.
Yeah.
Good morning and welcome to this 25th Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon. As you can see, downtown Toronto, Canada's largest city. Not exactly bathed in sunshine this morning, but conditions for marathon running and indeed for a half marathon and 5K, because those are incorporated into the day's running, are very good indeed. 25 years this city has been hosting world-class running. The men's course record set last year, the women's Canadian record set last year on this very, very quick 42-kilometre circuit around Canada alongside Lake Ontario. Good morning, everybody. My name's Tim Hutchings, beside me Michael Doyle, editor of Canadian Running Magazine, and Krista Duchesne, the second fastest Canadian athlete in history, will be with us for this next 4 hours, in fact, of coverage, which will be the elite races and then, of course, a lot of the fun runners, the charity runners as well coming through the race. Michael, we have two superb elite races, though, in the offing this morning. On the men's side, I think we've got like 10 guys who have broken 2:10. There's 5 guys who have broken 2:07, and it promises to be very, very quick if you look at the pace-making times.
Yeah, it should be pretty exciting. The conditions are great today. We could see the Canadian soil record go down this morning.
Eric Gillis, of course, is the main Canadian protagonist, and he's really on top of his game. Krista, the women's race, Lanny Marchand last year, a Canadian record, 28 years old. It was the record she broke, but she's pretty up for improving it even further.
Right, Laney's in great shape. She just ran at the Commonwealth Games in the summer, and she said that she had the best recovery yet. So it'll be her third marathon in 6 months, but she's fit, she's feeling fine, and it's a great day for her to just improve her time even by a bit.
She was third overall last year. You were fourth. You're the second fastest Canadian of all time. So it'll be great to get your insights about, what Lanny will be experiencing this morning on the route that you ran last year. How badly would you like to be out there?
Oh, it would be sweet if we were out there again. Definitely, that was something that gave each other energy, was the fact that we could just push each other on. So, yeah, I think she's going to miss me, and I'm definitely going to miss her, but we'll be back at it soon.
I mean, it's been a big month, Michael, for marathon running generally. 3 weeks ago today, the world record was set by Dennis Kimetto in Berlin on that absolutely flat course with perfect conditions. Conditions this morning are pretty good. There's a bit of a breeze.
Yeah, about 15 kilometers coming from the northwest. So that's going to affect 2 big chunks of this race in the first half, and then that tough last 10K. We see that pretty much every year. The last 10K is always going to be a bit of a battle. That said, conditions are great in terms of temperature, which is really key when you're marathoning. You want to keep that body temperature down the entire race, and about 5 to 10 degrees Celsius is perfect.
Krista, you can see the conditions there. It's pretty much perfect, 4 degrees centigrade, a little bit on the nippy side. How big a factor do you think the wind can be here?
Well, we definitely know that the wind can really slow us down as much as 10 to 15 seconds per kilometer. And unfortunately, when you've got the tailwind, you don't get that back. So it's definitely going to, play a significant role if the wind does pick up. But I think that it's going to be pretty relatively calm.
Okay, well, we've got, about 25 minutes until the marathon race gets underway. 26,000 runners participating, as you can see. Just over 5,300 entered in the marathon. It's about 500 up on last year. The Canadian provinces represented here, over 50 nations represented. The official charities, 174 of them. That number has gone up, with over $4 million expected to be raised. And 12 Scotiabank neighbourhood cheer sites along the course, where Laura De Silva will be positioned at several points throughout the day to give us a feel of the real atmosphere at those points. That's a new feature of this year's race, which we're really hoping will focus the neighbourhood energy towards the runners at those points around the route. And, of course, nearly 1,000 students involved from those 15 schools of Toronto who will be, again, making an awful lot of noise, I'm sure. As we can see, the 3 races of the day, the marathon, the half marathon, and the 5K, we are featuring very much just on the marathon this morning. The half marathon isn't an international field. But if you look at this event, it's one of the biggest events in North America, one of only 5 that have a gold label from the IAAF, 16 full-time staff at the office here, over 3,000 volunteers. Shout out for them early on in what will be a long, long day for them, I'm sure, but they'll do it with an awful lot of enthusiasm. And then the stats, 30,000 drinking cups and so on. That's I'm sure many of you are familiar with that sort of stuff. So let's go to our host. Well, if you don't know Toronto, it's a bustling, busy, energized city. Really beautiful city, too. The quality of life here comes up very, very high in surveys year on year. But we're sitting here in a nice, warm studio. In fact, not in front of those tower blocks behind us. We're sheltered from any wind, from the cold. We'll be having coffee and buns and all that usual stuff brought to us throughout the broadcast to keep our sugar levels high. But what about the sugar levels and the temperature out on the streets? Laura De Silva, I've mentioned already. She's down in the start area near City Hall. And Laura De Silva will give us an idea of what the conditions are really like in the start area.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura De Silva. I'm here at the start line on this beautiful race day. It's supposed to get up to 10, 11 degrees by the end of the race, which is absolutely perfect. I talked to some of the runners earlier. They said this is exactly the weather they were hoping for. Mother Nature is definitely in a good mood this morning. She's giving a little wink to the runners. And it's not too late to get yourself down to one of the Scotiabank neighborhood cheering sites. I hope to see you there in a bit.
Well, thank you, Laura. Yeah, conditions look like they're improving, certainly. Last night it was very cold, very windy. It was almost cold enough for snow flurries in the Toronto area. So it looks like it certainly has improved. But cold temperatures are pretty much a good thing, Krista.
Definitely. I mean, it's ideal. The temperature this morning was 4 degrees. You want it to be between 4 and 10. So if it's going to warm up to 10, you couldn't ask for anything better than that. A bit of sun and cloud, which is great too. Sometimes when the sun comes out, it's just a little bit too much. You know, you can squint and can cause a bit of tension in your head and neck. But I think the runners are going to be pretty pleased. Rob Watson said you want the spectators to be a little bit uncomfortable, and then you know the conditions are great.
But what you're saying is, in the ideal world, the athletes themselves should be a little bit uncomfortable, maybe woolly hats and gloves for the first half hour of the race.
Right. Typically, I think you'll see a lot of the runners wearing gloves and arm warmers and hats, and then they'll probably come off some point during the race once they've warmed up.
Mike, you've run this race. I mean, do you agree with that? That being sort of cold in the beginning, in the early stages, is a good thing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'd say first 5K is totally a warm up, especially in the marathon. You want to wear like a long sleeve that you can maybe even throw away, take off. I think you're going to see a lot of, for example, the East African runners are going to be wearing, winter hats and gloves for sure. They're not used to this weather. They've only been here a few days. So, but you want to stay on the warm side. You want to get your body warmed up, and then you can shed the layers. Otherwise, it's tough to warm yourself up if you're not dressed appropriately in the first half.
Krista, this course is quite a stimulating one, isn't it? I mean, it's not dead flat. Berlin is absolutely flat 3 weeks ago where that world record was set. Amsterdam was earlier on today in Europe. Obviously, your courses in Holland are pretty flat. But we can see the course there now. Just talk us very quickly about where there are any little bumps and lumps on that 42-kilometer circuit.
Well, there's only a few slight hills throughout the race. So, it is fast and flat, which is what, a lot of race organizers want to appeal to the runners. I think the most significant hill to speak is around 38K. That's where you're really hurting. And, you've got about 4K to go. And I think Michael knows specifically where those points might be along the race.
Yeah, Mike, you talk us through those the different points in the course of real significance.
Right from the start, you've got a slight uphill for the first couple of kilometers when you're going through the city past the Queen's Park Circle there. And then it brings you up into Yorkville, and you're going to hook around, and that's quite flat. And then for the next 5K, as you go down Bathurst Street, it's a pretty nice downhill. And that takes you right down to the Lakeshore area. And in the Lakeshore area, this is a big chunk of the first half of the race. That's where you're going to hit that headwind right away at about 6-7 kilometers. Hopefully it won't be too bad today. Then you'll wheel around 12K, and you go all the way back to the east end. We're going all the way over to the beaches in the far east end of the city. And that's the toughest part of the course in many respects. That second half of that course between 33 and all the way home to 42K. And that brings us right to the Bayview Extension area, which used to be where that pretzel spot you see there used to be around 38K. Now it's been front loaded to make the race a lot faster. That said, Krista, as you know, we were talking earlier before the broadcast, that last couple of K when you have to cross over the Don Valley and back into the downtown area on Front Street before you head home on Bay Street is pretty tough because it's a little last hill. It's not too bad, but it's pretty challenging.
Definitely. It's where you've either got it to have a hard finish or you don't.
in effect, then, we're saying there's a kind of a double whammy in the last quarter of this race. The last 10K of any marathon is very tough, but here you're running into the slight wind that we're expecting to come from the northwest of the city, and you've got 1 or 2 lumps and bumps, and you're obviously getting depleted through those final few kilometers.
Right, definitely. The first half of this race is definitely going to be your faster time.
This course has been going through the city now for 25 years. The marathon's 25 years old, celebrating that this year. You know, the course has changed from last year, where there was a lot of construction in the city centre and they had to add 1 or 2 more twists and turns. But I think actually now we can probably look at a celebration of what is, in fact, the 25 years of this race so far.
Morning, Alan. All set? Good morning, Art. Oh, we're ready to rock in the T-Dot.
Well, that was then, this is now. There's the streets in the city centre where they will head north from the start line. But we can go down now to the man who's been the real linchpin between the event and the city. Alan Brooks has been an astonishingly energized character for many, many years as the race director of this event. And he's down there now with Laura da Silva. And Alan, of course, as always, very, very positive, very enthusiastic, and up for this one.
Do a snot check.
Yeah.
I'm here with Alan Brooks. He's the race director and head of Canada Running Series. The race is in its 25th year. It's the 25th anniversary. It seems to get bigger and better each year. What can we look forward to this year?
Well, we have a fabulous morning here. It's about 4 or 5 degrees. A little chilly, but it's Canada, eh? And not too much of a breeze. So it's a perfect morning for racing. We have almost 27,000 runners. We have almost 9,000 runners already took off at 8 o'clock in the 5K, including people like Mirots Yifta, who was a double gold medalist for Ethiopia in the 1980 Moscow Olympics. And right now we're standing at the start line for the marathon and the half, and we're going to see about 18,000 people take off from here in just a few moments. They're drawn from 50 countries around the world, and I know last year we had people watching our broadcast from 80 countries. So a massive welcome to the world, and we hope you'll enjoy a great show this morning in Toronto, 4th largest city in North America. Our neighborhoods are ready to rock out there. Volunteers are in place.
And there are ways people can get involved through social media and different innovative ways, right?
Absolutely. As well as watching the broadcast passively, maybe screaming and jumping up and down a little bit at home. On our homepage, stwm.ca, where people go to link for the broadcast, you'll also see a social hub. And the hashtag STWM, everything that people tweet out on Twitter or on Facebook using that hashtag comes together. So if you have 2 tabs open on your laptop, your desktop, you can follow all the chatter, and you can be making comments. How fast is Eric Gillis going to run today? Is Lanny going to do it again? Will we see a new Canadian all-comers record? You can be part of the conversation with the social hub. And I know already from Twitter Canada this morning that hashtag STWM is trending already.
Awesome. One of those tweets was mine, by the way.
Fantastic. Keep them coming.
Okay. Well, good luck with the race today. I think it's going to be awesome.
Yes, thanks to everyone who's making this possible. The City of Toronto, the police, and especially our marvelous sponsor, Scotiabank, here helping us today. The Charity Challenge, we've got 173 charities this year, and I think there are over 5,000 charity runners out there. So you'll see some great costumes and lots of fun stuff.
Yeah, I'm hoping to speak to some of those people. So we'll see. But for now, back to you, Tim, Mike, and Krista.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, let's hope today goes well. I'm sure it will. Conditions looking really good, and everybody seeing pretty positive. Of course, the Holy Trinity is what people talk about, Mike, at the city here. It's the bank, the Scotiabank, who have been quite astonishing in their 18 years of support for this race. Really loyal. The city itself, so much cooperation is needed from the city authorities, and the running community too. And it's the running community that is vital as well.
Yeah, I mean, the City of Toronto, the running community in the city has grown with this race over the last 25 years for sure. Now we're seeing lots of run clubs popping up, run crews popping up in the city. Parkdale Road Runners are a great group. Give them a shout out. Longboat Road Runners. They've got a couple hundred people that run for their group, so that's great. So I mean, this is a pretty vibrant community in terms of the running scene.
And Krista, we were talking just there about the tweeting and the social media facilities and luxuries that are now afforded to athletes. It's very different to when I was running 25, 30 years ago. Do you get a positive push from that as well? All the extra energy that's coming in from people that you now can be so aware of within seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely added to the sport. Many sports in general, you can communicate with people how you're feeling, how it's going, and people kind of want to know the inside scoop personally, how that person's feeling that day. And the crowds, it can be overwhelming. It can be a little bit too much stimulus, a little bit too loud. But, when everything's spread out and with these different sections, it's going to be great for the runners to really take that energy when they need it at that time.
I mean, for yourself, it's about trying to break Canadian records, set personal bests, run world-class times. But for the masses, Mike, it's about the medal, it's about the finisher T-shirt, it's about the goodie bag, the experience of the day. While everybody has their own social media activity going on, the medal is important.
I'm gonna say this afternoon on social media, you're gonna see this medal quite a bit. It's a really nice medal. Alan Brooks and the Canada Running Series crew put together a specialized medal every year. This year it's Honest Ed's, which is the famed bargain basement. That's right around the 3,200 meter mark, 3.2K mark of the race at the corner of Bathurst and Bloor. Sadly, Honest Ed's is closing after many years of being open. It's going to turn into condos, but everyone in the City of Toronto is very familiar with the place. It's a crazy place.
Yeah, that is a nice medal. I like a nice, big, substantial, heavy medal. I think it's 2.5 inches across. It's pretty chunky, isn't it?
It's huge, yeah. It's got some good weight to it.
Okay. So that's what everybody's running for. That's what you have to get. I know some races where you get a finisher's T-shirt at the expo and the days before the race, which always sort of puzzles me a little bit. I think now we can talk about the flame relay. Of course, the city has a 250,000 plus Greek Canadian community. It's been a massive presence in the city, and they've contributed massively to the culture of the city.
Yeah, and actually at the end of the race is when you run right through that kind of Greek town area, as we were talking about before with that overpass there. That's right, kind of nipping right past that area. And so there's been this relationship with the town of Marathon, and the mayor has come over from the town of Marathon for many years for this race, and kind of building up that long legacy that Greece has with this iconic distance.
Now, the Greek part of town is known as the Danforth. I know that the Consul General of Mr. Alexandrios Yannidis presided over the road relay in the Danforth just a few days ago.
Right. There's so much energy, and there's so much unique character, I think, that you can get from that. 250,000 Greek Canadians in the GTA. That's a pretty big number. So it's great to have them out, whether or not they're participating or cheering or volunteering. So it's just really great for all the athletes to see that involvement.
I think I read last night, that this is the most diverse city in the world in terms of athletes from different countries.
That's probably the case. I mean, Toronto is a real melting pot. You've got different communities all across the city, and it's an incredible place to live from a cultural perspective.
Okay, well, the race is now, about 10 minutes away, the start of the marathon. We can take a look now at the flame video that we were referring to just now. It's one of the celebration events that happens in the days before the race. Good to see the energy there just oozing out of all those people, and that's before even race day. Nice to see some traditional Greek costumes out there as well. I don't know how you get away with that stuff. Do you just steal the blanket or the sheet off your hotel bed?
And certainly a lot of body glide in there too. It looked like a pretty rainy day. I can't imagine that cotton was very good for running in.
I think I heard your name mentioned. You weren't at that the other night,
No,
were you,
that
Krista?
was Krista Davidson was the one carrying the torch.
Okay.
She's one of the digital champions for the race.
All right, well, we can go back now to the start area where you see these pictures live of this 25th Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon with about 7 or 8 minutes until gun time. The mass is pouring towards the line. Many of them running in the half marathon this morning as well. I think some 11,000 plus in the half marathon. What is it, about 5,000, I think, in the 5 kilometer race, but about 5,300 in the full marathon, which will be featuring over this next 2.5, 3 hours. But conditions looking much better than I was expecting. Mine, look at that balloon arch, Krista. It's hardly moving.
Right, and you can look at the athletes and see some of them are wearing full long tights and long sleeved. Other ones are right into their singlet and shorts. Looking at the athletes, a yellow bib is the half marathon and a red bib is the full. So that'll be good for spectators to know who they're cheering for and who's doing the 21 and who's doing the 42.
I mean, Mike, these whether you're a 2-hour 10 athlete or a 5-hour 10 athlete, this is very, very positive, isn't it? You want to see this. You want to see hardly any wind blowing in the trees and the balloon arch. You want to feel a good temperature for running. Everything is pointing towards this being a quick race at the moment.
This is looking great. I think the conditions look pretty much ideal right now. You're not seeing very much wind at all. Everyone looks very comfortable. You see some of the elites out there already in their singlets, warming up, ready to go. I believe that's Kim Dirksen, one of the top Canadians running towards us there. And so I think that this is setting up to be a really great situation for a lot of runners out there.
And Krista, last year you were out there on the start line getting ready for running your personal best. What's going through your mind in these last 5 minutes or so?
A lot. It's just so exciting. There's just, so many runners. You've put so much training into it, and it comes down to one moment, one day. And, I say that there's 5 things that make a great marathon. You have to be fit and healthy, great conditions, good pacing, competition, and the heart and the passion to want to do it, to be your best.
And I guess it helps when you're competing in a city like Toronto, which really does embrace the event, and you get really good spectator numbers. People constantly refer to the quality of the support around this course.
Oh, it's just amazing. Alan Brooks and his crew are so supportive. Everyone is just in this together. It's, it's Toronto. It's a huge city. It's big. There's so much culture. And in Ottawa is another place that you just really capture the best at those races.
Well, you can see the elite just getting through their last few strides. There are athletes from all over the world. I think over 50 nations represented. And of course, the East Africans are very much the favorites for the men's and women's elite race titles. Kenyans and Ethiopians primarily. But it's a quick course. And Mike, this first couple of kilometers you were talking about has a gradual climb. I mean, it is very gradual, isn't it? Presumably, when you're you're so fired up with the adrenaline pumping and you're fresh and you're on bouncy legs, you hardly notice that slight climb.
Yeah, it's very, very slight. These elite runners won't even notice it. And traditionally, in the last few years, the race has gone out pretty quick. The Canadian soil record's around a 2:07, so we're probably going to see something even faster than that in the first few K. So usually that hill doesn't really affect the speed very much.
I mean, it's interesting, Krista, isn't it? Because both on the women's side and the men's side, from the elite athletes, there's been a bunch of them talking about course records. The course record here for the men, for example, is 2 hours, 7 minutes and 5 seconds. The Canadian all-comers record from Ottawa last May was 2:06:55 by Segai, another Ethiopian. So we could see the Canadian all-comers record on the men's side, and maybe the women's. The women's is a very tough target.
Right, it is quicker. I think everyone is in a good position to make this happen. So it's going to be exciting to see. Of course, in the first, few K, we can't exactly predict because, maybe some nerves, some quicker pace than you might expect. But I think definitely we're going to see some records.
Canadian national anthem being thumped out there and getting plenty of applause. As if the pressure could be racked up anymore, the adrenaline will be pumping through the veins of 26,000 people out there, and the vast majority, of course, are Canadian, I guess. About 5,300 in the marathon. We might see in the early stages, Mike, 1 or 2 half marathon runners who are pretty good club standard runners moving along with the elite, and the elite women, for example.
Absolutely. Even though the half marathon isn't, as you said before, an international caliber race, there's still quite a few good national class runners in Canada, and some runners from the United States and as far down as South America. I believe there's a couple of Brazilians that are here as well today that could be running. They could be in the mix with the elite women and the elite men.
Well, we're now just a couple of minutes away from the planned gun time. Let's hope the course is clear and there are no hitches. It's no small feat, making sure that there are 42 kilometers of clear road up ahead of the athletes, and in particular, for example, those first few kilometers have to be absolutely clear of traffic, and there are people checking along the course. I think there's something like 500 zone managers out there from the 3,000 plus volunteers, but now they are gathering. The last few seconds are particularly nervous. And at this stage, Krista, do you try and keep your mind blank? What do you do just to contain the energy?
I think you just want to keep your focus simple. It's going into an exam. You've done the work. It's time just to execute, to put it in place. Be calm. Keep the shoulders relaxed. Take some deep breaths and take it all in, because it's going to be happening soon.
Well, we're almost ready to go. The 25th edition, 25th anniversary race of the Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon is about to get underway. You heard it. 10 seconds to go. And we are racing in Toronto 2014. How fast will they go through these early kilometers? The pacemakers, of course, and there's plenty of them with different groups having some assistance through the first half and even up to around 30 kilometers in some cases. But their job absolutely critical. You can see them there in those orange vests. Eric Gillis in the black to left of picture there, hoping to attack that Canadian record that is now, what, some 35 years old, I think, or is it 39 years old, of 2:10.09, isn't it?
Fukuoka, 1975. It's older than Eric's age.
Older than Eric. Well, the masses pouring through the line, all going smoothly so far, and half marathon runners and 5K runners mixed in there as well. But these are the people we'll be featuring for much of our coverage, the East Africans. There are 11 men who have broken 2:10 in this race. 5 of them have run under 2:07. And when you think that the course record is 2:07.05 from the recent Chimsa last year, then you realise why. You'll understand why we're so optimistic of a course record this morning. And as ever, Mike, they are getting separated very, very quickly, the elite athletes from the main pack. It's common, of course, for the pack to take 10-15 minutes, the masses to cross the start line. Everybody wearing their timing chip, so they will get their own individual start time.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give a few seconds for everybody to get across the start line, and I mean, this is a big race. This is an international caliber race at this point, so it takes a couple minutes to get going.
We had a quick shot there of Lanny Marchand, last year's third placer and the Canadian record holder, Krista. This is her third race in 6 months, in less than 6 months. I mean, what is your feeling about the fact that she ran Boston in April, she ran the Commonwealth Games, ran a great 4th place there, only 2 or 3 months back, and she's racing again?
It's definitely a big year for Lanny. She and her coach had a plan, and they've been sticking to it. And, you know, she has to know what she's able to handle for herself. She knows it's a risk. It's her 5th marathon in 14 months, so her 3rd in 6 months. But, you know, she listens to her body, and she just has to go with that, trust herself, and not doubt what she's able to do.
Other elite athletes from the women's side are in there as well, packed together, trying to see where Lanny is in relation to them.
I know in the beginning you're looking for your pacers. You want to get tucked in right there, and I think that Lanny was looking to do that. There are going to be at least 2 guys that are going to pace her through to 40. You can see Thomas Mwenga is right there with the white jersey, and then there's Duncan with her in the blue jersey. So she is in a perfect position there to just get behind them, let them break the wind as much as possible, and just start to get into that relaxed rhythm. So there she is. She's in a great spot. She just has to keep their eye on those jerseys.
Well, the lead men have been out on the road now for just over 3 minutes. They should have gone through the first kilometre. Looking very, very relaxed indeed. Number 51 there, that's Silas Kipruto, one of the pacemakers who is planning to go to around 30K, I think.
Yeah, most of the pacemakers usually take you to at least the halfway mark. A few of them will go up to 30. I believe on the women's side, we're going to see some really long pacing duties up 38K.
Both of the guys going with Lanny have committed to 40 if everything works out well for them. And I know with the men's lead pack, we've got 2 of the guys going to 30 and 1 of them going to 21. It's a little bit of a different arrangement with every group, depending on what they've set up with Alan and what their contract is. Eric's group is going to have 2 guys take him to 30, so that would be great for him. We can see here Alexandra Duliba, and she's got the purple vest there.
Yeah, I do leave it to the left of picture with that blue hat on, the fastest athlete in the race, funnily enough, despite the dominance of the East Africans usually at this Toronto Marathon. Duliba of Belarus says she might try and attack sub 220 today, might try and go sub 220. But Lanny Marchand looking quite comfortable there in the early kilometres, and wearing 55, that's Paul Kimugul.
We've got Rob Watson there with the black shorts. He's just shortly behind Eric Gillis. And it looks like Eric has his guys with him doing their job, and he's just taking a look at his clock there just to see how he's coming along. Kip Gongogo would likely be shortly after them, trying to find his place in the race.
Yeah, I can just see Kip there trailing behind Rob Watson. Kip's from Lethbridge, Alberta, recently a Canadian citizen, a great story, originally from Kenya. he's looking for a big race today, a big breakthrough race, relatively new to the marathon in the last couple of years.
Well, we'll obviously have a camera on the leading Canadian man and leading Canadian woman, as well as cameras on the leaders of the actual races right out in front, should they be different people. So we do have the luxury of 4 cameras for the elite athletes today in this coverage, but that's a big pack of pacemakers, isn't it, with the main protagonists just tucked in behind. Tough to identify the athletes who are going to go the whole way at the moment, but that's pretty common. You know, it's for those of you unfamiliar with marathon racing, the pacemakers, all of them in orange here, just set up the tempo, keep a nice steady rhythm for the elite athletes and who are going to go the whole way. Although they almost went the wrong way there.
You can see we've got from Peru, one of the men there is running the half marathon. So he's going to be running the half marathon about the same pace as the lead pack there. It was made clear yesterday at the technical meeting that when he turns left to do the half marathon route, do not follow him. Otherwise, you're going to be going off course and find yourself quite upset.
We're just passing this, the funny structure in the background there is the Royal Ontario Museum, and that's kind of one of the more iconic buildings in Toronto. We're just going through the Yorkville neighborhood here, which, if you're familiar with the Toronto International Film Festival, many of the celebrities that come hang out, the George Clooney and Brad Pitt, etc., usually hang out in Yorkville and can be spotted every September floating around there.
Well, good standard club runners, national standard runners moving through there, of course, at a pretty useful tempo. These guys will be moving around 220, 223 tempo. There's the lead pack of women. Rael Kiara of Kenya, very much in evidence there in that all blue strip center of picture. Kiara, 30 years old. She's a 225 athlete. That was in October 2011, all of 3 years ago. There you can see Duliba with the blue hat, purple top from Belarus. Her boyfriend actually is running, Vitaly Shafar for Ukraine. He's in the men's race. He's a 209 performer. But Duliba had an astonishing run in Boston last April, ran 221 to finish in 6th place in Boston, 4th in Chicago last year in 223. So she really has got the credentials to hit some fast times here today. And could be quite an upset were she to defeat the best of the Africans.
Right. Hey, that's great to see that it's going to be, you know, possibly something that we wouldn't necessarily see. It's interesting because she and Vitaly Shafar both ran Boston this year, and then of course they're here in Toronto together. And we may see him tucking in with Eric Gillis. The next time we have a shot of him, we can see if he's there. He's a 209 marathoner, so that'd be really excellent for Eric to have someone possibly with him right until the end that he can rely on for some pacing.
We can see Lanny there. She had a great run at the Commonwealth Games with that 4th place in Glasgow not that many weeks ago, but you know, latter part of the summer. But what has Lanny done anything in recent weeks to suggest that she's in really good shape?
Yeah, she ran the 10K Road Championships, the Zoo Run, a few weeks ago, beat by Rachel Hanna, who's just an up-and-coming athlete, just having an incredible year. So Lanny was defending her title, so she got 2nd, but she was really pleased with her race. She was 30 seconds faster on that course than last year, so definitely a great test of her fitness. Shortly after that, she did get a bit of a chest infection, had to have an antibiotic, but she was able to train through that and just really focus on the rest and recovery.
Well, there's a Father Christmas gone past there. That's a little bit previous, isn't it? 5 to 9 on October the 19th.
Yes, I'm not sure what he'll be shedding layers and what we'll see underneath that, but you've got to think that he'll be pretty warm and uncomfortable in that flannel costume.
Eric Gillis there to left of picture in that all-black strip, the #1 Canadian running today, hoping to run a personal best and hoping perhaps to break that Canadian record, but he needs to try and stay in touch with the paces.
Yeah, Paul Kamugal in the front there. He actually comes and runs in Canada quite often, lives in Kenya, but he races in Canada quite often, races against Eric Gillis quite often. So he might be, he's got the race brain going right now, and it might be taking it out a little bit quick because Eric's kind of backing off the pace a little bit there.
The second yellow vest is Shafar. He is the Ukrainian I mentioned earlier, who was quite a surprise package, frankly. Vitaly Shafar, he's 32 years old, quite a late developer, running his personal best 209. There he is with the hat and the dark glasses, just behind number 53, that pacemaker who is Julius Kogo. But Shafar and Gillis, if they run together and work together through the middle and third quarter of the race, anything can happen.
Oh, it would definitely be to Eric's advantage if the two of them could stick together, because, you know, having the pacer is great. You're still doing the work, but when they drop off, when their job is done, it's different. You have to really focus and just the game is yours at that point. So if he had Vitaly there right through to the end, that would just be an amazing thing for Eric.
You can see that Lanny is now caught up with this main group of the ladies, which is good to see. My only concern, I guess, is that, you know, if they're moving at 222, 223 pace, is Lanny being dragged out here a little bit quicker than she should be, Mike?
That's pretty dangerous. I think 222, 223 is a bit too rich. I think she might want to take a risk and go for something like a 225, 226, see if she can have a banner day if she's feeling good and settled. But if these other ladies are going at that pace right now, I'm not really sure what she's planning on doing.
Well, at the technical meeting yesterday, we were, you know, talking about this, because there's always the possibility that the two Ethiopians that were going to be in Lanny's pack, you know, what if they want to go faster? But the Pacers did ensure Lanny that they have agreed to run the pace that was established prior to the race and at the meeting. So the game, it can change. You know, Lanny can say to them, I'm feeling good, I want to join the group. And then if she wants to back off, they will back off with her. So as long as she's communicating that with them, you know, they will do what she and that pack needs to do.
We're probably going to get a 5K split coming up in the next few minutes, so we'll get a clearer idea of just what kind of paces they're running right now. But this could be very interesting. If the pace is slow and everyone's bunching up in this fashion, and we get more of a tactical race, more of a kind of an international championship style competition, Lanny could be in a nice spot here.
Well, you can see the quality of the running the athletes can enjoy through the early kilometres. Here they're heading south on Bathurst Street. And Mike, we were talking about how those tram lines can be a bit of an issue.
It can be quite dangerous. That's the streetcars, which Toronto's well known for, run around the city. And this is one of the major stretches here where they're going to have to decide what line they're going to run. And you do not want to put your feet in one of those tracks or it's game over for you.
Well, at the European Championships a few weeks back in Zurich in Switzerland, they had the same challenge around the city with a marathon course, and they actually borrowed from Holland several kilometers of rope, sort of like 1.5 2-inch thick rope, and laid it down in those track lines so that you ended up getting a completely flat surface. It's ingenious. I mean, typically Swiss and Dutch as well, I have to say.
I think Toronto needs to start investing in a bit of rope.
There's an awful lot of it, but it's much better than wood chip, which will be a real pain to get out. But here you can see this women's group. Lanny, is it a good thing, Krista, is it a good thing to be running in a group like this, 10 or 15 strong, or is that too much close attention?
Oh, it's great. It just depends how long they're going to stick together. Obviously, if you're going out too fast, too soon in the game, you're going to pay for it later. But hey, you never know. When you get on the line and you're feeling good and you trust yourself, if Lanny's thinking that she can stick with the ladies, she's going to go for it. So she's tucked in well. And like I said before, if she decides she needs to take it back a bit, her pacers will be there for her.
Well, third from the right there in the purple top is Amani Gobena of Ethiopia, 32-year-old. She won here 5 years ago in 2:28. Beat Mulu Soboka, so there are some real little rematches going on in there. Mulu Soboka, of course, is in that pack. She's won this race as well back in 2009. Eric Gillis, just constantly some 5 or 6 yards behind this pacemaking duo, but he's got Shafar there for company. Eric's been really, really confident, hasn't he? He's been oozing confidence and happiness, and sort of seems to be in a good place. I just hope it unfolds for him correctly this morning.
Yes, Eric is a phenomenal guy. He's a dad of 2. He's in the shape of his life right now. He said he had the best build ever. A good marathon simulation and mile repeat were his best ever. He's, of course, with Speed River, Dave Scott Thomas, and he said, my wife is awesome. She's made a lot of sacrifices so I can do this, and I'm very grateful. 2 young kids. Their little guy is almost a year in November, and then, of course, their daughter, she's just started school. So, you know, at the end of the day, he's a dad and a marathoner, so that can be a lot to juggle those. But I think especially with having the second child, he's really learned to just go with the flow, be a bit more relaxed. I say to people, having your first child's the hardest, and then after that, it's not any harder. So he's really embracing that.
Well, there you can see the masses in the early few hundred meters of their day. Many people, of course, just want to get round. They're not too bothered about running really quick times. I think 26 miles or 42.2 kilometers as it is a big enough challenge without having to worry about your time against the clock, Mike.
I always give myself 3 goals, the A goal, B goal, and C goal. And the first 2, of course, are time, and the third one is always just finishing.
That gives you a get-out clause, doesn't it?
So here we can see they're going by a hydration station, and the elite athletes are able to put their bottles on the table. There was a selection between A, B, C, and D, and then they line them up according to your seed time, so that you can expect to see your bottle at the same place at each table at each station. And that it's really important, because when you're running along, you have to focus to get that bottle. You need to see it, and when you grab it, you want to make sure that you don't drop it. You don't want to swipe others. You don't want to grab the wrong bottle. So that's a good thing.
14:55 for the first 5K. That's very, very quick, Mike.
That's 2:05 pace, and that's really fast. That would be the fastest race we'll ever see in Canada. That said, as I said before, the first half tends to be quite quick, and the second half is the proving ground. So we'll see how this plays out in the second half of this race.
Well, it is remarkable how quickly they're running here this morning. They run with such complete abandon to the East Africans. Eric and Chafar moving along well here. It'd be good to get their split for 5K as well, and some idea of how far they are behind that front group. But do you think sometimes, Krista, that we overthink the running as Westerners? You know, the East Africans, they seem to just throw themselves at it, go out really hard, commit 100% through the first half of the race. Sometimes it comes out good, sometimes it doesn't. But do we think too much about the splits?
I think that we can. I know Wesley Career's coach just says, just be dumb, just run. You want to shut your brain off and not do much thinking at the beginning, because in the end, when you're mentally struggling and you're physically struggling, that's when you want to focus on that, so that you can finish the job and get it done well.
Well, I wonder if they'll be intimidated by that split. The ladies coming towards 5 kilometers as well now. That drink station, the 5K drink station, of course, those elite athletes have them every 5 kilometers. In fact, she missed her drink there.
She did miss it, and that's it's a tough one, because now that she's missed it, maybe she didn't see hers, or she went to grab the wrong one. So now when she goes to the next station, she's going to doubt herself. Is my bottle going to be where I think it is, and am I going to grab it this time? You can still grab the drinks, the water and the hydration that's provided by the course, but maybe she's feeling that she doesn't need to do that at this point.
That was Amani Kobena, wasn't it, in the purple
Yes.
there, I think, who missed her drink. I didn't see if Kiara got her drink okay, the lead lady there in blue to right of picture. But they are shifting as well. We'll get that 5K split. There it is, 17 minutes exactly for the ladies at 5K. And the very fact that they're in single file, I think, is an indication that they are moving very, very crisply indeed. It's about 2:23 tempo, so pretty much spot on the course record pace.
Right. It looks like the Pacers are doing a good job, and the women are, we might start to see a bit of a separation again after they've, know what their time is for the 5.
I'm surprised to see that Lanny's still tucked in with this group. If I were her, I would be taking it easy in this first half and getting settled. As you said before, Krista, she's got a whole bunch of marathoning in her legs over the last year and a half or so, and she wants to get comfortable. She wants to get the flow going. Although, you know what? Maybe she's feeling the flow right now and feeling good.
Honest Ed's, that's what's on the medal, Mike.
That's it right there. The huge bargain basement, really funny place, legendary for its signs, great cheering spot. This is one of the cheering locations that we're going to see along the course throughout this marathon.
I think one of the reasons Alan wanted it on the medal, though, is because it is going to change in its usage, isn't it, the structure?
Yeah, Alan's being nostalgic.
But I think isn't it being turned into some kind of a different, isn't it apartments or something like
Yeah,
that?
they're gonna turn them into condos. That's the Mirvish Village area. The Mirvish family has owned that entire area for quite a long time. They own the old Vic Theatre, the Royal Vic Theatre in London. They're very involved in the theatre community here in Canada as well. But sadly, that building is going to turn into condominiums soon enough.
That's a great shame when you lose one of the sort of cultural landmarks of the city, but time moves on apace. Those are the back markers, not moving too quickly, but moving. That's the important thing. They will get round. We wish them the best of luck, of course. Not sure how much we'll see of the back markers through the day as we focus more and more on these elite athletes. But I just get the feeling they are really tanking along here. Kiara looks quite happy, stuck into the slipstream of number 56 there, Augustus Kiprono. And the rest of the ladies, well, they're being pretty much forced to run single file. That suggests they're being stretched.
Well, it looks like we are going to have two packs here, a lead and a chase pack, which is what it's looking like. And you definitely don't want to get caught in between. I think at this point they need to make a decision. Who are they going with?
Well, Lanny Marchand and indeed Duliba look like they're easing back a little bit in the throttle in that women's, the front end of that women's race. Eric here alongside Shafar, the Ukrainian in the yellow and the cap there. He's not the smoothest looking of runners, Eric, because he doesn't really glide, I guess. Am I being overcritical?
Well, that said, he's running 3:04 per kilometer pace right now, so he's moving pretty good. He's well under Canadian record pace. I mean, it's very early, just a little over 5K into the race right now. But Eric knows what he's doing. He's been at this for a long time. He's a very consistent marathoner. He's checked off a lot of 2:11, 2:12 marathons in the last few years. So his stride works for him.
Stop right there.
Well, they're moving very, very crisply indeed. If you've just joined us, this pack of lead men went through 5 kilometers in 14:55, which is around 2:05, 2:05 and a half. And if you want to follow this race on social media, of course, there's all the information you need to do so. This coverage, of course, will be continuous throughout the morning from Toronto here. And we'd love to hear from you as well, of course, on Twitter, your feelings about the race, the city. If you haven't been to Toronto, then you should certainly mark it down as on your bucket list. It's an astonishing city, beautiful city. And what's this, my 3rd or 4th trip to Toronto, I think, over the years. And I still haven't seen enough of it. Peter Sohm, there, nearest the camera, is an interesting character. He's very much one of the favourites here. He's the fastest man in the race on paper, winning Paris last year, the Kenyan, 24 years old, going for the course record. He said his training's been going incredibly well. He's used exactly the same preparation as he used for Paris last year, although that's now some 18 months ago, Paris being an April race. And Krista, I guess when you find a formula or a template that works, it's very reinforcing and positive. It makes you feel good to be able to repeat that same few months of preparation.
Definitely. Marathon training, of course, there's going to be a lot of similarities with other athletes, but you look at yourself, and if it's not broken, don't try to fix it. So definitely being consistent with what works for you, what your recovery time is, your weekly mileage, how your workouts go, whether you like to train on your own or with a group. I think everyone is individual in terms of what works for them, and if it is successful, then you stick with that.
Abdullahi, nearest the camera there, is just 21 years old, apparently, although, of course, as is fairly common with the Ethiopians in particular, there are 1 or 2 question marks over their age. Abdullahi, to the right of picture now with the black armbands and the yellow vest, is apparently only 21. He's run 2:05. He ran that in January 2012, so, 2.5 years ago now, when he would, in theory, have been about 18.5, 19. Very quietly spoken. Came here in 2011 and finished in 2nd place in 2:09, where he lost by just 1 stride. And he looks pretty comfortable there to the right of that group as we see the picture.
We can see that the Pacers have a number on the front, and then they also have a bib on the back that says Pacer, so that you can keep your eye on who you're to be watching. And of course, we have in the middle from Peru, someone that's doing the half marathon with the yellow bib. So another pacer to the group.
Well, the Canada Running Series has been one of the great boosters of running in the country of Canada for quite a few years now. Let's take a look at exactly what they've been doing.
Canada Running Series is Canada's premier running circuit. 8 great races in Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal. The series attracts some 60,000 participants every year, including top Canadian and international stars, and it raises over $6 million a year for local charities. Their mission? To build a great running experience for all runners, achieving this through international quality organization and commitment to innovation.
Well, there you can see the rear view of the masses. I think they're still pouring northwards up past Queen's Park, aren't they, at this stage, Mike?
Yeah, they just probably crossed the start line a few minutes ago and are making their way up into the Yorkville area.
It's kind of weird to think these guys are now, what, at about 8 kilometers, plowing along very comfortably. Other people have still covered about 1 kilometer at best.
That's why they're so amazing to watch. I mean, these guys are so talented. They're running, just think about it, they're running about 3 minutes a kilometer right now, which is, for a lot of people, double what most people are doing out there today.
Well, I'm just hearing that one of the elite pacers is already out of the race. Whether or not he's pulled a calf muscle or had some kind of problem, I do not know. But nobody was due to drop out at with 25 minutes on the clock. So let's hope that that's not repeated by any more. There's Lanny Marchand with her little group, and clearly has settled down a little bit. I thought she was being overambitious 10 minutes ago.
Right. This is what I mentioned before that we might expect to see, where, you know, she went out with the group a bit, was kind of getting the feel for it, and then, you know, she decided to take it back a bit, and there her paces are with her doing the job. So she's got 5 guys with her, and that's a good support group, and especially if, you know, 2 of them go to 40, that's going to be great for her. So it looks like the 2 Ethiopians that were going to go out with her, Melka and Fantu, are up ahead. So she doesn't have that, you know, bit of competitive drive with her. The girls aren't there with her to keep her going. But, you know, she will keep her eyes on what's ahead of her and still try to catch them later if that's what's meant to be.
Everybody's different, aren't they? I mean, some of these Ethiopian athletes have been known to run 3 or 4 marathons a year and still at world-class level. This is Lanny's 3rd marathon in 6 months. Is it her 5th in 18 months or something?
In
like
14
that,
months.
In 14 months. Now, that's a really tough call, and it may seem like a good idea sometimes at the start of the race and in the training in the weeks beforehand, but perhaps things come home to roost in the middle and latter stages of the race. But here, Mike, you can see these ladies move along really well. It still looks like Rail Kiara there to the left of picture, who's moving at the front of the group at the moment.
Yeah, they're all single file right now, which leads me to believe that they are going a pretty quick pace, and it should be interesting to see how this shakes out in the next few kilometers, whether it stretches out or they bunch back together again and try to work together.
So Alexandra must be right behind the lead group and maybe in that bit of a no man's zone, which might be a bit of a struggle for her, but she will have her eyes set on the girls ahead of her.
Yeah, when we saw a few kilometers ago when there was this break between Lanny's group and the lead group, I noticed that Alexandra was kind of she had drifted back. She stayed with Lanny, and then she tried to make a move up, and I'm not really sure where she is right now, but if she's on her own, that's going to be a tough few kilometers for her.
Well, to the right of picture is Fantu Eticha of Ethiopia. This is her 3rd marathon this year. She was 7th in Dubai back in January. She was 2nd in Prague in May in 2:27. In fact, she ran 2:27 in Dubai as well. So I was talking about how these Ethiopians do recover really, really quickly, and some athletes just have that ability, don't they? Who's the Japanese guy who runs a marathon roughly once a month?
Yeah, Yuki Karauchi, I believe his name is.
And they're all around 2:10, 2:12. I mean, it is superhuman by
He
the
does
standards.
ultra marathons as well, which is totally nuts.
You can see Terrer there to the right of picture. Terrer, who is going to go the whole way. He's not one of the pacemakers, even though he's in orange. And even the pacemakers having to get their drinks on board correctly. It's pretty tough, isn't it, to be a pacemaker and go out at 2.5, 2.7 tempo for 30 kilometers. It's no mean effort.
Even if they're doing just 30K, if you're not feeling good on the day, which happens from time to time, 30K of 2:05 pace is going to be extremely difficult.
Well, there's Lanny, who looks comfortable enough at the moment. She was talking to me a couple of days ago, Krista, about this problem with her left calf. She gets cramping in her left calf again and again.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a struggle for her. In the end, when she needs to make a kick and if her calf kicks in, it just can't happen. She just can't get up on her toes. So at the Commonwealth Games, it was a bit of a disappointment for her because she was hoping to get that bronze medal, but that calf issue was present, so she ended up getting 4th. Still a great performance for her, but it's definitely something that she's been working on with her support team, physiotherapist and massage, and you can see that she's wearing the calf sleeves. I think that she does find that that's helpful to try to control that, but it definitely doesn't eliminate it completely near to the end of the race.
So 1 or 2 question marks around Lanny Marchand there to the right of picture. Lanny actually said that she really feels alone and misses your company. She's raced with you so many times, and she feels like going through the whole process with having company, whether it's yourself or somebody else, is a really good reinforcing element of the final build-up.
The one upside there, I mean, we're not on the shot right now, but to her right was a Canadian runner, Nick Best from Ottawa, who has a marathon bib on, and I don't think he's charged with pacing duties today. So he could be going after something along a 225 to 230 range. So she could have some company in terms of a local runner.
Now the athletes have, well, they're at 29 minutes on the clocks. They're approaching 10K here. They're moving along Lakeshore Boulevard West here, running in a westerly direction. If there's much wind, they should be feeling it pretty much in their faces at this point, Mike.
We're going to get some good feedback here from this next split, as well as the next 5K split between 10 and 15 kilometers, to see what kind of pacing they've settled down into. And there we go right there, the 29:50, that's right on, very fast, 2:06 pace, that's very quick. So the wind doesn't seem to be too much of a factor so far.
Do you know what is kind of frightening is how perfect the pacing has been. 14:55 at 5K, 29:50 means they've split another 14:55 for the second 5K. Absolutely perfect from the pacemakers. They're doing a great job at the moment, and things are looking good.
That's very promising, and this could deliver a really quick race, especially with the number of pacers that we've got in the game today.
We can see Eric here. Eric's training was a bit different this year, he said, not having Reed Coolsat with him in Speed River, Reed being injured. He had to find a bit of a different rhythm, so he ran with some club and university guys. Robert Winslow is also a St. FX alumni, as is Eric. So he's a chiropractor from Toronto and joined the Speed River crew. So Eric enjoyed training with him, and just it's a bit different, but certainly missed Reed.
Well, 30:44 for Eric Gillis there at 10K, and that, Mike, puts him just under 2:10 tempo.
They slowed down a little bit, but not too much. That could just be an adjustment where they're trying to get comfortable here, and that's still sub 2:10 pace. I mean, both of these guys are rolling right now, and Shafar looks comfortable as well. He's got a great stride. If Eric and Shafar can team up in the second half and work with each other to push each other below that 2:10 number again, for Shafar at least, this could be a great day for Gillis.
Well, that puts Eric Gillis and Shafar there in the black cap on schedule for about 2:09:45. It's early days yet, only 1/4 of the distance completed, and significantly no sign, I think, behind them of Rob Watson. There were big question marks over Rob's real fitness and ability to get down in the low teens today. You know, for Rob, it could be a tough day. It could be another. I'd hope it's a 2:12, 2:13 personal best run for Rob, but it might well be a 2:16, 2:17.
Yeah, we're not really sure what we're going to see with Rob. I know you want to have fun in your sport. You want to keep enjoying it. And he was asked to pace Shalane Flanagan a few weeks ago in her attempt to get the U.S. record for the women's marathon. And he did it right up until 41K with Ryan Vale, and really, really helped with that. And he just had a great time. So, you know, some have been a little bit critical in terms of whether he should have not done that or not. But I think he really had fun doing it. And obviously he took that as a pretty big training run before this race.
Well, today we saw that is a man who's run 4 marathons, won 3 of them. He's a bit of a dark horse in this field, even though his personal best is outside 2:08. Back to these ladies, though. Kiara, Gobina, Gizor, and then Mulu Saboka, who is now quite astonishing little athlete, Mulu Saboka. There she is to the right of picture in that purple top. She has run something like 32 marathons. I think this is her 33rd marathon, Mulu Saboka. She's won 8 of her 30 marathons. She won here actually in 2008. In fact, she's won 9 of her 30 marathons, including that win 4 years ago in 2:29:06. And she's just one of these athletes who seems to be able to churn out great performances year after year, 3 or 4 a year sometimes. She says her training has gone really well. There's Saboka to the right in that purple top, probably about the shortest of this group of 5 ladies. I wonder if she'll go well again today, Mike.
I think she's in a really good spot right now. She's letting the other women do the work. She's very experienced. She knows what she's doing. She can crank out a 2:25, it seems, at will. So if this race falls back from a 2:23 pace, which it's on right now, back to more of a 2:25, she's in a great position.
I think I just saw them go through 10K in 33:42. So that gives us a very good idea. 33:40, there it is, the official time at 10K for the ladies, and that means they're on schedule for 2:22 flat at the moment.
They've picked up. That second 5K split was a little bit quicker than the first, which, you know, suggests that first 5K they were just settling in, and then they rolled down Bathurst Street for that fast couple of kilometers and got their legs underneath them.
16:40 for that second 5K split. Very, very quick indeed. As Lanny going through in what, about 34.22, something like that, 34.20.
She's still on about a 224, 225 pace, 224 high right now, which is still quite quick for her. And I'm surprised that she's decided to go at that pace still. But as you can see there, she's talking to her pacers. She looks pretty comfortable. You're always looking, you do the talk test. Every runner from the 4-hour marathoner to the elite marathoner has to try the talk test at some point in the marathon to make sure they're able to speak full sentences, that they're comfortable, they're in a good aerobic place. So she's working with her pace group right now, trying to get that number right. Maybe she's telling them we need to relax a little bit. I've got a little bit of time to give away here. Let's settle down for the next few kilometers and roll.
Well, here's Eric as well. Lanny and the way she's moving?
Well, I know her plan was to go through the half at what we split last year. That was 73 flat. So you can always switch it up if you're feeling good. But you could see there that she was speaking with them, and that's important that she tells them how she's feeling and that they take it back a bit, because she doesn't, even though she's with a big group, you have to be careful that you don't get carried away with the excitement of having that much support with you, and stick to her plan, because the pacers are there for her, and this is the race for her to do today. She's got nothing to lose.
Well, I'm just looking here at Shafar and Eric Gillis, and I'll tell you what, looking at the trees that they're going past, it seems there's very, very little wind indeed, and that's good. If there is any slight breeze, it's likely to be in their faces at this point, but when they get to the turnaround, to the westernmost point of the course, they should certainly have the wind behind them through that long middle section of the race. We actually had a chance to catch up with Eric Gillis and Rob Watson just a couple of days ago and hear their views about their preparation for this race, Toronto 2014.
My main goal is to get a PB. I would love to go under 2:13. I think that would be a big milestone that I'd be pretty stoked about. And then secondary goal is I would really like to qualify for the World Championships, get my World Championship qualifier for Beijing, which is sub 2:15. So those are the A goals and the B goals, and always in the C goals, just run as best as I can on Sunday, on the given day. You come into a race, you prepare the best you can, and on the day you just give all you have, and if you cross that finish line spent and you've given it your all, and then you really can't be too upset with the time. I just want to enjoy the experience. I always love coming to Toronto. It's a great marathon. So got some goals, and hopefully I can accomplish a few of them.
Yeah, so I know at pace I'll be going out at half in 45 to 65 minutes. I'm curious, as everyone else is how the second half will go. I feel like I'm in better shape last year, more mentally prepared for going out at that pace, and that's what I went out last year, faded off the back end. This year I'm hoping to stick in there and get every second I can out of that back half, really work the hills. It's one of those goals that you set, it's there, but you're not constantly thinking about it because it's just there. It's just one of them, and I have 9 other things to think about for that race that will keep me running the best possible race I can on Sunday, and getting whether I run 2:10.08 or 2:11.08. A personal best is one of my goals, and 2:11.08 would give me a personal best. So I just want to make sure that whatever happens on Sunday, it's the race that I was meant to have because I executed.
This is my 4th attempt at running the full marathon in Toronto, and my build-up it's been a nice 16-week build. It's been, there's been workouts where I've felt on top of the world. There's been workouts where I haven't felt so good. There's so many ups and downs during the course of a marathon build, but I think that I've put some pretty good work in my legs. I had a really good run in Berlin with Shalane. That was a really good workout. It was good to it was kind of like a practice marathon even, just to get the whole routine down. So my fitness coming in, it's similar to where it was last year. I would say I'm a little fresher because this is only my 2nd marathon of the year. And so I think that if I execute the way my build-up shows, I could have a good one.
The support that I get here is phenomenal. The pacers that I had last year, the pacers that I have this year are just something that I cannot bank on anywhere else. Last year was a perfect example of with Lanny and Krista running as well as they did, that fast times, Canadian fast times can happen on this course. And it's always been good to me. The organizing has always been good, and my results have been good here.
Well, both Rob Watson and Eric Gillis, they're talking very positively just a couple of days ago about what they expected from today's race. Let's take a look, though, at the record of Jerome Drayton to the right of picture there. Mike, 30:50 was Drayton's steady tempo time at 10K, and Eric's gone through this morning in 30:44, so he's actually well under 2:10 tempo.
Just as Eric said in the clip before, is that this is the same approach he went with last year as well, and he hopes this year he's going to have a better second half than he did last year. And I think right now he's in a good spot because he's got someone to work with.
Well, back to these men. Some there giving eyeballing this camera bike. Terrer right behind him, just bouncing along. He's got a lovely bouncy stride, hasn't he, Terrer? One of my dark horses for this race. And if you look at the quality of this field, Mulugete Wami over on the far side in the yellow there is bouncing along as well. There seems to be a lot of positive running going on here. You know, they're at a very, very quick tempo. They're moving inside 2:06 pace, 40 minutes on the clock. They're only a third of the way, less than a third of the way through the race, or just over a third of the way through the race, in fact. But it's all pointing in the right direction at the moment, Krista.
Right, this is the point in the race where they just want their body to just settle in, get a good pace, and not think. Some people like to just, you know, look around at the course and just get into that rhythm. Or other people, they just stare at something straight ahead of them and try to shut the brain off completely.
I guess the skill, Mike, is to try and not get those first 20 miles, those first 30K or so out of the way. You know, a lot of people talk about a marathon. The actual racing begins, if you're looking at it as 26 miles, the actual halfway point is 20 miles because those last 10K are so tough.
This course is very much drawn out in that way as well. So when you actually make that turn at the end of the beaches, which we'll see later on at 32K, that's when the gloves should come off. That's when you know whether or not you're going to have a good day or you're going to suffer to the finish.
Do you know, last night the weather was so atrocious. It was really cold, really windy. I was fearful for today, but that was a beautiful shot of the masses there. And these ladies are enjoying ideal conditions. You know, they've shedded the gloves. There's no arm covers or anything. So I'm only thinking that out there on the road, it's by the lake, it's not bad temperature at all.
And this is exactly what you want. I don't think you could ask for anything any better than this. So, you know, I'm sure they're definitely thinking that. You don't always get all of the factors that you want the day of the race. They've definitely got the conditions and the weather, so they're going to work with that.
Well, last year, of course, it was not ideal weather, but pretty good. But it did produce a men's course record, 2 hours, 7 minutes and 5 seconds. And we can just get a little reminder now of exactly how that race unfolded 12 months ago in Toronto.
The clock, it goes just past 2:07. That matters not, because the world course record has been absolutely smashed. She's used that experience today to win here in Toronto, 2:25.12.
The Canadian record in under 2:28. Here's Krista Duchesne here, and they have just reinvented Canadian women's marathoning.
Well, Krista, that must have brought back good memories. You look pretty sprightly there. Was there a little bit left in the legs?
I remember specifically, I knew Lanny had the record, and I saw the clock, and I remember saying, she's not the only one going to get under that time today. So it's funny when marathoners try to attempt some sort of a sprint at the end, because it's really ugly, but we think we're going fast until you see it on tape like that.
Do you think the psychology of it, because you were, what, 32 seconds behind Lanny, something like that? Do you think the psychology of it is kind of beneficial for you, because you're still hungry, you want to get that Canadian record? She's got it, and then maybe you could, in your gentler moments, you could think you sit back in your laurels.
It's definitely been to our advantage, Laney and I, to have each other as friends, but rivals as well. You know, we can say that we run a race together and we're friends to a certain point. I know Lanny said yesterday at the press conference that she was going to miss her Canadian buddy. Certainly last year, she knew I was on her tail, and I knew that she was ahead of me. So it definitely keeps you going when you know that there's someone that can just snatch it right from you. And that's something that Eric, you know, didn't have last year. Everything was going for me, and he was doing really well, but he didn't have that other Canadian right there in his tail that could take it away from him. So with him having Vitaly with him, you know, that's going to be something great for him to have a partner where
Mike, Lanny's going here for what we hope is going to be a new Canadian record, but of course with the Pan Am Games next year in Toronto, the World Championships in Beijing, Rio the year after that, we're not even in the qualifying period yet for Rio. So how much significance is there to whatever performance Lanny can produce here today?
Well, certainly if she breaks her own Canadian record, that's going to be huge. And she seems like she's in a situation right now where she wants to at least go for it, which is great. That said, she's got to be strategic and pick her battles over the next 2 years, because Rio is the A goal for sure.
Right, and with the standard for Pan Am Games being 240 and for Worlds being 235, she does have the standard this year, so she doesn't need to worry about that. But, you know, like we said, there's nothing for her to lose. And I know that she doesn't want to just settle. She always wants to get better. So even if it's 30 seconds off her time or 3, she'll be pleased with any sort of a personal best, obviously.
Well, these elite men should be around 15 kilometers. There it is, 44.52 for the elite men at 15k. Metronomic running through to 10k, and that's pretty similar too. They went through 10k in 29.50, so they've just run what, 15:02 for that third 5 kilometers.
They've slowed down a little bit, so now they're on a 2:06 low pace at this stage, but that's still really quick.
And Shafar there, the dark glasses and the hat. I wonder if he's going to shed any of that. He's the most heavily clad of all the elite athletes, with Eric Gillis behind him, just tucked into his slipstream. They're moving well. I'm not sure how far behind they were. They were 30:44 at 10k, so they were, 54 seconds behind the main pack of elite Africans at 10k. I wonder what the gap will be at 15k. They still look like they're moving well.
You can see that it's a sunny patch there. We can see that Shafar has some sunglasses on. You know, sometimes when it's too bright, you squint and it can create some tension in your head and your neck and shoulders, consequently your legs. But every athlete, you know, finds what works for them and where they're comfortable. The gloves are still on, so we may see them come off later if they get a bit warm, but maybe they just need a little bit of that to keep them warm at this point.
46:06 at 15k, Mike.
That's steady. They're right on the same pace they were for the last 5k split, so they're rolling along nicely right now. Still that comfortable sub 2:10 pace.
The ladies, of course, a few minutes away from 15 kilometers just yet, but looks to be doing a good job here. The pacemaker Augustus Kiprono checking his watch like a good pacemaker should.
Right, of course. We haven't had a shot of Alexandra Jaluba. We're not sure where she is. She's obviously off from the lead pack, but of course she was our favorite runner coming into this with her 2:21.29 from Boston earlier this year. So maybe she's just not feeling it, but maybe, you know, anything can happen in this race, and if she keeps her eyes on the lead pack, she may make herself up there when it's time.
Well, I think to Mary Davies, who won this race a couple of years ago, she was nowhere to be seen for the longest time, and then she just crept up on everybody in the last half of that race and ran away with it in the last few kilometers.
Yeah, that was an amazing race. Mary ran with Lania and I at the time. We were going for the Canadian record then, and it was rainy. And so Mary, I knew that she was going to go with us until about 20 to 25k, and she said if she felt good, she would go ahead. Sure enough, she just took off and ended up in the lead.
Well, Scotiabank are the title sponsor of this Toronto Marathon, as they have been for 18 years now. But other sponsors are absolutely critical too to the whole financial package of a major event like this, with over 26,000 souls testing themselves this morning on the streets of Canada's biggest city. And we can take a look now at the equipment sponsor of this event here in Toronto.
On your right. Same to you.
So polite.
Oops. Whoa, look at you go. We're running right. Woo.
Pussy red, it's super plush.
I did it.
It feels so cush. Yeah, yeah.
Well, Brooks, the equipment sponsor of the ladies, going back now towards the city. On the far side, the masses are passing the 10-kilometer marker. These ladies approaching 15 kilometers. Chiara, throughout, has been the best placed of the ladies, with Gobena tucked in behind her. It's almost like they've scripted this. They've hardly moved an inch in terms of their relative positions to each other. It's a Gizor in third place, and then little Mulu Saboka, I think, is just shaded in the background there behind Gizor, that second blue vest.
This can be a great point in the race where the runners that are approaching the 10K on the other side can be cheering you on. It can be encouraging. I know that's one thing that a lot of the Canadians draw strength from, you know, hearing your name being shouted out by the other runners is certainly something that can be helpful.
Yeah, Krista. I mean, over the last few years, people like yourself, Lanny, Eric Gillis, they've become household names for runners in this country. So it must be really great when you're running by the masses and everyone knows your name and is giving you a shout out.
It's definitely very encouraging.
Well, Kiara there, Rail Kiara, 30-year-old Kenyan in the blue vest, looking very, very smooth indeed. Hardly any knee lift. She really does it. She's a shuffler, isn't she? Really her style. Unfortunately, she sat out a 2-year ban up until July this year, having been busted at the Hamburg Marathon back in April 12. But she came straight back into good racing form in Lille, in France, in early September. She won the half marathon there in 69 minutes. 69.29, Kiara, so that was part of her preparation for this race, which must have been a confidence-boosting run. But she set almost a 5-minute personal best in her last valid marathon before the 2 years ban, which is her personal best, 2:25.23, and she's moving at something, what, about 2 minutes quicker than that at the moment, the tempo. So I think just about each of these ladies is moving at personal best speed at the moment. It suggests, yet again, conditions are pretty much as good as they can get.
Right, and the interesting thing with this group is that with their pacer, I believe he's to take them to 38K. That is a significant stretch of the race to have someone ahead of you. So I think the 4 women here are definitely going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, they've sped up in the last couple of kilometers, and now they're looking at about a 2:21 pace, which is just nuts. I mean, that's really fast. And they all look fairly comfortable. I mean, their pacer, they've only got one pacer, which is a bit concerning. Hopefully he can deliver them all the way to 35K.
Well, 15K and 50.21. They've been running for a couple of kilometers with the wind behind them, I guess. What little wind there is out there, it's hard to discern how much there is. There's Lanny Marchand. Still looks okay. She's dwarfed, of course, by all the athletes around her. She is a tiny character, isn't she?
She's pretty small but mighty, I think is safe to say. And she's an attorney, a defense attorney in Tennessee. So I know that she likes to, focus on her work as a good way to get away from the running, to keep a good balance in her life. So definitely she wears 2 hats, and she's mighty in the courtroom as well.
Some of the wheelchair racers just easing past Lanny Marchand there. She said she's still learning from every single marathon she runs, from the World Championships in Moscow last year. What was that, about 15 or 16 months ago, where it was sweltering hot, the race crazily starting at 2 in the afternoon. Then Toronto last year, Boston this year back in April, and then the Commonwealth Games in July. She's still accruing information. And do you feel that, Krista? Do you still come away from every marathon feeling like you've learned a little bit more about yourself and about the distance?
Definitely, I think so. You definitely want to draw on, what you did wrong and then what you did right, and go ahead and make those goals and changes to better it the next time. I know one thing with Lanny is she's consistently doing strength work twice a week with her trainer Damien, and consistently having massage appointments and her support team to keep her body in check and prevent injury and to stay strong.
Well, there's a lovely shot of the elite women, the lead pack of 4 ladies moving alongside, heading eastwards back towards the city, alongside the masses in the other direction. And this is one of the great moments of a marathon race where you have out and back sections. The event creates its own crowd. Whether there are many spectators on the roadside or not doesn't matter. You can hear the support from the runners going westwards on the far side of the road for this lead group of ladies. And well, the closing speed of the 2 groups is pretty impressive, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, they're flying past the masses right now, and they're moving at a really good pace. They've got a nice rhythm going on, a nice group. They're not bunching up too much, which means I think there's it's a bit tentative as to who wants to kind of take this race over, and they're letting the pacer do all the work right now, which is a smart move.
Well, we're going to watch a little clip here, a little interview with the woman in the purple jersey there, Amanda Gobina, and just hear a few words from her.
እኔ አማኔ ጎበና እባላለሁ። ከመጣሁት ከኢትዮጵያ ነው። ሰዓቴም 22:23 ነው ያለኝ ማለት ነው። ያው አባቴ በጣም ይከልክሎኝ ነበረ እና ከሰፈር ልጆች ጋር ነው እኔ ሩጫን የጀመርኩት። አባቴ በጣም አትሮጭም ገና ልጅም ነሽ ምናምን እየተባልኩኝ ያው ተነሳሁኝ። እናቴም ደግሞ ፈቃደኛ ነበረች። አባቴ ግን አልፈቀደልኝም። እኔ ከልጆች ጋር በቃ እንትን ሳይል ጠፍቼ ነው ወደ ሌላ ቦታ ከተማ ገብቼ ሩጫ ነው የሮጥኩት ማለት ነው። የተወለድኩበት ቦታ ያው ገጠርም ስለሆነ ሩጫ ራሱ ምን እንደሆነ አያውቁም እና እኔ ዝም ብዬ ነው ከልጆቹ ጋር ጠፍቼ ከተማ ገብቼ ነው የጀመርኩት ማለት ነው። አዎ እኔ ያው ቤተሰቦቼ ድሮ ራሳቸው ነበረ የሚያርሱት። አሁን የራሴ አሁን ይሄ እንትን ማለት ነው ሰራተኛ ቀጥሬበት አርስላቸዋለሁ። ብዙ ነገር ድሮ ገለባ ቤት ነበራቸው፣ አሁን ቆርቆሮ ቤት አድርጌላቸው እና በጣም ጥሩ ኑሮ አድርጌላቸዋለሁ ማለት ነው ቤተሰቦቼ። አዎ እኛ ትምህርት ቤት ስንማር በጣም ይርቃል፣ 8 ኪሎ ሜትር ይሆናል እና ስንሮጥ አሁን ጧት ሲረፍድብን በጣም እሮጣለሁ ማለት ነው። ወደ ትምህርት ቤት ሲረፍድብኝ በጣም ከልጆቹ ጋር እሮጣለሁ እና እኔ በጣም ትንሽ ስለነበርኩኝ በጣም ቀጫጫ ነኝና ስሮጥ በቃ ልጆች አንቺማ መሄድ አለብሽ ሩጫ መሮጥ አለብሽ ይለናል እና ሆነ አንድ ልጅ እኛ ሀገር ነበረ አንቺማ ካሮጥሽ ብሎኝ ከዛም በኋላ በቃ እሺ ምናምን ብዬ ነው ወደ ሩጫ የገባሁትና ባንሳው ነው አንድ ልጅ ብቻ ነው እኛ ጋር የሚሮጠው እና በጣም ጎበዝ ነሽ አንቺ መሮጥ አለብሽ ብሎኝ ነው ወደ ሩጫ አመጣኝ ማለት ነው።
Well, a very vocal Amani Gobena there. There she is in second place behind Chiara. She is just another of these East Africans who is a prolific racer and incredibly consistent. She's run 13 marathons, 6 times she's broken 2:28, Gobena. She was the winner here 5 years ago, and that was in the 3rd marathon of that year. She beat Mulu Soboka, who has moved into 3rd place at the moment, and that's interesting. Gizor has dropped towards the back of the group in the blue to left of picture, and I just wonder if a little bit.
Well, it could be the case for her. Unfortunately, it's a little bit early to be struggling. She could have an injury that's just starting to make its way out at this point. I guess we'll be able to tell in the next few kilometers what the case is. We see some statistics here from Ethiopia, Amani Gobena, and her personal best of 2:23.50 Dubai 2013. She won in 2009, and of course she won the LA Marathon at the bottom. We can see that with a 2:27.37. So very consistent with that.
She's a pretty experienced racer, and I'm wondering if she's just sitting behind Chiara here, letting her do all the work and tire herself out at a pace that maybe she can't handle.
It definitely can be a mind game where if she can just sit back and just coast and then make her move when it's time, she would be wise to do that, and they may be her game plan.
Well, they're heading out west in much, much better conditions than were expected. The masses with 57 minutes on the clock. The elite men, not that far away from halfway. We're expecting to go through halfway. Well, at the tempo they're moving at the moment, it'll be inside 63 minutes. Jufar now has moved into the picture. Charuku Jufar there, centre of picture in the yellow. This is, he's already run 3 marathons this year in Istanbul, where he won. He was 4th in Seoul in 2:07, and then he was 4th in Lanzhou in China on the 1st of June. So is he running on tired legs, or is he recovered well? Tadar nearest the camera, looking very smooth indeed, bouncing along, isn't he, the 24-year-old Kenyan in that orange and blue strip. And some armbands coming off there. Peter Som over on the far side to left of picture, just pulling off those armbands. It suggests to me that the temperature is gradually climbing out there. It was only 3 or 4 degrees earlier on, Krista.
Right, this could be the point in the race where they just feel that they don't need to have that extra warmth and it's time to get rid of it. An interesting story about Jufar there is that he had an accident. He was hit by a car when he was training. They didn't think he would run again, and then came back to run LA in a time of 2:02 and place second. So it's just phenomenal to see that his body could recover from that accident.
Well, we can go to one of the Scotiabank neighbourhood chair sites now, where Laura da Silva is with the crowds, with the spectators at Prince's Gate.
Hey everybody, I'm here at the Princess Gates. There's so much going on here. There's live music, there's samba dancers, there's runners this way, that way, every which way. I'm here with Maureen Ferris. She's She's the executive director of West Neighborhood House. What brought you out here today?
Well, West Neighborhood House is part of the Toronto Neighborhood Centres. There's 35 organizations across the city. Toronto is a city of neighborhoods, and there's a neighborhood centre in every one. So we're the charity that's at the Princess Gates, cheering on runners and walkers from all across the city.
So cool. Why do you think these cheering centers are necessary?
Well, it's really, really fun for young people like these folks from Thorncliffe that you're going to see in a second, coming from all over the city to see people pursuing excellence and trying their best, no matter what their abilities or ages, in a cold morning.
Yeah, we could be in our pajamas, but no, we've trekked out here, braving the cold like good Canadians.
That's right. And it's just wonderful. Everybody coming to support the runners and the walkers. So all these people lined up, cheering them on. Every single person gets a good cheer.
Thanks so much. We've got some expert cheerers over here. Hey guys, you look like you know how to cheer on some runners. Am I right? Can you give me some hot tips on how I can improve my game?
Well, you need a lot of energy and you need a lot of noise-making things and cool costumes.
You need cool costumes.
Cool costumes.
And you need enthusiasm. Yeah, enthusiasm.
You gotta be really energetic. You gotta have energy. You gotta eat breakfast this morning.
Coffee is key. Let me see your best cheers on 3. 1, 2, 3. These guys are pretty good. That's all from the Princess Gates. We'll see you at the next one.
Makes you want to get out there and enjoy it, doesn't it? Well, these guys, I don't know if they're enjoying it. This is a job of work for these men, and they are ploughing along just over the hour now for the elite men at the front of the race. And Mike, while they're moving really well and probably a couple of minutes away from halfway, we do have some news about the top Canadians.
Yeah, behind Eric Gillis, we've got Kelly Wiebe. He's running his first marathon. And Rob Watson, they're together, they're running together in the last split that we saw, which was the 10K split, so it's been a while. They were still running at 2:11:50 pace, which is great for both of them. It's unbelievable for Kelly.
Yes, this is an exciting day for Kelly. It's his debut, and we're hoping to see a really good race with him. An interesting fact with him is for his financial incentive for this race that he set up, he's going to get more prize money depending on how he does with the Canadian debut. So Eric's debut was 2:13, Dylan Wykes 2:15, Rob Watson 2:16, and Reed 2:17. Of course, if he does beat the Canadian fastest men's marathon debut by Peter Fonseca at 2:12:07, that's going to be the thrilling story today. That happened in 1990 in LA. So if we see Kelly do something in that range, it's definitely going to be a good payday for him.
Yeah. Well, there are plenty of subplots in Toronto, but the headline news, if you joined us in the last few minutes, is that this elite pack of the men's race are moving along at something like 2:05, 2:06 tempo, well inside course record. Indeed, if they can get down there towards the mid-2:06s, it'll be a Canadian all-comers record, and that's a big pack too. There's plenty of them feeling up for it. 62 minutes on the clock, very close to halfway now.
So with the lead pack, again, we expect to see 2 paces that are going to go to 30. So we may see one step away from his duty when he gets to that halfway point.
Well, here's the gentleman juggler. Miko, I think, isn't it? What's his PB 250 he's run for juggling, and with only 2 drops, he said.
It's pretty phenomenal that he can do that and do it so well and be so fast. I mean, how many people can actually juggle to begin with, let alone juggle when you're running?
He's going for the half marathon juggling world record today. So the Guinness people are out. We're going to talk more about that later.
63:15 at halfway for the elite men. Well, it doesn't take an Einstein like Brighton to work out that they're on 2:06:30 tempo. The Canadian all-comers record is 2:06:55 by Yamane Segai at Ottawa back in late May. That's just over 3 minutes per kilometre they would require to hit 2:06:55. So these guys are moving just under 3 minutes per kilometre.
Well, it's just amazing. Perfectly, that was the plan, and they are on it. So they're definitely doing a good job to keep the pace that was established prior to the race.
Here is the joggler. Nice play on words there. I think he said his personal best for 10K is 34, low 34s.
He's a pretty quick club runner. He's run close to 2:30 for the marathon. That was about 10 years ago in Chicago. He actually went out with the lead woman in Chicago about 10 years ago.
And I think he's hoping to do a 1:23 today in the half.
Now Lanny on a little upslope here by the looks of things, Krista, but her form still looks good to you?
Yes, definitely. You know, we can say now that she's an experienced marathon runner, I think, and you know, she knows that the tough part of the race is definitely still ahead of her. So hopefully, she's just keeping the brain shut off, just focusing on the jersey ahead of her, the pacers around her, and keeping a steady rhythm. Knowing that some of the Africans can have a bad day, and she may start picking them off near to the end. Of course, there's going to be more of an incentive financially for her to get her way up in the rankings. And last year, placing third was definitely a good payday for her with establishing the Canadian record.
Well, she's got plenty of company. It's a bit of a luxury, I guess, to be paced almost every stride of the way, as has been the case so far.
It is, you know, but I always find it interesting when we say that the pacer does the work, because, I mean, the runners are doing the work too. I mean, let's just face it.
There is some mathematical formula, though, isn't there, for how much assistance you get by being dropped in behind somebody. I was reading it the other day. It's actually cumulatively through a race. If you're tucked in behind somebody, it's a pretty big advantage.
Right, and you definitely want to be just behind them to get the wind protection, but not too close that you're clipping their heels, because of course we don't want to see anyone go down and get any sort of injury from running a bit too close to the person blocking the wind.
I would say the biggest advantage, though, is what you're seeing right now in this lead pack of men, which is a healthy group of guys that can go after it in the second half and compete with each other, turning the competitive brain on and racing in the second half. And I think more than anything else, more than a pacer, in the second half, that's what's going to deliver our fast time today.
Abdullahi, their centre of picture, in the orange with the black arm covers. He's had no races at all in 2014. He only had one race last year, and that was a fourth place in Amsterdam in 2 hours, 8 minutes. He looks strong, looks smooth, doesn't he? Very powerful in the legs, Abdullahi, compared with a lot of the East Africans who tend to be long and lean. Look at Dennis Kimetso, who set the world record 3 weeks ago in Berlin. Very, very lithe indeed. But a quick shout out for these pacemakers. I don't know how much longer we'll see them. 50, David Maru, 51, Silas Kipruto. This is one of the best pacemaking jobs I've seen in a long time.
We're back to Mikko Caprol here, cruising along. He looks pretty comfortable.
We can go to an interview now with Mikko just a couple of days ago. He was really looking forward to this.
The reason that I keep joggling is that the motion of the arms matches perfectly with the running stride. Yeah, so it's perfect rhythm, and it becomes a kind of a meditative thing that helps relax you. But then it's also a new challenge, because you're getting an arm workout. You're working your brain a little bit too, especially when you get to the end of a marathon or even a half. It becomes excruciating just to concentrate on keeping juggling. So there's more to the sport than just clowning around. So that's kind of what kept me going on it, and it's also fun. I mean, I make people laugh and smile. So kids love it. Yeah, everyone, most people do. It's not that hard to learn the basic pattern, but then putting it together and running at a fast clip while you're doing it, that's pretty tough. My fastest joggling marathon is 2 hours, 50 minutes, and 12 seconds. And then I have the Guinness record for the 10K in 36:27 with no drops. If you drop a ball, you have to go back to behind the point where the ball fell. Luckily, you don't have to go back to the beginning. And during the marathon, when I set the record, I dropped twice. Once right before the finish line, which was pretty annoying. I'm hoping to have a drop-free half marathon, but I don't want to put too much pressure on myself. Yeah, it's the same as the number of running strides, so I think it's about 33,000 for a marathon. So same number of tosses and hopefully catches. It was just one of these childhood dreams where I was flipping through the Guinness book when I was 11. I had just learned how to juggle, and it kind of caught my eye. I thought, oh, that's pretty neat. And I went out and gave it a shot when I was a kid, and I realized that it worked. Then I forgot about it for many years. I was raising money for charity. I set the Guinness record first for fastest marathon pushing a baby in a stroller, just for fun. And they asked me, what are you gonna do next year? And I just blurted out, well, I'm gonna run it while juggling. So I did. I am. I'm with P2P Canada, People to People Canada, raising money for AIDS orphans in Ethiopia. And I'm happy to be the teammate of the great Mirutz Yifter, which is pretty awesome.
Any fluids?
Well, we can go straight back to the ladies' race now, where things are beginning to happen. There's a bit of a break. Mulu Saboka, she's a fierce racer, the 30-year-old Ethiopian. She and Gobena have, I don't know if they've had a quick word with their pacemaker, but they seem to have eased away a little bit, and Mulu Saboka now looking aggressive. Only 69 minutes on the clock. They haven't reached halfway just yet, although they're not far away from that point. But Saboka and Gobena, 30 and 32 respectively, both very, very experienced racers, Krista, and that's a significant gap behind this pair.
And they know each other. They know each other well, and they definitely have a great rivalry where they've each taken their turn of being the leader. I know that Saboka is not afraid to take the lead. She respects others in the race. So it's really great that the two of them have each other, because they know what it's all about at this point in the race.
They're in a great spot right now. They've left Kiara in the dust. She's maybe about 20, 30 meters back, and she has to do all the hard work now if she wants to get back into this lead group, because they've got the pacer, and they're going to head into the tough part of this course with that pacer.
This is sort of the dream scenario. This is a real rematch between these two, because Mulu Saboka won here in 2008. There she is, center of picture. Behind her, Amani Gobena, who won in 2009, and she beat Mulu Saboka in that 2009 race here in Toronto. So a chance for revenge here for Mulu Saboka, and this is quite aggressive from her, the way she's moved to the front of the pack. Remember, she was back in, I think, 4th and last place of the quartet for many, many kilometers in the first half of the race. There's the ladies at 21.1k, 70.32. That is lightning quick. I mean, if they're not careful, depending on the wind through that last 10k, we could be banging on the door of sub 220 here. There's only 18 women in history have run under 220, but they're not far outside that sort of tempo at the moment.
It's excellent. It's something that may happen today, and these ladies are experienced. They know what they're doing. So we can see that Gobena grabbed her fluid, but it doesn't look like she's got it in hand. So hopefully she's okay to go on to the next station. With the temperatures today, hydration is still important. Obviously not as critical as in the warmer weather. So you can play around with your hydration, take in a little bit more or a little bit less, but the carbohydrates that you need throughout the race does remain the same.
Well, Lanny Marchand still looking smooth on her own, as you've said. There's no other female competitor around her to really give her that little extra competitive edge that might be helpful. But she's looking smooth. She's got quite a short stride, hasn't she? A little pitter-patter stride, Lanny.
She does. Like we said, she's small but mighty, and her legs are strong and she's solid. I know she's been great for other women to speak about her body and body image, and we don't need to be a certain weight or feel a certain way. She's strong and she's fit, and she's proven that she can do that. You can see that she grabbed a gel there. We have the advantage of sticking some gels in our sports top, so she's pulled one out there. It's a time that she needs to get her carbohydrates into her body and definitely rely on the glycogen store from her carb loading below.
And her target time at halfway was?
73 flat.
And there we go. She's moving nicely. She's ahead of schedule right now. Krista, what do you think about that? She's about 20-25 seconds ahead of the pace you guys ran through last year. Do you think this is a good strategy? She's flirting with disaster here. What would you think if you were going through this right now?
It still is a bit of an unknown. She knows that the second half of this race is tough, and we split 73 even last year. Obviously, gained time in the second half, but she's not new to it. So if she feels that she's doing well, and this is her time to really take another good chunk off her personal best, then she's got to do that.
She got her bottle there. That's great.
Well, Lanny Marchand, of course, last year was the story of the race, breaking a 28-year-old Canadian record. We can have a quick reminder now of Lanny's fabulous run 12 months ago. The ladies here, and that means they've got to go through 10K in about 35:10. So she won the national championships over 10 kilometers, beating Duchesne in Toronto back on the 21st September. And that 2:31 when she was 5th in Rotterdam in April last year, she feels is due for quite serious revision.
Yeah.
Lenny Marchand
that's
here,
a big gap.
looking
Yeah.
strong at the end. She looks like she's running with quite a bit of power.
She's going to set the Canadian record here.
She wanted to finish. She did it in over 3 hours. It really hurt her, I think, emotionally at the time, but she decided to come back. She was a late addition. Only a week ago she said officially that she was going to run, and now she is going to break the Canadian record in under 2:28.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
59 unofficially there. Remind us how old that record is again, Michael, because I'd love to hear those figures.
28 years old. Lenny Marchand was 1 year old when that record was set in 1985. This is amazing. Both of these girls, they have such respect for each other. They push each other, and they have just reinvented Canadian women's marathoning.
Yeah, that's huge runs. This is a huge day for Canadian marathoning. Krista, of course, a marathon mom. She's up early in the morning doing all of her workouts and working super hard, and yeah, best of friends and best of competitors. Wow, great day.
I can tell you that they are genuinely really happy for each other right now. This is not just two competitors pretending.
They're leaning on each other.
Yeah. they might both.
Great memories, Krista. That looked like a dip finish from you there, or were you falling?
I was probably hurting a little bit. Like I said, I wanted to get under that record of Sylvia so that we could both do it that day. So maybe I thought that a dip would gain me a split second.
1 hour 15 on the clock for these elite men. Peter Sohm there to the right looks very, very relaxed indeed, very composed. Laban Correa in the yellow too. In fact, what is really encouraging is rather exciting is the fact they went through in 63.15. They go through 25k now in 1:15.28, and Mike will give us an idea of exactly what that means for their likely finishing time.
They've slowed down a little bit, and now they're cruising around mid 2:07 pace, which is still quite respectable and quite quick, and they can make up that time in the second half if somebody's feeling good and you get a breakaway and go for a slight negative split. But we are seeing this race getting tamped down slightly right now.
I'm kind of wondering why. I mean, they're almost bunching now, and I'm wondering if it's just the pacemakers. One of them needs to have a word with the pacemakers just to crank it up a little notch and push along here in this third quarter of the race, because we don't want it to become, this is a big group, there's about 8 guys here who are actually racing the full distance. What we don't want it to become, I say we don't want it to become, is a tactical affair. Nothing wrong with a tactical affair, it's just nice to see quick, great racing and records being broken. But certainly they've slowed in this last few kilometers.
I'd say there's a group of guys here that they can run fast and tactical at the same time, and you're seeing Peter Sohm, the front runner here, taking the lead. He's decided he doesn't like what the Pacers are doing, so he's realigning this race right now. Oh, and he's actually going through the water station as well, which can be a good spot tactically to make a break or to get that rhythm going again.
But there was just a nice, easy bounce, an effortless acceleration there from Peter Sohm to get that drink right. He's very experienced to do that. You see this quite often, an acceleration, and you think, what's happening now? Bosh, a water station appears. But he's settled back a little bit now behind that massively tall pacemaker. That's Silas Kipruto, the tallest of the pacemakers. Let's just go any further here and see that likely course record slip away.
I'm sure that Lanny will have a lot of spectators on the course that will be cheering for her. Here we can see her splits. So we had her go through 34:20 at the 10K, and the record is 35:05. That puts her at 1:12:57 is her half marathon split for today, and of course 1:14 is the record. So if we see that she's under 1:45:05 at the 30K split, then she is definitely having a really good race today. Of course, it's her record. It's not going to be taken away from her. So even if she dips under by a second, it'll be definitely a great payday for her and something that she'll be really happy with.
Well, back to the fierce racing at the front of the elite women's race. 56, the pacemaker, doing a good job. Kiprono there, but right in behind him, Mulu Saboka and Amane Gubena. The pair of them looking very, very strong indeed. They've still got over an hour of hard running to come. I'm a little surprised at how aggressively they've gone into this third quarter of the race. Eric Gillis getting those critical liquids on board with his pacemaker Julius Kogo there just behind him. I think Eric accelerated to get that drink there, Mike, and now will tuck in behind the two pacemakers who are cooperating.
Yeah, they're working with him nicely. They're making sure that he's hydrated. He knows these guys. He's run with these guys before. I think it's really smart that they were brought in to run with him because he's familiar with these two guys. As you can see on the screen there, Eric Gillis is the pride of Antigonish, Nova Scotia. He lives in Guelph, Ontario now, trains with Speed River Track Club, and his training partner, Reed Coolset. He's had a couple of really great runs here, and he's a very experienced runner.
I don't know how long these pacemakers will stay with Eric Gillis, who's had an interesting year. He and his coach Dave Scott Thomas made the decision to not run the Commonwealth Games. They just didn't feel it fitted in with their schedule, so he's really focused on this race today. In effect, sacrificed the Commonwealth Games for today, so this means so much to him. But interestingly, Vitaly Shafar, who was with him, accompanied for him through the first half of the race, has gone. I can only imagine he's dropped back behind Shafar. Gillis might well be on his own when those two pacemakers drop out, and that could make it a tough last 10, 12K.
Yes, definitely. That would have been such an advantage for Eric to have him with him. But, you know, Eric may draw from his experience last year, and you don't want any regrets when you finish this race. So I know last year he dropped a little bit when his pacer was done his duties, and you know, Eric will remember that this year. He does not want to do the same thing as last year and not make it just because he's on his own.
He's also an athlete, Eric Gillis, who can, well, we see this elite packer, who known for being able to dig very deep, isn't he? He runs a strong second half. I think at the Olympic Games he finished in 22nd in London 2 years ago, but he passed 20 athletes in the second half of the race. I mean, it was a really well-judged effort in the British capital.
Yes, Eric, he goes to the back to basics is what he tells himself when it gets, you know, when he's struggling or when it gets difficult. So that's his mantra that he says in his head. So I'm sure, you know, at some point in the race he will be saying that to himself.
Well, Lanny Marchand is running very, very aggressively herself here, albeit a little way behind the leaders. 72.57 at halfway would give her a Canadian record if she were to maintain that tempo by over 2 minutes. And we can take a look at another little conversation we had with Lanny Marchand.
Alan's lined up some really fast girls this year. Sitting up there at the elite panel, I was kind of like, what am I doing here? You have 2:21s and 2:22s here. Why am I in this conversation? But I understand I'm Canada's fastest, and that does mean a lot to me, and it means a lot to the country. And ideally, yes, I'd like to lower my mark on Sunday, but much like I did last year, I just want to have fun out there. And every 10K, I'll have a pacer who's going to, you know, monitor the pace more dialed in more regularly. But for me, every 10K, I'll evaluate how I feel and see if I can keep going at that effort or if I need to back it off, or, you know, hopefully towards the end of the race, I feel like I can put more in it. But no, it just kind of, that would be, obviously that'd be the best thing ever, is to have that same feeling I did last year crossing the finish line. But I'll be happy with anything that's a solid performance and kind of keeps generating some hype for Canadian women's running. Yeah, I think my coach and I approached this year pretty wisely. I mean, no matter what, I'm going to be lining up with 2 marathons already in my legs. And that's why when people are asking and pressing for what I think I can accomplish Sunday, I won't know until I cross that finish line. I think we all know from Moscow, anything can happen in a marathon. And this year was more about getting the experience of lining up against big names. I mean, Boston had Rita Jeptu, Shaylin Flanagan, Desiree Linden. And then Commonwealth Games was to get that international wearing the Team Canada vest experience and kind of erase as much of Moscow from my mind as possible. But we really attacked training and really put it into periods. And so Boston was its own block. We tried a few things with higher mileage, and then we started back into the gym with strength training more intensely and more regularly than I've done since I started marathoning. And that was what we tried for Commonwealth Games. And then now for this, we've kind of married the two, and that was always the goal. Because, you know, I'm smart enough to know I'm gonna reach a limit of what I can accomplish with just mileage. And I also know injuries come with just logging tons of miles. So I knew I wanted to get back in the gym and use the strength and the build of my body to my advantage. I'm never gonna be a waif runner. I don't ever wanna be a waif runner. But if I'm not keeping everything balanced and in check, then there's no guarantee what I would be able to do in the next couple of years. I just feel like with my coach, we sat down and looked at everything and thought it would be wise to start using these quads and the muscular build that I have and make me a more powerful runner in the long run.
Well, very eloquent Young lady is Lani Marchand, and very composed too there a couple of days before. She's looking pretty composed at the moment, running well. Is Lani Marchand tucked in behind that group. These two as well, Krista, moving really strongly. I mean, it's such an advantage for these ladies to have a pacemaker through the third quarter of the race and even into the final quarter of the race. I sometimes feel, though, as maybe at three-quarter distance, pacemakers should step racing, take its part, play its part.
That can be argued in so many ways. I know some people were a little bit critical about Shalane having pacers to take her to the end, but like I said, you're still out there running that race. It's not like you're being carried physically by them. Certainly there's an advantage, and we know that the statistics can show if you're tucked in at a certain point, it can, reduce the work that your body's doing. But these ladies are going to take advantage of those pacers, and they're going to do what their bodies have been trained to do today.
Well, they're still on schedule for about 2:22 flat with that 25-kilometer split, 1:24.15. Fabulously fast running here, and it would be a Canadian all-comers record, never mind about a course record, if they're able to maintain that, as we see the CN Tower here in Toronto. The weather so much better than we expected. Just about zero wind is what I'm recognizing from the shots we're getting along the course, and it's playing out just the way we hoped.
Yeah, we still have a large group of lead men here, which means we're going to have a pretty nice race in the last 10K, which is all you can ask for when you're watching a marathon. I think this is going to be pretty entertaining.
So Lani Marchand, I don't know if there's any heaviness in those legs. She's been towards the back of the group throughout. And this is where the questions will be asked, I guess, with nearly an hour and a half on the clock. She's still got best part of an hour to go. If she can hold together this second half, it will be her best run, the best run by any Canadian for ever, by a big chunk. I think there's a big question mark, isn't there, over this next, 17 kilometers, I guess, Krista.
Definitely. We know that the last 10K hurt, and that's where there can be more of a wind factor. So hopefully the doubt doesn't get into her mind, and she's able to block that out should it present itself around the 32K mark. But I can also say that last year at the 30K mark, that's when our pacer left us, and Lani surged ahead, so she knows what she's doing. She kind of does it in blocks of 10K. So like she said, every 10K she assesses, how do I feel? If I feel good, I'm going to keep going and push the pace a bit more. I thought it was a bit too early, that maybe she was going after some of the women ahead. I stayed back a bit, but she's certainly proved that she can still do what it takes with the last 10K in the race.
Well, the leaders went through 25K in 1:24.15 in the ladies' race, and Lani there, what, Mike, about 1:26.50 thereabouts?
Looked about that, and this is one of the most difficult parts of that course. As you could see from that profile, it's a little bit of a climb to get up to that 25K split, and they're just going to come up, they're just going to cruise back down now and then head east. So they've got this pretzel part of the course out of the way, and now she can run on the flat terrain.
Well, she's still on schedule for something like 2:21 and a half is Lani at the moment, according to my table. We'll check that, but Eric Gillis still has pacemakers with him, and beginning to grimace a little bit. They're working hard, is Eric. Maybe at 2:25 that pace for Lani. We'll double check that. But Eric looking good now. He's moving well, moving smoothly. I think he's looking better now than he did for much of the first half of the race.
He looks pretty settled, and he's got one pacer to work with. He's just heading out into a little bit of a quieter residential part of this race, which is actually can be a really good thing in a marathon. You get a quiet section, it's nice and relaxed, flat, straight, just zones out a little bit, focuses on the back of his pacer's head, lets them do the work for the last little bit here before he's on his own.
I was going to say, what do you, when you're going through tough patches like this, Chris, or if you do meet tough patches in the second half of the race, what do you do to keep yourself going, to give yourself impetus and keep yourself mentally strong? Do you think about your kids? Do you think about all the sacrifices you've made family-wise, and your coach and the support network you've got behind you? Does that help?
I think it does help to a certain point. I think when it gets to the point where you are so struggling physically, you may just be saying two words in your head, and just focusing on that to keep you going.
Speed up, speed up.
Well, Peter Som has looked perhaps the most likely to succeed so far, although with 1 hour and 28 minutes on the clock, they've still got nearly 40 minutes of running to come, these elite men. But we did catch up with Peter Som a couple of years ago. He's quietly spoken, but quietly confident too, is the Kenyan.
My name is Peter Kamil Som, and I have got a personal best of 2 hours 5 minutes, and I'm looking also forward on Sunday to improve the Canadian time. We used to run when we were young, because where I was starting, scooter school, where I was starting, there was a lot of runners. In a family we are 7, 2 sisters and 5 brothers, and 4 of us we run. Matthew is elder, so my elder brother, then me, then Nicholas to come, then our younger brother who is still at school. I think when he done with school, he will join us. I think if things goes on well, my body is okay, like the way I ran 2 hours 5 minutes in Paris last year. If the weather is okay, and we cooperate with the pacemakers and my colleagues, I think we shall improve the time. So we may even run below 6:30, or even if things goes on well, if the course is okay, we may also run to 5.
Well, Peter Som clearly confident of his form. Very, very calm young man, as you could see from that interview. 24 years old, he's one of the younger athletes in the race, but he takes the lead now. Pace split of 1 hour 30, and that puts them on exactly 2 hours 7 minutes and 17 seconds tempo. If you want the bits and pieces, 2 hours 7:17. The course record is 2 hours 7:05. There's a lot of racing yet to unfold here. Som, very experienced. He said that he's repeated the preparation for that Paris win in April last year when he set his personal best. And if that's the case, then he is in shape for a very quick run here today. A quicker last 10 or 12 kilometers to come. On the Brighton Marathon back in 2012, a race I'm pretty familiar with, I have to say. Som, though, running aggressively there, and that looks like a significant surge from him, Michael. Certainly Eric Gillis at the moment still getting help from his pacemakers, so different situation for him at this stage.
Yeah, Eric has just got to relax and stay focused and keep that rhythm going, and just not think about anything else right now. Just relax, keep the shoulders relaxed, keep flowing, and find that flow in his stride, and let those pacers do that work.
Eric has definitely had a great year, being the Canadian champ in the half marathon, the 10K, and then the marathon back in Ottawa in May. So if he breaks that record today, he can certainly look at 2014 as possibly, one of the best years in his career, and maybe more to come.
Well, Peter Som has kicked in hard. There's no doubt about it. This is an aggressive move from him. Jufar in second place, trying to stay with this. He's in his 4th marathon of the year, though. The man in yellow in second place. And Peter Som has gone for broke here. He's very, very aggressively accelerated, pushed away from this group over the last 3 or 4 minutes. The cadence has picked up. Look at the way the legs are turning over there. The rate of leg turnover, it's really accelerated. He's a huge Manchester United fan. He's running better than they're playing at the moment. There's no doubt about that. So is Eric Gillis, for that matter.
I know Eric is going to have his family out on the course, and he's going to have some cheering from Alex Genet and his family. So that'll be great if they can see a few strollers out there and some young ones cheering them on.
Eric is still on sub 210 pace through 30K, so he's in a really good spot right now.
Well, Mulisa Boka trying to get her water there with Gobena beside her, having to take a couple of stabs at just grabbing some water. Very, very important to get that drink on board. They do say, of course, that if you feel thirsty during a marathon, it's already too late. Keep the water going in regularly and often, a little and often. You know that better than me, Krista, but Eric Gillis looking okay. There's a little bit of frowning going on there. Very hard to discern exactly how he's feeling from the facial features, but back in the city, the masses enjoying their day in glorious conditions, I have to say.
Yeah, he's looking good. Sometimes that is just his game face that he has, and I think that he just has to focus on how his whole body is feeling. We may see that he looks ugly and not relaxed, but he may be.
Well, there's all your social media needs on that page. Do join in the conversation. Join us at this Toronto Waterfront Marathon, half marathon and 5K, whether you've got people you know running or not. And let us know what you feel about the way the race is unfolding and our coverage. We'd love all feedback, of course. But the good news is the races look fast, and there's still great racing going on at the front end of both men's and women's races. And Terrer is certainly making his presence felt there. Now, he is operating several minutes quicker than he's ever run before. He won Prague back in May this year in 2 hours, 8 minutes and 7 seconds, did the Kenyan in second place. But he's heading for a personal best here, I think.
You have to wonder if a guy like Peter Sum has sized up his competition beforehand going in, you know, knowing that Jufar has got 3 marathons in his legs already this year, and that Terrer's his PB is quite a bit slower than Sum's, so they can push the pace in that second half and test these guys. But they have responded really well to Sum's move here, and he's just going to have to wait it out a little bit longer.
Well, you do wonder if there was a bit of impatience there. You never quite know during a marathon when we're inside the last half hour or so whether or not the moves have been right. Have they been too early? That'll only be proved, as they say. The proof is in the eating when it comes to a pudding, and the same to a marathon too when they get to that last turn with 100 yards to go. Who will be in the front? And we still don't know who will be in the front of this ladies race too, because these two, frankly, in football terms, are knocking chunks out of each other in the second half of this race. Seboka and Gobena, there's no quarter being given, side by side. Great job being done by the pacemaker there, I think, Augustus Kiprono. He's loping along while they are really working hard here with what I guess, how long to go? 45 minutes to go, something like that?
And they look more comfortable than their pacer does. I think that they're both in a good spot here to make a move. It'd be interesting to see what they do. Both Ethiopians, there is a certain camaraderie that takes place between the Ethiopians and between the Kenyans. They like to work together. You go through a water station, they'll share bottles if one of them drops a bottle. So it'd be interesting to see when the gloves come off between those two.
Well, as things stand, Krista, every one of the 4 major races here, the international men, the Canadian men, the international women, the Canadian women, the records are under threat. I mean, Soma here is doing just the right thing. When the pace looked like it had slowed for a few kilometers, he clearly was impatient, feeling strong, and he's pushed on. So you get the impression he's not only wanting to win the race here, but he's chasing a time as well.
Definitely. I think that there's a lot of goals that the athletes have in their mind, and a lot of credit can go to the Canada Running Series and Alan Brooks for putting on such a great race. And I think the weather is definitely going to be something that these athletes are going to appreciate today and take it for what it is, being so ideal, and with the great group of pacers that have been put together to help them get their goals.
Well, in third place, you can see Tadaku Jufar in the yellow vest actually racing. He won the Ottawa Marathon last year in a then course record, 2 hours, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. He trains with a remarkable squad. He trains with Lelisa Desisa, Tadesse Tola and Faisa Lilesa, all of them 2:04 athletes. So he's what you could commonly call the bum of the group, and because he's only run 2:06.51. He's an astonishing athlete, Jufar, there in the yellow, but he trains with a fabulously strong squad. That's probably the strongest training squad in the world as a group of marathon runners. And interestingly, when he raced here in 2008, he was hit by a car. Later on in the following, early in 2009, he smashed his collarbone. He was told he'd never run again. But later on that year, he came out and raced in Los Angeles and took second place, 2:09.32 in the LA Marathon. He's a very, very tough customer indeed. And at the moment, he's tucked in behind that leading pair. And I wonder if that's not the smarter place to be.
Could very well be, especially because the Pacers have dropped off for them, and it's just the 3 of them now duking it out. If I were him, I would just sit behind them and see if I can keep up with them.
Testing period this for Lani, Krista.
Oh, it's a hard one to say. Definitely, this is where it's the doubts can start to come in your mind, and you start to think, okay, do I have what it takes? I do believe she dropped a little bit between the half point and the 25K marker in her pace a bit, but she's definitely still on to go under 2:27 at this point. So we may see her maintain that, and ideally for her, if she's in the 2:27 range, I think she'd be happy with that.
I think just like with the lead men here, she's in a good spot in that she's got people to work with. She's not alone. Also, Eric Gillis, he's also still got a pacer with him, so he's not working alone either. In a marathon, you never want to be running by yourself.
We can take a look at a record comparison now. Imani Segai running 6:56, the all-comers record here in Canada, and that is what is under threat today in Toronto. They went through halfway in 63:15, well inside all-comers record pace, 30k in 1 hour 30:30. And Peter Som doing all the aggressive running now. He's just running with an exuberance as they take that most awkward turn of the entire course at the easternmost section of the route. And there's a slight uphill climb from here back towards the city, Mike.
Som here is opening up his stride a little bit and testing these guys, and I think this is a great spot to do that. You're heading home now. You turn the homing beacon on and run for the finish line. It looks like Som's opening up his stride, picking it up, and seeing if these guys are the real deal or not.
Well, they're still on schedule for exactly 2 hours, 7 minutes and 17 seconds. A little glance over the shoulder there from Peter Som to see what sort of damage this surge is doing. He's still got a lot of tough racing to do, probably 25, 27 minutes of road yet ahead of him. Eric Gillis looking strong. He's been so confident and calm, hasn't he, these last few days, Chris? You really want Eric to produce here.
Definitely. I know after the Olympics, every athlete has to take a look at what they've been through physically and mentally, and they have to build in a rest period where they can just recharge. And Eric's been able to really plan out his career with Dave Scott Thomas. Having come from a track 10,000 meter background, I do believe that he feels that the marathon is definitely his element. He's glad to be there, and he's got definitely something to prove today, and he's got his heart is into it, and he's in the best shape of his life. So he wants to definitely have a strong performance today and see that record go down.
Eric Gillis looks like he's running on his own though now. We'll double check whether or not he's still got any pacemakers with him. These leading ladies do still have pacemakers. 1 hour 40 on the clock. Gobena there, just on the shoulder of Mulu Siboka, who has an astonishing success rate. As I said, she's won 9 of her 32 marathons, which is a hit rate of almost 1 in 3. That's very, very rarely done. It's so consistent. Said her training has gone tremendously well coming into this race, and will tonight, I'm sure, however it pans out, go to the traditional Ethiopian restaurant, the Dukem restaurant, where Miros Yifter often goes, the Olympic champion back in 1980 at 5K and 10K, where all the Ethiopian athletes tend to go after this race.
And they just went over a timing mat there, and we're going to get the 30K split. That's 1:41.12. They're looking very good. Both of them are very comfortable. And now we're in that last 12K window right now. I wonder when there's going to be a move. It has to happen at some point. Maybe 35K. I doubt that they're going to leave it until really late. If one of these women shows weakness, the other's going to pounce.
Well, they're on schedule for something around 2:22.20. They're still moving really well. There hasn't been much let up. And Siboka now just lengthening her stride, going with a pacemaker. I don't know if she had a few words with him, but Gobena is struggling. That gap of 5 or 6 meters, the biggest it's been throughout the entire race after 1 hour and 42 minutes of running. There's a little bit of daylight, and we might be looking at the winner, Mulu Siboka. That high arm carriage of hers, lovely fluid stride she's got. Gobena battling back to get with her, but there's definitely been a surge because that gentleman, that runner in the background, whose identity I'm not sure of, is struggling himself, and that suggests there's been an acceleration.
Yeah, she tried to make a move there. She sensed that Gobena might be faltering a little bit because she really went for that fluid at the water station, which sometimes can indicate that you're having a bit of a struggle, you're having a bit of a tough time. And so Siboka instinctively just went after that, but Gobena's covered this move really nicely.
Well, relatively speaking, these young ladies are virtual multi-millionaires back in their home environment. $35,000 bonus for a course record. Mulu Siboka said that does matter to her, and those splits were a very, very big improvement of the course record. In fact, 2:22.43 is spot on the course record as it stands at the moment. But Siboka is moving at a tempo something a little bit quicker than that, about 20 or 25 seconds quicker than that. If she can hold it together with Gobena through this last 10 or 11 kilometers, then a course record is in the offing. But which of these two will it be? There's a lovely race unfolding, Krista.
Yeah, definitely. It's business now. You know, you can see them checking their watches, making sure that, you know, they're going to come do what they wanted to do and get that course record and, you know, have a good paycheck to take home. We see Lanny here, of course, you know, at this point in the game, it's going to start to hurt more, but Lanny knows what she's doing. She's experienced, and she's going to continue to take advantage of those pacers around her, to still have 4 men with her as the lead Canadian women. That is definitely to her advantage. You can see that they're they're chit-chatting back and forth there. Sometimes the pacers talk to themselves, and when you're running, you just listen, or you just keep focusing on ahead and kind of ignore what's going on around you if it can be distracting.
Well, Eric Gillis still working hard and looking smooth on his own in this race. Lanny Marchand, likewise, it's unfolding well for the primary Canadians today. We don't have an update at the moment of Rob Watson and Kelly Weeb. We'll try and get some information for them as soon as we can, but there's a lot of support here for Eric Gillis. People appreciate exactly what's going on as Gillis is in the slipstream of that African group in front of him, but still going well. Little grimace there from Gillis as he keeps trying to dig deeper and deeper. It's got to be hurting now. He's got about 25 minutes of running to come.
We know with Eric he can clench it when he needs to. Of course, we all remember making the Olympic standard by 1 second. There's that look on his face where he was just pushing toward the end. So he's definitely going to be aware of what he needs to do to get that record, even if it's by a second.
Lanny Marchand, 1:44.44, Mike.
She's slipping a little bit. She's gone down to about a 2:27.12 projected finishing time right now. But that's kind of how Lanny likes to run. Like last year, for example, you guys positive split by a couple of minutes in the end, but you were both able to hold on strong and finish strong in the last 5 to 7K.
Mulu Soboka has a big gap now. Gobena has had to ease back on the throttle. She couldn't go with the surge that Soboka instigated. Whether or not she actually had a word with that pacemaker, Augustus Kiprono, who's been their constant companion, I don't know. But there was, I'm sure, an acceleration, and Soboka has eased now. She's probably about 40 meters ahead of Gobena. She might have the win in the bag back in the men's race. Somme there at 35K, 1:45.29.
That little surge that Somme put in a couple of kilometers ago has paid some dividends because they're now driving the pace slightly down. They're looking more at a low 2:07 finishing time at this stage. And if one of these guys decides to make a big break, you could see a sub 2:07.
Yeah, they were on about 2:7.15, 2:7.20 tempo. That is pretty much spot on 2:07 pace at 35K, 1:45.29. Eric Gillis looking very smooth indeed, but tough to be working on your own with 1:45 on the clock, Krista. How much difference does it make to actually have a little bit of company at this stage when you're in the final 15% of the race and having to really work for it?
It's definitely something that's going to help you. You can see Eric there is communicating a bit. He will have someone that would remain with him on the bike. So you can even, use that person on a bike as a pacer in itself. So you could see he motioned maybe the bike was a little bit too close, didn't want to, run into it. But sometimes you can get a rhythm if you just, have that person beside you, even if it's on the bike.
Well, Eric Gillis working hard, but as these two races reach their climax with so many different acts unfolding, let's remind ourselves just how critical it is to have a great partner for 18 years in an event like this Toronto Marathon.
Define richness. With the millions of dollars Scotiabank marathons have raised for charities in your community, we're just proud to be a part of it. You're richer than you think. Scotiabank.
Back to Eric Gillis. Glorious isolation, the loneliness of the long-distance runner. That's what he's experiencing at the moment, and he must feel lonely too, although he's been indicating that bike camera's been getting a little bit too close to him. He's absolutely focused now on going through 35K. Like all runners, stops his clock there, does Eric Gillis. I think it was about 1:48 flat there or thereabouts. Yes, it was 1:48 exactly for Eric, Mike.
Slowing down slightly, and that's not surprising because he's running by himself, but he's still at 2:10.12 pace, and this is deep into the race. He's doing much better than he did at this time last year, but he's still got those 7 crucial kilometers to close.
Well, according to my chart, he's pretty much spot on Canadian record, just outside 2:10 tempo. Somme back in control in the international race, just a couple of minutes up the road from Eric Gillis. And certainly Terrer in second place. He just had a little glance over his shoulder just now to see whether or not Abdullahi was suffering in third place. Interesting tactic this from Abdullahi, that virtually the whole time he's just been tucked into the slipstream behind these two, not really showing his colours as yet. And you just don't know if he's hanging on or if he's just playing a smart card here and trying to keep them guessing. We've received some tweets, by the way, over the last half hour or so as to giving us an indication of exactly what slipstreaming somebody for most of a marathon can mean. One person indicating it's actually worth about 3 minutes over the full distance if you're right tucked in a metre or so behind somebody. That's hard to believe, but certainly it's an indication there is recognition of the huge advantage of being really close up behind a pacemaker or indeed some other racer who's taking the tempo.
Yeah, like I said before, you definitely want to tuck in right where you can get some protection from the wind, even though we know there's not a lot today, but not so close that, you could clip heels.
Terrer is attacking, there's no doubt about that. He had a little glance over his shoulder, he's looking across at the bike, looking lovely and relaxed. He's got that forward lean, long, rangy stride, quite high knees. Compare that with the pitter-patter stride of Peter Somme in second place. Now I think Terrer now is looking the most up for it. And Lani here, as you said, slowing a little bit. She was on about 2:27.20 tempo at 30K. So still inside Canadian record.
Right, she'll know what she's doing. She'll be looking at her clock to know what it takes. Even if she gets under her record of 2:28, and then she can say she's a 2:27 marathoner, that's still an amazing accomplishment for her, considering what a year she's had and how many marathons she's run. So she's definitely not going to put herself out of the game of bettering her own record, but she's going to be smart. If there's anything that's hurting her or any sort of injury, she will take it back and she won't push it if it could mean further damage.
Well, Mike, you're a man who's run, what, 2:39 for a marathon, is it? Something like that?
2:38, yeah.
2:38, I'm doing you out of a minute. You know the feelings, the suffering that you go through in this last part of a marathon. How important is the support of the spectators through the last 10K to you, for example?
Oh, it can be key, especially I'd say in the last 7 or 8K, when things can get quite dark. It's nice to see other people. It's nice to see volunteers. Like I always tell people that one of the most important things that you can do during the second half of a marathon when things are grim is to look up and see the people that are standing on the side of the road in 4-degree temperatures, handing you a cup of water and say thank you to them and smile. And that actually usually goes a long way as far as the energy drink does.
Peter Somme hits the front again. These two jostling for the lead. Terrer there in second place to the left. Was actually a very good budding track runner 4 or 5 years ago, ran 13:30 for 5,000. He's an 8:13 steeplechaser. That's world-class steeplechasing, but he made his marathon debut in November 2012, winning Turin in his debut in Italy in 2 hours 10 minutes. But he's got a battle on his hands here today if he wants to win this one, because Peter Somme will not give any quarter at all. Hits the front again. They are beginning to drop Abdullahi. The story we were talking a few minutes ago about with the question mark over Abdullahi. Was he playing a smart game tucked in behind them, or was he hanging on? And I think we know the answer now, Krista.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of looks over the shoulder, glances at the watch. Both these two guys definitely want it, and they are not going to let it slip away. So we are going to see a bit of cat and mouse potentially at the later stages of the race, with only about less than 13 minutes remaining, or around there.
So they've got about 4 kilometers to go. The 38 kilometers behind them, this pair. The next significant split will be the 40K marker. And as they approach the city with the finish line almost psychologically in sight, although somewhat 12 minutes of running to go, something like that at the moment, some 14 minutes of running to go. We can go back to Laura da Silva, who is in Greektown, out on the course with the masses, I'm sure. Laura.
Hey guys, I'm here at the Greektown Cheering Center. It is very chaotic here. There's so much going on. This is Frenay. Tell us a little bit about this cheering section.
Hi, my name's Frenay Damaso. I'm representing the Greek station. There's a few charities involved. The Greek community of Mississauga, Prophetized Church. There is Hellenic Hope. There is Greek community of Toronto, and Hellenic Home for the Aged. The majority here is Greek community of Toronto. We're under one big umbrella, united, stronger, the better. And most of the kids in the back are from the Greek community of Toronto. God bless them for coming to cheer on. And we're here to cheer on and do the best we can and Vote for those runners. Go, go, go.
Let's see your shirt.
Proud to be Greek Canadian all the way.
They've got a special cheer going on in the background for us.
Racing still on then. Terrer out in front. Has he got the better leg speed? An 8:13 steeplechaser. Peter Somme, I don't think has that track pedigree. He's a 47:40 man for 10 miles. That was a couple of years ago. He's run 60:21 for a half marathon as Peter Somme. Very, very strong. On paper, he's 2.5 minutes quicker than Patrick Terrer. Give him his full name, Patrick Kipyegon Terrer, but he's young as Terrer, only 24. He's got that that freshness, if you like. He's only run 4 marathons. He's won 3 of them, and he's putting up a very, very impressive performance here to try and defeat the more experienced Peter Somme. Although Somme himself, actually, just checking, is only 24 as well. This is a young pairing, Krista.
Yeah, definitely. We know that the Africans can really be strong runners at any age. So it's definitely going to be a foot race, you know, right until the end. You can see right into the end of a marathon, it can be, you know, a second difference. So we may see that marathon kick in the end to break the tape.
Mulu Soboka with that accentuated arm action of hers. It looks so busy. I think a lot of coaches would say that is not optimum biomechanics there, the way she punches away with those arms. But boy, does she cover the ground well. Last time we saw, she had about a 40-meter gap over Amani Gabena, her main rival. And speaking of gaps, is that significant, Mike? It's what, about 8 or 10 meters between Terrer and Somme, and that is the biggest it's been.
This is a key moment for Somme. If he wants to stay in this race, he needs to counter this move, and if he gets dropped at this latest stage, it's over. And this is it's a tough spot. It's a bit of a quiet spot before you turn onto Bay Street and finish this race. So Somme needs to dig deep here. He needs to find another gear. Terrer looks really comfortable. He looks like he knows what he's doing. He's running with a lot of confidence right now. But if I were him, I would push a little bit harder, because you don't want to let Somme to get back into this.
I don't think he's definitely knowing that he's got it with as many over-the-shoulder checks as he's doing. Sometimes that can really indicate that you're hoping the person isn't quite as close as you may think. We see another one there. Yeah, that's kind of a tricky one to know if he's feeling quite as confident as we see.
And Abdullahi in the background looks like he's improved and is closing up on Peter Somme. I don't think the first two are safe as yet. Third and fourth pretty close up behind that pair. As you can see, the 2 yellow vests there, certainly one of them is Abdullahi, and I've got a feeling the other one might be Laban Correa. We'll check that for you as soon as we can. But Terrer does look smooth, and there's just a little bit more bounce and confidence to his stride. He's easing away from the others. Somme is going through a really bad patch. Look in the background, he's been passed by those accelerating yellow vests who will be able to identify for you a little bit more clearly in a minute. But Terrer needs to have a look over his shoulder and get his game face on, because he's going to be caught very, very quickly if he's not careful. I thought he was away. The adrenaline has got to be pumping when you get that gap on somebody, and it looks like you've got the win in the bag. But this is a big, big surge, Mike, coming from behind.
It looks like Terrer gambled and lost here, and it just goes to show the power of running with someone else. These two guys picked each other up, and there's a breath of fresh air in both of them, and they're both flying. Terrer was smart. He would jump on the back of these two guys and hang on for dear life and hope he gets a second wind.
Well, it's Laban Correa in the lead, and Jufar, Tariku Jufar in second place now. And all of a sudden, the whole complexion of this race has changed dramatically. So Peter Somme, who looked so strong 20 minutes ago, we were wondering if he went too early, and maybe he did, but he's back in fourth now. And it's Correa from Jufar, from Terrer, any one of these three, single file now. But the acceleration that Correa put in, Krista, with Jufar and his slipstream, shot with Terrer to zoom past Somme, catch up with Terrer and go past him, was pretty impressive. They're on a slight climb here.
I definitely think he saw a lot of those shoulder checks and thought, you know, this may be my time to make my move if I'm feeling strong and pull up to the front and then don't look back myself.
Well, 35K, 158.09 for Mulu Soboka, and she has clear daylight behind her. Indeed, Gobena has dropped back pretty quickly, because that's a massive gap now behind Mulu Soboka, and it looks like at the age of 30, is going to chalk up yet another win here, Mike.
She's hanging on. If she can hang on to this pace, that's a 2:22.5, and that'll be a new course record.
And if she wins, this will be her third marathon win, winning Daegu in a time of 2:25.23 in April, and then back in January, the Dubai Marathon at a time of 2:25.01. So that would be quite the year for her to have 3 wins that she can be proud of.
And today, if she gets a Canadian soil or that's quite a significant payday for her.
Well, Laban Correa and Jufar in his wake have been dragged through, have opened up a big gap now on Terrer and Peter Som. Eric Gillis has been alone for, what, about the last 30, 35 minutes.
Looks like he's battling pretty well. He looks pretty smooth considering that he's only maybe got between 9 and 12 minutes of running left. He looks really great being that deep into a marathon.
He's got about 10 minutes to make this happen. And I know when Dina Castor recently broke the world record for the half marathon masters, someone said to her, you know, only a few minutes of this pain that you've trained through, you can do it. And that was her mindset to get her through. So you've got to believe that Eric is thinking just 10 more minutes of the hard work, thinking of all those workouts where in the end it hurt and he pushed it.
2 hours on the clock then at this 25th edition of the Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon. These two men just 5 or 6 minutes away from the finish line. Laban Correa, the 29-year-old, he has a personal best of 2:06.05 from his second place in Amsterdam 3 years ago. He was 5th in Hamburg earlier on this year, just outside 2:08. This is his 7th marathon. He's got plenty of experience as Correa. Behind him, Jufar. Now, is he, in turn, playing a smart game here, just tucking in behind the Kenyan? It's Kenya against Ethiopia. Ethiopia in second place at the moment. Quite a lot of needle between those two nations, so a lot of pride at stake here.
There's no love lost. These guys, they both want to beat each other badly, I'm sure. I like where Jufar is right now. He's been sitting back, letting other people do the work the entire race, which may not seem like the most sportsmanship thing to do, but in terms of being a smart racer, it's the best strategy.
And if Jufar were to win this, it would be another chapter in what has been a quite astonishing career. That must be the 40k marker, I think, for these two men in around, what, 2:01.10, something like that. It'll come up officially, 2:01.09, there it is. Correa pushing hard. Jufar letting that 2 or 3 meter gap remain the same. I wonder if he's in control or if he's hanging on, and in fact Correa is calling the shots.
I think with Jufar having, you know, training with so many 204 marathoners, he knows what he's in for. He's got such a great group, so he can likely have that push in the end if that's what it takes to get the win.
I bet you he's thinking to himself, this has got to be like one of my banner day training days where I catch up to the 204 guys and hang on for dear life during a 30k tempo run or something like that.
Well, he said he's got such a strong training squad. He's continually pushed in training, does Jufar. As we see Laban Correa, he hasn't run a half marathon this year, and in fact only 64.33 this year. And one thing that really strikes me as interesting is how many of these elite East Africans don't run a half marathon in their build-ups. That was the old traditional way of preparing for a marathon. You had to run a half marathon about 4 or 5 weeks beforehand. But most of them, I would say most of those running today, haven't done that. They don't follow that preparation, that part of the program.
We see that Lanny has caught up to one of the girls, so like I said before, she will have her eyes set on what lies ahead. Whether or not she beats her own Canadian record today, there's always the potential for starting to take the women one at a time ahead of you, and that's an incentive for her. Maybe the two of them will get together and finish strong. Definitely that would be good for Lanny if she could do that and get under just 22:28. But if Lanny's feeling it, she's going to pass this woman, and she's going to definitely keep going.
Well, a teacher is the athlete that Lanny has caught up with, the 27-year-old Ethiopian, running here her 9th marathon in under 3 years. A teacher, 3 marathons a year. It really does take its toll. Just outside 2 hours, 3 minutes there is Lanny Marchand at 35k, 2:03.09, Mike.
Yeah, she slipped back below her Canadian record pace, just about 2:28.5 right now. But you never know; she could get re-energized from having someone to compete with now.
That's right. And with Lanny, she's strong. She's going to hold it together until the end, and she's certainly going to give that kick. Hopefully, that calf issue isn't there right now, and if she does need to kick she'll be okay with that.
Well, big breakaway in this men's race, as you can see. Laban Correa with that accentuated forward lean. Kept the arm warmers on, has eased away now from the man who was dogging his heels, Tariku Jufar. Jufar back in second place. We'll just have to try and run strong here and hang on to that second place with Abdullahi and Peter Som back in third and fourth. But Correa now looks like he's got a very significant gap, and when you can open that gap up in the last 4 or 5 minutes so quickly, it suggests to me that you've got the race in the bag. 2:4:10 for Eric Gillis, Mike. 2 hours, 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
He's hovering right around a 2:11 flat right now. He's got to dig deep, see if he can get himself into that 2:10 number, which is a special place, a special number to have next to your PB.
Well, Gillis will get all the support he could possibly want, I'm sure, in this last couple of kilometers, as virtually in the finishing straight now. Laban Correa continues to drive on strong. He's got a long, loping stride, hasn't he? No glances over the shoulder for him at this stage. He's totally focused. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are, Krista, I guess you've got to be hurting at this stage with just a kilometer or so to go.
Definitely, but I think for him, like before, he's not looking back. He's not checking over his shoulder. He's confident. He's going to move forward, and he's going to capture this without any doubt. Just pushing strong to the very end, hopefully drawing from the crowd, the energy that he'll get from that, and that would just be phenomenal for him.
Well, last year, Derisa Chimsa set the course record of 2 hours, 7 minutes and 5 seconds. The Ethiopian, it will be back in Kenyan hands this year. Kenneth Mungara was the last Kenyan to win in 2011 in 2:09.51, and then in 2012 it was Waga of Ethiopia. Chimsa last year with the course record, which looks like it might be safe. We think he's going to come home in around 2 hours, 7.5 minutes here, Laban Correa, but it has been a perfectly executed run, Mike, nonetheless.
He came out of nowhere in the second half of this race, and it turns out that his patience paid off. He made that great move to get up to that lead group of 3 guys, and now he's run away with it. He should be able to sneak just under 2:08, which is another fantastic time for this race. 2:07 is a world-class time, and he's just turning around here on Bay Street. This is the final stretch into the finish line.
Well, a patient run has been rewarded for Laban Correa on the streets of Toronto today. Just a few hundred meters to run for the Kenyans. The clock ticks away. Remember the Canadian all-comers record, 2:06.55. That might be beyond him as he runs alongside many of the half-marathon runners who are coming towards the end of their run this morning. But he's covered twice the distance in a similar time. The second-place athlete has just turned the corner. Jufar in the background in the orange, and behind him, I think that's Abdullahi. Certainly Som has had a tough time of it through these last few kilometers. But it is Laban Correa now, who is just about within sight of the finish line. 400 meters to go, you can see on the left. 300 meters to go, tantalizingly close to the 2:07 barrier, but that has gone now. So has the course record from last year, 2 hours, 7 minutes and 5 seconds. You can hear the crowds roaring him home. He's been strong when it matters most as Laban Correa. The 29-year-old Kenyan will record perhaps the biggest victory of his career. Looking absolutely superb as he comes down the finishing straight. Just that right-hand turn to be negotiated now back into Bay Street. Laban Correa, no signs of panic from him, no urgency. Knows he's got the race in the bag. Jufar is a safe distance behind him, albeit a great run from the Ethiopian. Laban Correa eases through these final few hundred meters. No celebrations, no punching the air, just survival really at this tempo. He's going to be just outside 2:08 by the looks of things, as Laban Correa, but the times matter not. We get so caught up with times and records and fast running, but it's the racing we love to see as he takes the final turn now. The 25th edition of the Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon goes to Kenya. The winner, Laban Correa, in Canada's biggest city. And that is a quick time nonetheless. 2 hours, 8 minutes and 15 seconds unofficially. Greeted across the line by one of his supporters, and that Kenyan flag, as ever, worn around the soldiers with such enormous pride, as a very, very tired Tariku Jufar eases across the line in second place. 2:08.35 unofficially for him. That was a race, not record running today, just great racing.
That was a nice race. That was exciting. That was an exciting last 10K. I mean, that's what we want to see in a marathon. You want to see an exciting race. You want to see competition. You want to see these guys racing each other and challenging each other. And we saw a really exciting group of 5 or 6 guys that are all coming in now, doing a great job.
Well, Terrer and Correa coming through. The place time's quick. A lot of athletes well under 2:10 on the streets of Toronto today. Of course, questions will be asked. Did they go out a little bit too quick? 63:15, remember, at halfway. And that winning time just outside 2:08. Eric Gillis now, just a minute or two away from the finish. The Canadian record beckons. I think he's just a little too far away from it, Krista.
That could be the case here, but definitely Eric is going to dig down. He's going to think to his 10,000 meter track days and those repeats that he's done, and he's gonna push to the end. We know that he's grimacing a little bit, but this is not unfamiliar to marathoners. So it's such a phenomenal race for Eric, and he's perhaps going to be thinking about last year and how he was close, and certainly something to be proud of, and just looking ahead and giving it his all right to the finish.
I think you can see that Eric wants to make this race a step forward. He wants to get, he knows he's got about a minute left before that it turns to a 2:11. He wants a PB. He's going to fight for every second. I think he's thinking towards Rio, towards 2016, keeping his head in the game here. This is great to see that he's pushing all the way to the end.
Eric Gillis then in the final few hundred meters checking his clock. He knows that Canadian record has gone. It stays safe. 2:10.09 by Jerome Clayton back in 1975, 39 years ago. It survives another assault from the current crop of Canada's best. But Gillis grimaces now, grits his teeth. And Krista, this has been a superb performance from the man who has been Canada's number 2 so many times behind
Dylan Wykes and Reed Coulsat.
Reed Coulsat, thank you.
Definitely he's going to be thinking, can I go under 2:11? And then we're not quick in seeing right now, but he's going to dig, and he's going to try to go under his personal best time, which we know was set that when he went to qualify for the Olympics. And that was just amazing for him.
Wami crosses the line then. It's a time of around 2 hours, 11 minutes and 8 seconds for Mulugeta Wami. And here comes Eric Gillis, his personal best. The 34-year-old is 2 hours, 11:28. He's going to smash that, he has done. 2 hours, 11:21 unofficially for Eric Gillis. Brilliant run from him. He stuck to the task through some tough moments in that second half of the race. Reed Coulsat there, just congratulating him as he crosses the line. He won the Canadian title in Ottawa back in late May. He's the first Canadian home today with a new personal best. You can't ask better than that. You can't ask for more than that. Faster than he's ever run before, but frustratingly just a minute or so outside that Canadian record.
Really great to see Reed there, give him his support at the end. Of course, Reed would have loved to run with him, and there's such a great support for each other being in Speed River. So, just wonderful to see that that picture at the end. Here we've got Saboka, who is definitely looking very strong. She's got this race. She is just pushing it and looking comfortable. I would say that there's no doubt in her mind that she's going to finish well in this race. Looking at her clock, seeing if she's still on pace to make that time that's perfect for her.
Very, very tough little customer. She was inspired by her sister-in-law, Alametu Bekele, who now runs for Belgium, funnily enough, who introduced her to running and took her to Addis back in 2002, 12 years ago, when she was just an 18-year-old lass. She loves to front run, and she's certainly front running now because the day has gone well. She hopes to run in the World Championships next year in Beijing in China, and then in Rio the following year. But her championship record in years gone by at the age of 30 is a little disappointing in a way. She's an athlete who was definitely plumped for the commercial races. She was 25th in the World Championships 20K in 2006, 48th in the World Championships Marathon in Helsinki in 2005. She's pretty much ignored the major championships where you can wear the Ethiopian vest for the money races.
Yes, and that's a decision that athletes have to make. You as a marathoner can typically do about 2 high-quality races a year, so you have to be strategic in picking that. Finance is often an incentive for some, and others it's rankings, it's performances, medals at World Championships and Olympics. So each person has to decide what works for them.
Mike, I'm just wondering if Lanny here is experiencing something a little bit like the lead men. Went out maybe a little bit too optimistically for the first half with the conditions so good and quite a bit of downhill.
I would say so. I mean, she's still moving pretty well here, but you can tell that that pace is slowed, the stride is shortened even more, and as she's coming up to what looks to be the last fluid station, she's just thinking to herself, get this last few kilometers done, and hopefully I'll have a nice time.
And it will be helpful to have Fan 2 with her. You know, there's a difference, even gaining one spot, the incentive financially. So that's great that she's found that woman, and they're working together just to finish during these really tough parts of the race.
Yeah, it'll pull them over that last tough spot that we're seeing in the distance now, behind the Canadian Christian Mercier there. That's that last really tough spot before you're home free and cruising down Front Street.
Well, Mulu Seboka, what a contrast between her speed and that of Lani Marchand and Fantu Eticha, the pair of them battling out for the minor places. But Seboka here, absolutely flying. She's accelerated. I think Rita Jepto it was who won Chicago last Sunday with a fabulous surge through the latter stages of the race. And this is a similar sort of way this one is unfolding, because Seboka here is moving faster than at any stage of the race prior to this point. I think 35k 2:03.09 for Mulu Seboka. Just checking what that meant, it pretty much gave her something around 2:20,
2:22,
2:23. Seboka going for it. I think she knows full well that a really quick time here today will result in a huge bonus for a course record. $35,000 if she sets a Canadian record and a Canadian all-comers record, because they are one and the same. Sorry, a course record and an all-comers record. 2:22.43. So she'd get, Krista, $20,000 first prize place money, an additional bonus of $35,000. 40k 2:15.27, Mike.
That's just under 2:23 pace. That's right on what the Canadian soil record is. So money is a big incentive. Let's not kid ourselves with these racers. They have this is their job. They have come for the payday. If she's getting any feedback on the course from anybody that she's within 5 or 7 seconds of the Canadian soil record, she's going to pick it up right now and take every risk in the last 2 kilometers.
Definitely, she's looking strong. She's looking at her watch. She knows that this can be hers if she can just keep pushing. She's got no one around her, so it's only her record that she can lose at this point. Not that that makes it easy for her, but she's looking strong, and she's really digging. Her face isn't tense or grimacing or anything like that. So, provided she can stay relaxed, we may see that record go down today.
She's on schedule for something almost exactly like 2:23, 2 hours 23 minutes. The course record she's chasing, 2 hours 22:43. If there were a virtual Sharon Cherop on the road ahead of her, she's got a target. That record actually is shared through Kenya's Sharon Cherop, who won here in 2010, with Corinne Yao, who won this race in 2011. Hard to believe, but on 2 consecutive years, the women's winner ran 2 hours 22:43 after nearly 2.5 hours running, the same time to a second. You couldn't make it up, could you?
That was pretty neat, actually. And you know what? Seboka is looking like she's kind of fit herself right in around there as well. It's tough to make up 15 seconds in 2K, but she's looking really good right now. She looks really strong. She's got a powerful stride. I'm sure when she turns the corner with a few hundred meters left to go, she's going to drop it down and go as hard as she can to try to get underneath that.
The interesting thing is that, I mean, you look at her legs, she's got a track runner's leg. She's got track runner's legs. They're really well muscled. They're in great shape. It looks like she's doing plenty of speed work and hill work. And these Ethiopians, of course, do their work out in the hills on the Ntoto Mountains outside Addis Ababa. They take a long car journey or bus journey for many of them to the outside of the city early in the morning, train at dawn, and get those hard miles done at the early start of the day. And then the lesser session is done later in the day. Lani here is really suffering. That stride length has gone, Krista, and actually can't see Fantu Aticha at the moment.
Right, it looks like she has either been dropped by her or she's dropped her. And Thomas Onwenk is doing a great job showing the potholes, showing the marks in the street that Lani needs to be aware of, because at this point when you're weaker and you're just not feeling great, obviously the record is not within her reach today. She's got to be careful for any little falter that might happen and cause injury. So she's got great support from her pacers still at this point in the game.
Well, Mulu Seboka, I mean, you can see now why she's such a successful athlete. She's won Mumbai in India, a January race, 3 times in 2006, 2008, 2010. She won here in 2008. She won Melbourne 2010. She won Guangzhou in China in 2012, Jakarta in 2013. and she won 2 races as well earlier on this year. So this is her 3rd marathon of the year, and she's heading for a 3rd victory, Mike. I mean, that is probably one of the greatest ever marathon careers in commercial running there's been on the female side.
Yeah, I mean, she's not picking the standout gold standard type races and the championship races, but she's showing that she is an incredible competitor and knows how to win a race, knows how to close the second half. I mean, she's looking great right now.
Perhaps the Ducam restaurant will need to get ready for her appearance tonight, because they may have a bit more people in there than before.
I would say so.
Well, if you've joined us in the last few minutes, the men's race was won by Laban Korea just outside 2:08. Tariku Jufar was behind the Kenyan. Jufar of Ethiopia took 2nd place, and Abdullahi of Ethiopia 3rd place. But the Ethiopians are going to get their win in this ladies' race. There's no doubt about that at all now.
And this will be her 3rd win of 2014, having won Daegu and Dubai. So what an amazing year for her. And, you know, wanting to wear her country's vest at Worlds in Rio, she's you know, said that that's something she desires. Here we can see Eric with the Canadian flag getting some pictures. Great to see that he's still smiling, and, you know, still so many people are just so proud of his accomplishments, and running close to home is definitely increasing the crowd.
I mean, Eric's the true veteran of the Canadian scene, right? He's the guy who, he's going to have a smile on his face when he gets the, you know, 6 or 8 second PB. I mean, I'm sure he wanted that Canadian record today, but he can always see the positive, and that's why he's so consistent.
Definitely.
Siboka then trains with her husband Johannes Nigatu Bekele every day, gets support from him. Real family teamwork act in effect has produced this remarkable consistency for the tiny figure. She's pretty much the smallest of them in stature, but well, she's lion-hearted and the strongest of them on this occasion by a big margin. She's run under 2:30 8 times, and today surely will be the 9th occasion she goes through that very significant benchmark. Her personal best for a half marathon, incidentally, is only 73:20. She's yet another East African athlete who doesn't really focus on lesser distances. She doesn't use a half marathon as part of her preparation. Her 10K road best is only, in inverted commas, 33:14, and that was 3 years ago. She is an out-and-out marathon racer and nothing else.
And I think that that's great that we can see marathoners come from all sorts of backgrounds, perhaps from the track, specializing in the 5,000 or 10,000 meter, or in her case, just sticking and just getting better with each one, being consistent, being able to succeed at all of them. Other distances, gauging her success.
Well, Siboka chasing the course record and the Canadian all-comers record set by 2 athletes in the past. 2:22:43 is what she's chasing. There she is, that tiny figure just to the right of the motorbike that you can see. The crowds to her left, the right of picture there, will be roaring her home. They will be fully aware, because of the presence of the bike, that she is the ladies' leader, and that's great to see.
We can see a Canadian, Lucas McEnany, is just on the left behind the man on the bicycle. So quite a finish for him. I think he's realizing what's happening, that there's a lead motorcycle, and he's going to tuck in beside her. Amazing finish for her. She's got her arms pumping her body to finish strong and to get under that mark of the 2:22:43.
The biomechanics of running is fascinating, isn't it? Because to me, her arm carriage looks really awkward. It's very busy. There's so much activity going on. You wouldn't say it's a relaxed upper body, but of course they do say too, coaches, that when the legs start going, the legs start being very heavy, and it's hard to bring them through. Keep pumping hard with your arms, and that'll help the legs through. And that's certainly been the case for Mulu Siboka here today. She's got one final turn to make before the finish line beckons. 2:22:43 has just gone by. She's just missed the course and all-comers record for Canada, but that matters not a jot, because it's been a superb run from Siboka. She's been here before. She won here in 2008. 6 years later, still going strong. It was 2:29:06 in Olympic year 2008, her winning time. Well, today, much quicker. Look at the clock. It's a very quick time for Mulu Siboka here in the Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Victory is hers, 2:23:15 or 14 unofficially. The smile now breaks out across her features, which have remained very fixed and focused for the last 45 minutes or so since she burst into the lead. That is yet another massive win for the young Ethiopian.
3rd victory for the team. I'm sure sure that she really wanted to get that that record, but it just didn't happen. We saw her digging, but it just wasn't meant to be today. But she's really got a great smile. I noticed that at the press conference, and I'm sure we'll see that after she's recovered a little bit. Certainly at this point, the cameras want to get their pictures, but you don't always feel like smiling or looking at your best at that point.
She averages about 3 marathons a year. She's done over 30 marathons. She has a great winning percentage, and she just ran a small personal best there. So it's showing that she's still improving, even though she's very workmanlike about how she goes about marathoning.
Well, I think that's the third fastest winning time there's ever been in Toronto from Mulu Soboka, 2:23:14 or 15. Done that for you, of course, as quickly as we can, along with the leading men's times, as we see Lanny Marchand now on her final lap, so to speak, with the pacemaker. They're doing a fabulous job. I have to say, Thomas van Wenger is giving her all the encouragement he possibly can.
He really is. It's really great and just super of him to be talking to her, cheering her on. Obviously, she's not beating her record today, but he's stepping in with what's next to come, and that's just to finish strong. So he's encouraging her. We see here Alexandra. Obviously, she was between Lanny and the lead pack, and had an amazing race in Boston this year. Thought she might have the win coming into the race,
Looks that way.
but she didn't quite make the top today.
Well, we're just trying to double check whether Duliba there was in second place. We missed her crossing the line, but if that was the case, then Alexandra Duliba has had another fabulous run today inside 2:25 to go with her 6th place from Boston earlier on this year, her 4th place in Chicago last year, and of course she won the Los Angeles Marathon in her debut back in March last year. She's had a rocketing rise to the top of, or close to the top of the world women's marathon rankings. Lanny Marchand, though, this one will have hurt. There's no doubt about that. She looked strong and powerful and determined in the Commonwealth Games. I was lucky enough to call that race around Glasgow just 2 or 3 months back. So unlucky to finish about a minute behind the Australian who took the bronze medal. Jessica Trengrove it was of Australia who took the bronze in the Commonwealth Games. Lanny finished in 4th place. Today this has been a determined run from her, one in which she set off with such high hopes, Krista. Maybe a little bit too optimistic. Remember, Lanny's time at halfway, 72:57, was inside 2:26 tempo.
Right, we knew that Laney would go out faster in the first half of this race, as it's fast. But you know, she's phenomenal. She's got her Canadian record, but she's also been humbled. She's also had those races that didn't work out so well in the end, the World Championships. She refused to stop. So even though she's struggling a bit, she's obviously not beating her own record, she's going to finish. She's going to hold her head up high, and she's going to be proud of what she's accomplished this year. We can see that Thomas has dropped. He was going to take her to 40, and so she's going to be relying on the crowds. Maybe we'll see a few smiles just knowing that it's been a great year for her. 3 marathons in 6 months. Our Canadian record holder, 2:28, and there's more to come with her. She'll hopefully take a good break and refocus and plan out what's next for 2014.
Chiara, the early leader, crossing the line there in 2:27:10, 2:27:11 unofficially. She's had a tough time of it, and really the times of Chiara and in 3rd place, we think there, and Duliba in 2nd place underline the dominance of Soboka. The closing pace of Soboka through those last 6 or 8 kilometers were absolutely world class, and you just wish, I actually wish, she would cement her career in the annals of history by getting a medal in a major championships. That's what people remember. You know, they say that records are borrowed. There's a new champion in Toronto next year, but medals are forever. They can't take them away from you.
I guess it depends on how you look at that. Paula Radcliffe is a great example of that. Hasn't medaled at the Olympics, but I mean, look at her phenomenal world record that has not been touched. 2:15:25 from 2003. That is just an amazing time that no one has come close to. So, Olympic medal, world record that hasn't been touched for quite a while. It's hard to battle that one.
It would be nice to see someone like Soboka, who looks so strong in the second half and is a powerful runner, run a race like New York or Boston and see how she does there, to battle those hills and see if she can get into the top 3 in a big race like that.
That's a good point, Mike. I mean, she tends to avoid for example, the World Marathon major races. You know, London, I think she's run London once, but she tends to avoid the New Yorks and Bostons and Chicagos, Berlin, you know, and Berlin, such a quick course. 2:23:15 today, finishing in that sort of form, with that style, probably worth a couple of minutes in Berlin, you know, and then you're talking close territory, close to 2:20.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why this is such a great race. It's a good jumping off point for a lot of emerging talents, so emerging world-class talents. As a silver label race, we attract a lot of very high-level runners that are just about ready to break in their career, like Corinne Yao or Sharon Cherup, who both went on to have some really big performances in a couple of years after their wins.
Well, this for Lanny Marchand, Krista, looks like survival, really, doesn't it? I mean, the stride length has gone complete. There's very, very little knee lift. She's just easing through these last few kilometers, trying to limit the damage, I think.
Yes, she definitely needs to, you know, be smart at this point in the race to not try to, you know, surge ahead and maybe have some sort of injury. And obviously, it's such a different race than last year, where she's running along here. She was looking over her shoulder with me behind her, chasing that Canadian record. So it is a bit different today that, you know, there's no other women, Canadian or otherwise, with her to challenge her at this point. But like I said before, she's going to finish to the end. Maybe she will be humbled, but, you know, to run, it looks like it's going to be 3 marathons in 6 months, around the 2:30, just above that mark. That's an amazing accomplishment for her. We see here we've got another girl ahead who is perhaps going to be in the 4th place, Jiza. So she stopped her watch there, and that'll be around the 2:30 mark herself. So a little bit slower than what the seed times were for these women coming in.
Yeah, I got Gazor there at about 2:30:11, if that was 4th place. Melkor Gazor of Ethiopia. She's a 2:26 performer, so it hasn't gone that well for her today. Again, I think quite a few of these ladies, and the men indeed, paying for the optimism of the first half. The halfway splits for both men's and women's races, very, very quick indeed. And the wheels came off, as they say, for a few of the athletes today through the second half. And with a pretty unforgiving last 10 kilometers that we discussed, whether if there is any breeze about, they're running into it. There's a few lumps and bumps in those last 10K as well as they come back into the city. Lanny Marchand has run a brave race today. She really went for it. You can't criticize her for that. She ran a fabulously quick first half. Crosses the line there now. 2:31:05 unofficially for Lanny Marchand.
You can see that she is limping there a bit, so perhaps she did have that calf issue that she struggled with that presented itself again. And I know that when that calf issue comes in, she's not going to push herself. She just can't get up on her toes and get faster. So perhaps she knew she wasn't going to beat her record today, and she was just going to take it easy and coast in the end and not risk injury. So good for her for doing that, being smart in the end. We can see Kate Van Buskirk, bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games this summer in the 1500 meter, is going to interview her, and hopefully we'll hear from her.
It was kind of a battle after that. I just had to relax the pace, and then ended up getting kind of cold because of it. So it wasn't my best day, but I fought.
Very much a case of the calf going and
really just
survive.
Again, wanted to have a good one, and I'm happy with my effort. I mean, it's my 3rd marathon of the year, and that was probably the worst calf cramp I've had other than Worlds. So, you know, just back to the drawing board, and we'll figure this thing out.
Other than your pacers, you were running on your own for much of the race, unlike last year when you had Krista to run with. Did that affect your performance today, do you think?
No, like my pacers did a great job, and there was another gentleman running kind of with our group for a long while there, and he kind of separated once I slowed because of my calf, right? So, no, like it was great. I had 3 pacers, and they did a really, really good job. I just couldn't get my leg to keep going that today, so it's fine.
3 marathons this year, an incredibly successful season for you. Some relaxation is in store, I'm sure, and then goals for next summer?
Yeah, definitely. We'll relax now and give my body a much-needed break, and then we'll come back and figure out the spring marathon to try and get the Rio standard.
Excellent. Congratulations, our top Canadian winner today, Lanny Marchand. Way to go.
Thank you.
Well, the race promised so much today, didn't it? Both in men's and women's races. Lanny going out there in 72.57 behind the leaders who are on 70.32. We were even talking about a possible winning time, Krista, of something around 2:20, 2:21 for the ladies at halfway point. And the men, they went out in 63.15, again, way inside course record tempo. They were at one point looking like they might head down towards the low 2.6s. And we had some great racing, but it wasn't the day for records.
No, it wasn't. We had the weather, the conditions, but like I said, the 5 factors. In Lanny's case, an injury that seems to haunt her did happen again. So she was on pace to do well, and unfortunately that calf issue kicked in. So that's why we have the support around us, our teams and our therapists, to get back to the drawing board, take some time off, allow the body to heal, and take a look at what didn't work today and how can we make that work the next time.
Mike, we were rewarded with great racing on the men's side, which is actually the more sustainable quality from a marathon race each time they come out.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, with a race like this, we're always looking for some entertainment. I mean, we want to sell this as a spectator sport, first and foremost, and it delivered today. That was exciting. It was a great last 10K of that race. Good group of guys racing each other. The women's race had a nice break as well with a nice fast time. And you know what? To Lanny Marchand, she has run 3 marathons in a low 2:30s in 1 year. That's very consistent and very impressive.
Was this her 5th or 6th marathon, Lanny, in what, 18 months?
Her 5th in 14 months for her. Now, some of those, obviously, with the World Championships last year, she wouldn't maybe consider that a competitive marathon as it ended up due to the weather. But, you know, certainly your body does take a toll. All of that hard work, physically and mentally. And no doubt Lanny will enjoy a break and focus. Like she said right at the very end, no doubt that was on her mind. My ultimate goal is to make the standard for Rio. So she already knows that she'd like to run a spring marathon. Obviously, yeah, she needs a big break because she's run a lot of marathons, and she will do that. She and her coach will sit and enjoy the time off, and she'll go back to Kenya in March, likely, usually around 4 or 5 weeks. She's training with Des Linden, and you know she'll recharge her battery and she'll be back to show that she's got more.
And just quickly, Krista, a word about your own plans. You know, the stress fracture of the femur that you experienced, that's now behind you. You're getting fit again. What are your plans in a nutshell?
Basically, the plan is to continue with my progress, build my base, start training for a spring marathon in January, and go from there. We see here Natasha Lebeau. It looks like she just was over that 2:35. So what an amazing race for her. She has now made the standard. Her personal best was in Pittsburgh with a 2:42. So that is amazing for her. We see Sammy Gilbert was with her to pace her. And now we see Kim Dirksen coming in. So clearly these two are likely together for some point in the race. And she is also under the 2:40. That is amazing that both of these ladies have made the standard for the Pan Am Games in Toronto. So it is great that we're going to see that.
Enormous PB. Just off qualifying for the World Championships next summer, but a Pan Am Games qualifying standard. Natasha, how are you feeling?
A little tired, but good, yeah. It was a little bit rough the last probably 6K, but it'll hold together.
I noticed that you and Kim Dirksen were working hard together throughout the race. Did it help having another compatriot out there with you?
Oh, absolutely. Kim is great. She did a wonderful job. We said a good job to each other throughout the course and tried to help each other when battles are coming up. So really great to have another teammate along.
That's fantastic. What did you think of the course?
Very flat, good places for downhills. So overall, really good. Great volunteers, great crowd. So overall, really good.
So a race you'll likely do again in the future?
Absolutely, yeah. Toronto was great. So I appreciate everything that everybody did.
That's great. Thank you so much and congratulations, Natasha.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good job.
So that is just phenomenal for women's marathoning again in Canada. We see that Natasha Lebeau was about 2:35 high and Kim Dirksen was 2:36 low. So they've both made that standard for the Pan Am Games in Toronto, which was a goal of theirs, just not quite making the standard for the Beijing World Championships of 2:35. But wow, what an amazing thing for women and running to know. Lanny and myself got the record last year. We've got Natasha and Kim both running strong and showing that there's more depth, there's more to come with Canadian women runners. And, you know, that's definitely something that young runners can look up to. You know, they're being interviewed. I know at the press conference, someone came over and got her autograph, and Kim said, "This is my first autograph," and I took a picture because, you know, that's something that she can definitely be proud of. of being a role model for young women. Here she is
How
now.
are you feeling?
Tired, but I'm like so happy I PB'd. I came into this not knowing kind of, I had different goals set up. There's my mom. So yeah, I'm happy with Pan-Am standards.
I was just talking with Natasha, and she said how great it was having the two of you together to work.
She's a rock, Jesus. Sorry. Yeah, she's amazing. Like, she was so strong. Like, we kept changing positions, so both of us would have either both pacers in front of us or one would go to the side, and like, we worked together. And had she not been there, like having the boys there, like Matt and Sammy, like amazing. And then by having that other girl there, like, it keeps you on pace, being like, oh hell no, like don't go past me, except you did, but whatever.
There's been a lot of talk recently about how Canadian women's distance running has just excelled so much in the last few years, and it must be amazing to be a part of that.
Yeah, and it's awesome because it keeps you challenged, right? Like, if there wasn't a lot of girls, it's not like you wouldn't have the motivation, but now the motivation is kind of like amped up, being like, okay, like I've got work to do to be able to pass these girls, so.
So you've met your standard for the Pan Am Games, and very close to that World Championships qualifying standard. Will you try to hit that again before next summer?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing after this. This was kind of like, do this, and then I'll sit down with my coach and talk about it and take it from there. But for now, like, this one's over, so I'm gonna rest now.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on a phenomenal race. Well done.
Thanks.
That is absolutely fabulous. In only her second serious marathon, 2:36.08, she said she was desperate to wear a Canadian vest, and she will wear a Canadian vest at some point next year, whether it's in the Pan Am Games or the World Championships. Anyway, we can go to Laura De Silva now. She's out at Leslieville in the second half of the race. Laura, how's it going?
Hey guys, we're just grooving out here in Leslieville. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. There's a farmer's market. The Sultans of String are playing right behind me. I'm pretty sure this is the only cheering site where you can get a musical jam and actual jam. So I'm happy. I'm here with Mike. He's the manager of Music Counts. Can you tell us a little bit about Music Counts?
Yeah, Music Counts is Canada's music education charity. What we do is provide grants for schools and community-based music programs. To date, we've given out nearly $7 million to help support music education in Canada. And as a matter of fact, schools can visit our website right now, musiccounts.ca, and everything they need to apply for a grant for their school's music program is there online.
Why do you think it's important for kids to have access to this type of programming, music, and why do you think that's important?
Well, I think as schools are faced with some budget constraints nowadays, arts is often the first thing that goes. But music should be a core subject because it teaches so many life skills that go far beyond the classroom. It teaches the value of practice and persistence, of teamwork, and it uses a different part of your brain. Making music actually does make you smarter and actually is proven to increase academic scores in other subjects as well too. So that's why we do what we do. There's too many children in Canada who are missing out on those benefits, so that's why we strive to make sure that every child in Canada has access.
Very cool. And you said you actually gave grants to 3 schools in Leslieville. Why do you think this is such a great neighborhood?
That is correct, actually. I think it's just really the neighborhood spirit. You know, being down here at the farmers market really proves that. They've got a great built-in regular group of customers that are down here week in, week out. And I mean, just look at the great enthusiasm, everybody coming down to take part in all the various fun things we got, from trying out instruments to the arts and crafts to enjoying some great live music from some Juno nominees.
Great, thanks a lot. I think we're gonna go get our faces painted.
Well, the power of music, we all know about it. How many runners run with earbuds and listen to their favorite tunes? It's positive, it's uplifting, and we can take a look at a Music Counts promotion now, just underlining just how important it can be to all of us.
So my name is Daniel from Leslieville Farmers Market. I'm the market manager. We are the happy hosts for the cheering section for Music Counts.
My name is Marie Desmarteau. I'm the manager of major and annual gifts at Music Counts. So we're the charity that's being hosted at the Leslieville Farmers Market. Music Counts, our mission is to ensure that children across Canada have an opportunity to access music education. So our primary way of doing that is by giving grants of musical instruments to schools and to after-school programs. Well, part of the reason why we're excited to be in Leslieville at the cheering station is that we've invested $20,000 worth of musical instruments into schools in Leslieville. So we're going to be celebrating with the Leslieville schools, inviting them out to the cheering section. We also have runners participating in the marathon, so we're excited to be cheering them on as they go past. And we're going to have a whole day of musical entertainment and family activities just to have a great festival atmosphere in the Leslieville Farmers Market.
Well, we're kind of going to do our regular thing actually, which is sell a whole bunch of really great food from local farmers right outside Toronto. We have a bunch of great prepared food vendors, from jerk chicken to we have some amazing vegetarian food, falafel. Yeah, and we're going to host these guys, bring our people out, and as a really, as a big community spot in Leslieville, it's a great gathering place every week. And coupled with some Juno Award nominees, should be a pretty good time.
We're going to have several activities going on throughout the day to ensure that the runners have lots of entertainment as they go by and lots of cheering. So we have 4 musical acts that'll be performing. 2 of them are our Juno Award nominees, Sultans of String, which is a world music ensemble, and a kids music ensemble called Chris McCool's Fiddle Fire. They're both going to be performing on stage. The runners will be able to enjoy that as they go by. We're also going to have the Morse Street Junior Public School Choir performing, as well as the Riverdale Collegiate Band. 2 of the schools that have been funded by Music Counts will come out and perform. And then in addition to that, we're going to have face painting. We're going to have a craft area where people can make posters to cheer on the runners. They can also make their own musical instruments to cheer on the runners, make some noise. And it's going to be very loud. And we are also going to have an instrument petting zoo sponsored by Long & McQuaid. So kids will have an opportunity to try out some new musical instruments and make additional noise. So the whole idea is to make lots of noise for the runners.
Well, 173 local charities benefiting from the race today. Over $4 million being raised for those charities. There we can see the confirmation of the top 10 in the men's race. Laban Korea making it a win for Kenya. 2 hours, 8 minutes and 13 seconds ahead of Jufar's 2:08.36. The Ethiopian taking second with Abdullahi, another Ethiopian in third place. The first 5 men under 2 hours, 10 minutes. Peter Som, despite all that impressive surging through the last 10 or 12 kilometres, finishing in 6th place eventually. But that was some great racing today from the lead men in Toronto. Eric Gillis down in 9th place eventually, running a personal best, Mike. You literally cannot ask for any more from a person than to run quicker than they've ever done before.
He's got to be happy with that. Top 10's always great in a big race like this. And it's a PB of a few seconds. And it also gives him hope for 2016. He's in his mid-30s now. He wants to see that forward step. He didn't want to step backwards into 2:12s at this point. That would have caused a bit of insecurity. So this is a great step for him for 2016.
And of course, Krista, you could be 34, 35 and still have plenty of good running in your legs. It's not like you're looking at the end of your career in your mid-30s. I will remember Carlos Lopez in '84 winning the Olympic marathon. He was 37 years old.
Right. We've got Joe Pavey. We've got a lot of athletes who can still perform well in their 40s. I'm 37 myself, and I look at it more like how long have you been at it? Not necessarily your age, but if you've been competitively running since you were young teens and you're at it for 20, 30 years, then I think that's more of a factor than your age itself.
And of course, the number of marathons you run. I mean, some athletes, they used to say in the old days, you've only got a certain number of good marathons in your legs. Well, I think a lot of the East Africans are blowing that theory out of the water. But the fact is that, if you haven't run too many marathons, and I don't think Eric has run so many, then you can still be very optimistic about getting quicker and quicker for another few years in his case. Reed Coulsat, too, has had a couple of years away from marathon running virtually. He's got to be very, very hungry when he comes back.
Definitely. And they've got a really good crew there where they can take a look at what's happened this year. And, with Reed coming back from injury and then Eric recovering from this, there's no doubt that they're going to be focusing on their goals together for 2014. As well, out with BC, with Dylan Wykes, Rob Watson, Kelly Weeb. Maybe they didn't have great races today. We know that Dylan's injured, also a baby on the way. That group as well will be going back with Richard Lee, focusing on their goals for 2014. No doubt, again, working together, taking advantage of the group dynamics with their training out in that great weather they have in BC.
I mean, Mike, as editor of Canadian Running Magazine, you can sometimes take the more generic sort of umbrella view of running in Canada. It's been a good day, hasn't it? You know, we've got youngsters coming through, treading on your heels. In the men's race, we've got good strength in depth, it would appear. What do you feel of the way this pushes Canada into the next 3-4 year cycle, so to speak?
Well, first things first, today was a fantastic day. It was a lot of fun. It was entertaining, perfect weather, probably hundreds, if not thousands, of PBs out there on the course in the half and the full. But like when I was talking to Krista at the Expo a couple of days ago, Krista and Sylvia Ruger, the former Canadian record holder, about whether Krista and Lanny's record last year was a blip on the radar or was it a sign of things to come? And today I think it's a great example of just where we're going in terms of women's running in Canada. That was really exciting. A couple of very great performances.
I definitely think that's the big story for us in Canada today is Kim Dirksen and Natasha Lebaud making big marks in their career, 235, 236, getting those standards. Pan Am Games, we're going to see it in Toronto next year, 2015. That's going to be the story. That's the hot item right now. Lanny, she'll probably enjoy some downtime. It's a big year when you've got the record and appearances and photo shoots and everything like that. I'm sure she'll be fine to just take this time back to just recharge and enjoy some quiet time and let these girls take the next step and set their goals for next year. And it's exciting to see more to come.
You better watch your back. I mean, it's a good thing, isn't it? It's to have that sort of threat. There's nothing for pushing standards onwards like good domestic competition.
Exactly. That's the best thing. Records are meant to be broken. It's good for the sport. I know Kevin Sullivan, being from Brantford, that's what's been said with his records. So it's really great that Natasha and Kim are going to keep Lanny on our heels. Of course, we've got other women, Rhiannon Johns, we've got Natasha Wodak from out west, and Dana Podorski that, we could see in the next group of 8 Canadian women that are going to try to make their mark.
And I mean, you guys have a lot of geographical challenges anyway with the size of Canada the way it is, but it does mean that you can get world-class competition at home. You don't have to travel to Europe. You don't have to head down to the USA or further afield to get great racing.
Definitely, and Alan Brooks and the Canadian Running Series, they have made that happen for us so that you can stay at home. You want to carry that flag and you want to be known who you are in your country, having people cheer from you. So no doubt that is something that Alan has worked hard for and we've appreciated. And when he first met me, he just thought, oh, she's a mom who's running recreationally, and I built from that. But he's seen potential in different athletes, and he's created these opportunities for them to rise to the challenge and succeed, and we're seeing it. So it's great to have that teamwork within the group of Canadian runners.
Mike, I guess for Athletics Canada, this presents a nice problem in a way. They've got a lot of good talent moving through on the roads at the marathon distance. Whether or not these athletes are carded and getting financial assistance, it's great for them to have more athletes to be dealing with.
This is the best kind of problem. This is a problem we didn't have 5 years ago, which is depth. With the Pan Am Games coming up in Toronto next year, which will be a big deal for this country, we're only going to be able to send 2 men and 2 women into the marathon, but then we've got the World Championships in Beijing afterwards that's going to take 3 on each side. So it's going to be a discussion that needs to be had at the highest level and amongst these athletes. Where do I want to go? What's best for my career? And if we manage that well, I think we could produce another generation of really great distance runners.
It's fascinating, isn't it, the contrast between so many of the Ethiopians and Kenyans, because there are 25, 35 great Ethiopian young ladies who are world class. Same on the men's side, and same for Kenya as well. So for them to target major championships, the chances of them making a squad are so small. You can be a fabulously quick Kenyan man on the marathon and not get into a team. And yet you've made the sacrifices and avoided the commercial races. So in a way you can understand why the Africans avoid the championships. They just really do focus on what they know is coming up 5 months away, be it Chicago or Toronto or Boston or New York or London. Whereas for the Canadians, pulling on that vest, be it in the Commonwealth Games or Pan Ams or the World Championships, is perhaps a slightly more predictable thing coming at you from 6 months ahead.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that you have to decide. What are your long-term goals, your short-term goals? You can run marathons for fun. With Lanny, Boston was kind of a fun marathon for her. Obviously, she went and represented Canada with the Commonwealth Games. And then, with this race, hoping to maybe better her record. Didn't happen, but, you go back to the board. She has the standard for Beijing, for the World Championships. She has the standard for Pan Am already. So she's got some choices, but yet, ultimately, if she wants that standard for Rio, you know, you can't have everything necessarily when you do have to pick what is my number one focus and how am I going to accomplish that this year.
Well, 2 hours 52 on the clock for the marathon in Toronto this morning. So still very good quality running, or runners coming through with 2:52, 2:53 times to their names. The half marathon runners, the majority of them are in, as you can see in that chute to the right, where they come into their own specific finish line. But it's been a good day in Toronto. It really has. And I think the men's race with 5 men under 2:10 shows that it was a quick day for running.
Yes, maybe we're going to start to see some of the costumed runners come in. I know that there's a handful, about a dozen of runners who are wearing different costumes for different organizations. Lindsay Santagato wants to go for the fastest marathon in full firefighter gear, around 5 hours. So we won't see her quite yet, but she's running for the Canadian Liver Foundation. We've got Gunther Go, fastest marathon wearing lederhosen for the Children's Aid Foundation. John Clark, 36-year-old, wearing Superman. He's going for the half marathon, running for sick kids. When he was young, he was treated as a child. They thought he had leukemia. And so he had an issue with his leg and needed treatment for 3 months. And they called him Little Superman at the age of 6 to lift his spirit. So he's giving back. It's so great to see these people running, working hard, wearing costumes. Running a marathon on its own is difficult, but wearing costumes for a better cause on personal things that happened when they were younger. JP Hernandez is another one. Batman for sick kids. He had an appendicitis when he was younger, almost took his life. So I believe he wanted to make $100 per kilometer, and he is the Dark Knight. He's not quite as fast because he stops and gives high fives to the kids. So I think he's hoping to run about 4:45. No doubt that would be a little bit faster if he just kept on. But obviously he's doing this for kids, and again, he's raising money for the Sick Kids Hospital.
Well, speaking of people who are running for charity, Michael Capral, the juggler, I can tell you, in the half marathon, came home in 1 hour, 20 minutes, 40 seconds. That was a new world record for somebody juggling the whole way through a half marathon. 1 hour, 20, 40. Juggling with those 3 balls.
So here we can see I think this is our top masters woman coming in, perhaps just under 3 hours. Wonder if we could get some information on her. But this is a big point here, to make it under 3 hours. That is definitely a goal for some people for their entire life, to get under that 3 hour mark. So you see them with their hands in the air and they're just absolutely thrilled. Here it looks like we've got some half marathon walkers with the yellow bibs. A longboat, he would be a local guy. Perhaps Michael knows this guy. Competing locally.
I actually don't know him. But he did really well, getting under 3 hours. That's great. I mean, the 3 hours is such a big benchmark for so many recreational runners. I mean, that sort of puts you in the top couple percentage points in terms of running, which is, that's a big accomplishment.
Well, Scotiabank sponsor the Ottawa Marathon, which happens every May, and they've been the main sponsor, of course, of today's racing for 26,000 souls. And let's just have another reminder of Scotiabank.
Define richness. With the millions of dollars Scotiabank marathons have raised for charities in your community, we're just proud to be a part of it. You're richer than you think. Scotiabank.
It's starting to get a little...
The athletes continue to cross the line then, with just under 3 hours still on the clock. This is great running from all these ladies.
Mindy, we just see, has got in under 3 hours. She's had a great year of training, and I'm sure she's just thrilled to have accomplished this today. Like I said before, the 3 hour barrier is a big deal. So, we may see a lot of people around 2:59, really pushing it to finish it. I think we may have a word here in a few moments. Hopefully we'll hear from our top athletes.
Yes, Eric Gillis was the leading man today. He ran a new personal best. Well done to him. Just missed out on that Canadian record. I'm sure it'll come one day soon. But Eric Gillis is now with Kate Van Busco.
Hi guys, I'm here with Eric Gillis, our top Canadian men's finisher in a new personal best time of 2:11:21. Eric, great race. Can you take us through?
Sure, I went out at the pace that I wanted, hit halfway at 64:46 or so. Feeling good, had some great pacing out there, another guy to race with, and yeah, just kept going, and felt good through 32 kilometers or so, waiting for the race to really start. And once it started, my quads got heavy. But that happens with you know, the end of the marathon. So I just tried to push through, and you know, just get every kilometer, get every second out of every kilometer I could. And I'm pleased with the personal best. It was one of my goals, one of my big goals coming into this race. Would have really liked to be under 2:11, but you know, I'll take a personal best and move on from here.
Great work. You've had a lot of experience on this course. Actually, your former PB was from this course as well. What is it about Toronto that you love so much?
Oh, I heard a ton of support out on Lakeshore. Lots of cheering coming back into the city. Knowing that everyone gets to watch it on the live feed. It's just it's a good feeling out there.
That's fabulous. Well, congratulations today. They're about to do the awards, and then I'm sure you'll want to get warm, but very well done, and best of luck with everything in the future.
Thanks, Kate. See you, everybody. Thanks for the support.
4,800 of those.
Amazing for Eric today, and it's so positive. He knows that he's a role model for so many people. And you know, you got a choice to make when it doesn't quite work out the way you want. You know, you can sneak off and feel sorry for yourself, or you can be positive and smile, thank your supporters, and that's what he's doing there. He said that he would have loved to go under 2:11, which probably was his B goal, and it didn't happen. But hey, he had a personal best.
Well, 3 hours just about to come up on the clock. These athletes, you can see them all celebrating, having made it inside that mark. Brilliant running from each of them. But Laura Da Silva is one of the costume runners who is perhaps a little less concerned about time rather than entertainment.
I'm here in the beaches. There's so much going on. There's music, there's clowns, anything you could possibly think of. It's all happening right here. I'm here with Mackenzie. Mackenzie, can you tell us what's going on here at the beaches cheering site?
Well, we're at like the 32-kilometer mark, so this is the point in the race where I don't know about you, but I would be ready to give up. So it's really important to have some high energy, to keep these guys going, to keep them running for whatever they're running for. So we're here to cheer them on. We've got great music with the band Screeched In, and some clowns and some great people from the beach, and it's a lot of fun.
Do you think you could handle running a race like this?
Not in your wildest dreams. And not even if I was on horseback, I don't think I can manage it. But I can dance for hours on end, so that's what I'm here to do.
Okay, we'll just dance for the people.
Yeah!
All right, we've done our part. That's all from the beaches.
Yeah.
Well, whatever Mackenzie's on down at the beaches there, we want some of it, don't we, Mike?
I think so.
On a Sunday morning out there really enjoying ourselves. So it's not only the runners who get a lot of satisfaction from the experience there. So, Krista, just looking back one final time perhaps on that elite women's race, what for you has been the standout issues or the standout successes?
I've got to say that Kim Dirksen and Natasha Lebeau, I'm just writing down here their accomplishments, their personal bests today. Everyone wants a personal best, even if it's by a second. So Natasha's gone from a 2:42 to a 2:35, and then Kim about a minute off her time. So that's definitely the story. They're going to be so pleased with themselves that the sky is the limit, I say to people. You set the goal high, you achieve it, and then you keep going. You keep setting it higher and higher. So that's definitely something that we can be proud of as Canadians as well. I think Kip Kaungogo was the second Canadian behind Eric with a time of 2:17. So, you know, great day for Canada as well as the international athletes having good races, not quite getting those records that may have happened with the great pacing in the beginning and the great weather, but certainly a great day for the 25th running of this race.
Well, I know Kim Dirksen, Mike, her mum Carolyn, Dad Gord were there watching, and she will be, I guess, pretty pleased with a PR by nearly a minute, personal best by nearly a minute. But you said that in Vancouver, where she won earlier in the year, the conditions were terrible, so maybe she was hoping for a little bit quicker.
I mean, I'm sure in the back of her mind she was thinking sub 2:35 so she could get her choice of either the World Championships or Pan Am Games or maybe both. but I can imagine a minute's a lot of time. It's a lot of time to hack off at that pace, at that ability level. I was out there in Vancouver when she won out there, and that was this incredible story. You know, she's very young. She's 24 years old. She's extremely talented, obviously, but this is a great step in the right direction for her. I want to see what she does next now.
Right, I know in her training she ran, I think about, she peaked at 160K a week in her training a couple of times, and she said for this marathon she was averaging about 160K a week, peaking around maybe 170 a couple of times. So definitely her body has taken it to the next level. She can handle that training, and she knows that with proper recovery and setting her goals, you know, she can work up from that, and maybe, you know, taking a minute off at a time, or even, you know, a bit less than that. She's definitely got a great future ahead of her, as well as Natasha Lebeau. Having run her 2:42 in 2011, 3 years ago, you know, you're not sure what you're going to get from her. She's got dual citizenship, so she was kind of a wild card. You know, 6 months or 12 months ago, we started hearing about this Natasha Lebeau who wanted to run for Canada, and Lainey and I thought, okay, who is this girl? And so we're just so thrilled. She ran at the 10K championships back in September, and so her face is out there. It's great to have the competition. It's only going to make runners faster to have someone chasing them, or others chasing them as well.
Kim Dirksen got this passion for baking from her mother, Carol, and she said she has been guilty in recent weeks of doing too much baking and not enough stretching, but she certainly earned some cakes and some baking now in the aftermath of a really good run today. What for athletes like this, these elite Canadians, perhaps more so than a different question really for the Africans, for the top Canadians, what's the next 3 or 4 weeks going to consist of to recover from this and the knees back into training?
Well, I think when you are patient and wise and have good counsel from your support team and your coach, you definitely need to relax and recover and listen to your body. Some people go for easy runs, maybe the next day, just to kind of get things out of their legs if they're feeling stiff or sore. You know, you can get kind of cabin fever. You're used to all this training and tapering, and then all of a sudden you're not doing anything. Other people, when I was at the World Championships, I had a trip planned with Europe and my husband. I took 10 days of nothing, and that's what worked for me coming back running Toronto. So I think it's unique to each person, but you definitely need to be ready mentally and physically before you start another build for that next marathon. Otherwise, you're going to break down. It's just not going to work.
What have you found works for you, Mike? I mean, I've got a sneaking suspicion after your good marathons you've had a little bit of the old amber nectar.
Yeah, actually, speaking of Kim Dirksen, she approached me yesterday at the expo and was like, okay, tomorrow after the race, find me the best hamburger in Toronto and we'll drink a couple of pints of beer, which is totally fine by me. I mean, as you know, Krista and I were talking about this in the last couple of days. You need to let go for a day or two, and you need to. I like personally to step away from running for about a week. I don't do any running at all for about a week after the marathon. Just let your legs heal. You have no idea what's niggles and pains could resurface, and the marathon is a very stressful experience on your body. And then a few weeks after that week off, you take it easy, you get back into running. I like to go for walks quite a bit and shake the legs out, and then you start thinking about, okay, what's my next goal? Where am I going to go from here?
As you said, Krista, everybody has their own plans. I mean, I've known world-class marathon runners in the past that I've met who have said, yeah, I go out for a 40-minute run the morning after the race. You know, their legs are not in too bad shape, or if they are, they want to ease that stiffness out. And as you said, wash out all the waste products of a really, really hard run that they're going to be sitting there overnight.
Definitely, that's something, especially if you've got a long flight. You know, a lot of these Africans that are going to have a significant trip back, yeah, they're likely going to get out in the morning, maybe even tonight, just to shake it out or get stretched. So that's definitely something they're going to do, as well as nutrition is very key after a marathon. Your stomach's a bit weak, obviously, but you do want to take in some protein and some carbohydrates to replenish what you've used, and to make sure that you recover well, stay hydrated. You know, you don't want to be guzzling huge amounts of fluid, but you do want to be putting back in what your body used slowly in order to recover and not feel so bad in the upcoming days.
Well, I understand we can bring you a reminder now of the top 5 in the men's race and the top 5 in the women's race as well. There it is. Correa, of course, winning that men's race 2:8:13 with a fabulously strong last 2 or 3 kilometers to defeat Jafar and Abdullahi, even though they made the rostrum. In the women's race, Mulu Saboka, 2:23:14, a dominant run from her, winning by almost a minute and a half from Chiara Horiguchi, 2:27:09. That was a bit of a surprise. I don't think we saw her at any point, Takashi Horiguchi. Gobena there in 4th place, and Gizor in 5th place, just outside 2:30. But the standout performance there on the women's side, very clearly, is Mulu Soboka recording yet another win. And Mulu Soboka, I mean, this is almost legendary now, this number of wins she's producing. The win ratio, I suspect, for anybody who's run over 30 marathons at world-class level, is unprecedented.
It's really an accomplishment for her, and like we talked about before, the Dukem restaurant, I think, needs to get ready. We're putting a few plugs out for them, but that seems to be the place that they go when the Ethiopians have a celebration, which is definitely the case for her today. Her 3rd victory in 2014, winning the Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon today.
And 33 marathons overall. I mean, when did she start her career? In 10 years, that's averaging over 3 marathons a year. And to grind it out like that, win after win, to win about 33% of the time as well, that's incredible.
Well, maybe there's a secret in where she comes from. She comes from the Shoa Oromia region of Ethiopia, which is very, very fertile farmland, and half of Ethiopia's coffee is grown there. So maybe more coffee, folks. Who knows what's good for you? The award ceremonies are almost upon us now. The athletes have to get themselves into good order after their races. Of course, they're hot and they're sweaty and very, very tired. And one of the most important things after a tough marathon, a tough run, is to get good nutrition into your body, get your blood sugar back up. They talk about the golden hour straight after the race when you have to eat and get food into your system. But I believe we are now ready to go to the presentation ceremonies.
Figured this out. This is Alan Brooks, our race director, and he'll be announcing all of our winners here today. Alan single-handedly seems to have just raised the level of running here in Toronto. Congratulations, Alan, on a phenomenal day of racing here. Thanks, Kevin. I would love to say it was single-handed, but I think we had 16 full-time staff, 500 area managers, and over 3,000 volunteers, and almost 27,000 of all of you out there. And you're just amazing. The energy that you brought to our city, the passion, as well as your great running today. We say an enormous thank you. No matter where you finish passing the clock, we're all in this together. As I love to say on Twitter, one sport, one love. So thank you all very much for being part of STWM 20. Now, Kevin, we'll announce the guys that everyone was chasing and the women today. In first place, are we all set here with our various things? If we could move towards the backdrop here, everybody, and then we'll be in place. Should have little spots on the floor here. Next year. All right.
Hagar, this is the broadcast camera. So
today
look at the camera.
Was a fabulous day of running. It was a little bit chilly, I know, but it's Canada, eh?
Look at this camera.
And we were all so close to so many records. We didn't quite get them today, but there was some absolutely thrilling racing out there. And in a seesaw battle in the men's race, our 2014 champion, he is back in the victory position from Kenya with a time of 2:08:15, Laban Korea. Kevin, do we have to do the Rocky thing? Da-da-da. Someone didn't put the money in the meter for the sound system now. Next year, Kevin, next year.
Oh no, it was so much better having you sing it out, and I think we're going to stick with that.
Oh, I don't know. Karaoke time at Scotia Toronto Waterfront Marathon.
Yep.
Fantastic, Lavin. Don't go away. Our women's champion today. She was here, victorious, in 2008, 6 years ago. Since then, her career has progressed but she came back to Toronto. We're absolutely thrilled to have her back. She left everything out there today to be our 2014 Women's Champion from Ethiopia in a time of 2:23.15, Mulu Saboka. Well, she's coming. Eric says she's coming. I hope so after that big build-up, Eric. As I say, Mulu really ran hard, gave it everything today for that victory. And there is that great Mulu smile! In second place, we'll mix it up a little bit here just to confuse the presenters. In second place, the runner-up in our women's race today. She was 6th in Boston in the spring, 2nd in Toronto today, in a time of 2:24.43 from Belarus, Alexandra Duliba. In second place in the men's race, he was here several years ago too, back today, 2:08.36, Tariku Jafar. Ethiopia. In third place in the men, only 5 seconds behind Tariku in a time of 2:08.41, Shami Abdullahi, who was second here in 2011, third today. Is Shami here? Is Shami there? No Shami.
Keep going.
He's coming, okay.
When you go sub 210, you're allowed to move slowly.
Yeah, and there's all that anti-doping stuff that's good to keep our sport fair and competitive, and so several things that can hold folks up down there. We'll keep going and we'll come back to Shami. Oh no, he's coming now. Oh,
here comes Shami.
Here he is, sprinting in with Reed Corset. In third place in the men from Ethiopia, Shami Abdullahi, 2:08.41. In third place in the women from Kenya, in a time of 2:27.10, Rael Kiara. Our fourth place finisher in the women also left it all out there today. Ran a tremendous, courageous race, and she's actually getting a little medical attention now, but we'll give her a big shout and a big hand and maybe she'll hear us. Fourth place woman, 2:28.29, Amani Gobina. Congratulations, Amani, but she won't be coming up for her award just now. Fourth place in the man, he was here as a pacemaker last year, fourth today, again, only 17 seconds behind third place, 2:08.58, Patrick Terere from Kenya. Oh, if it was easy, everyone would do it, right? Good go, Patrick. And fifth place in the men, final open prize recognition on stage here today. He is the fiancé of our second place female today. They trained together in the woods outside Kiev, Ukraine. Fifth today in a time of 2:09:53, Vitaly Shafar, Ukraine. And fifth place in the women in a time of 2:30:24 from Ethiopia, Melkem Gizau. Okay, Victor, photo time. Lots of big smiles. Lulu. Big smiles, bravo. 2014 Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon Open Champions.
Hey guys, can I get you holding up your medals? Top man and woman, right?
Well, race director Alan Brooks there doing a great job to make sure the presentations are dealt with smoothly in his inimitable humble style and informal style too, which is wins over people, whether it's from the running community, the elite athletes and their agents, or indeed city third parties with whom the negotiations have to be done. We can take a look now at one or two of the costume runners. There are plenty of them. The numbers are growing every year. Of course, it's strongly associated with races like London with the charity fundraising side of the event, but that is some costumes have to wear through a marathon.
Yeah, that's JP Hernandez, who's raising funds for the for sick kids in Toronto, and he said he made that costume for the most part himself, stitched it together. It looks pretty legit. He might actually be running in some sort of body armor, just like Batman does in the movies. That's quite something.
Are we sure it's JP? I mean, that looks like the Batman to me. That's a good outfit.
And it's pretty impressive.
And it's definitely just amazing that he's telling his story. Everyone has a story, and everyone can inspire someone else. Appendicitis as a child, a Sick Kids Hospital is his foundation, based on his experience as a kid, which was life-threatening. Hopes to finish around 4:45. I mean, wow, that's just a lot of excess weight to carry. I'm not sure how the sweat will wick from his body, but he's trained through it. I believe he's done a lot of his running through that around the streets of Toronto, which may scare some people, but really great that he will be going around giving high fives to these kids to encourage them, inspire them, and give them a dream and hope.
There are people who participate in marathons in those outfits, usually for charity, but the Batman one is one of the more sensible ones. In London, you get people dressed as Viking longships, or there are 6 of them tied together trying to row a boat down the streets of London for 26 miles or 42 kilometers. And you wonder, how do they go training? I mean, would you go out training in that stuff even at 3 in the morning? You'd get arrested. You're bumping into people coming out of clubs. You wouldn't catch me doing it.
I remember in 2010, I was running Chicago, and I'm walking up to the start line. It's the very first major marathon I've ever done, and I see in front of me a guy wearing an Eiffel Tower costume. It was about maybe twice his height, and he had 4 people running with him, kind of anchoring it with ropes so it didn't fall over the entire time. Ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, but I mean, it's all for great causes. It's good to see, and I mean, what about our joggler? That People to People Canada is an HIV orphans in Ethiopia charity, and they had Mirit Yifter on board as well, running in the 5K, I think, this morning, which is fantastic. And when you actually delve below the surface of the headline names of some of these charities and find out the causes, it's quite astonishing, isn't it? And it does give you a real warmth. And, if you're in a position to be able to chuck a few dollars at one of these guys, then do it. Just dig deep.
Exactly. It's just great that they, they're obviously getting the attention of people around them, running in these costumes for a better cause, to help other organizations, help people that don't have what they need to, live the basic life that we live here. So there's people dressed, zookeepers, a lot of superhero costumes, a full baseball kit, lederhosen, firefighter gear. Like, that's really something. So that's
full firefighter gear.
Exactly.
With the mask and the oxygen tank. I mean, I don't know how many pounds that is, 50, 60 pounds you got to carry in your back. and that incredible jacket and pants and the shoes.
And the thing about this, the Batman outfit and the firefighter kit, that stuff is absorbing your perspiration. It's not dripping away. It's not evaporating like most people have the luxury of. You know, you're accumulating weight as you drink. It's coming out of your skin into the outfit. You're getting heavier and heavier as the race wears on.
Definitely, I know for goaltenders in hockey, you know, several pounds of fluid, whether it be from the ice or sweat, you're carrying at the end of a game. So with these runners, the same thing. And then with the jogler, Mikhail Capral, he's not even drinking or taking any gels or fluids during the race. I thought of that during the race. You know, it's not like he stops and grabs a gel. He's obviously just running on empty and going with his glycogen stores prior to the race. So that's amazing to have that time, to make the half marathon record today. Nothing.
The focus he achieves is astonishing. He was saying to me a couple of days ago when I was chatting to him that he was joggling in one race, or training, I think, joggling, and he ran into a branch, banged him in the face, and he fell over backwards. And as he hit the ground, he was still juggling.
I wonder, you know, in his household, if they're like, I think he said he's got kids. He made a record for running with a stroller, which isn't easy. And I wonder if they're like, Dad, put those balls down, quit juggling.
Well, we can go to the Canadian athlete presentations now, and well-deserved they are too. Alan Brooks in charge once again.
Running up the steps. And in third place in the men's side, also from the Speed River Club in Guelph, an excellent outing from Robert Winslow, 2:20.13. Oh, that looks more like a little pain there. Good job, Robert. Oh. And in my computer printouts that I'm holding right now, I don't have the second and third Canadian women, but I know they were bang, bang, racing to the line. Natasha LeBaude, I believe, was second. Come on up. What's the Twitter handle? @Tashi Run. That's it. Oh, up those steps. Natasha LeBaude from Kelowna, British Columbia. Natasha, what was your time? 2:35 flat and a bit. 2:35 and a little bit. And right behind her, literally a step behind, with a new personal best, the pride of Gibson's British Columbia, Kim Dirksen. Great job, Kim. And there you have it, our 25th anniversary Scotia-Toronto Waterfront Marathon 2014 Canadian champions. Let's have a wave, Canucks. Oh, these Canucks are so reserved. The Kenyans, the Ethiopians, they got their arms up, they're smiling. Oh.
And we've got another costume runner here. Is that an ostrich he's running on with?
It's like a pink duck or something.
Whatever it is, it's ridiculous.
It's unique, very creative. Not sure what his charity or organization is. Maybe he's just running to make a statement, but that's very unique. You know, the cowboy riding a duck or something like that. I'm sure we'll get some sort of a tweet or something to tell us what that really is. But he's obviously a runner. Look at his shirt. He's run the 2011 Boston Marathon. Here we have another person. Does it say Twinkie?
Twinkie is the name.
Is running as Batman, and she's with the 4:55 pace group. So she's got a little bit of music there to keep her going, and she's certainly running along there hopefully for a good cause. I'm not sure what her organization is, but
she's looking pretty smooth. She's cruising along nicely there.
She's got a good group around her. That definitely makes a difference. She's not out there on her own. So here we are approaching just under 3:27. We got the hands in the air. You know, for each and every one of these athletes, it's a huge accomplishment to run this race on the 25th anniversary on a great day with weather, and stopping their watches. And I always say to people, what's your story going to be when you're done? Have no regrets. When you're about to, pick up your phone and send someone a message, what are you going to tell them? It's hard for everyone, so you don't want to say, oh, it just got tough out there, because that's not unique. But definitely everyone's unique story and accomplishing their goals is worth sharing with other people and continuing to move forward. And, of course, as soon as you're done a marathon, it hurts for a bit, and then you're always thinking about what your next marathon will be after that.
Of course, yeah. It's maybe as you cross the finish line and your legs start to seize up on you, you think to yourself, I'm never doing this again. And somehow every time I've ever run a marathon, even the toughest marathon, I remember I walked a third of a marathon at one point stubbornly. And by the end of that evening, had a beer in front of me, chatting with my club mates, and we found ourselves talking about, let's do Boston next spring. Well, sub 3:30, that's obviously a big benchmark. Runners, we like the A-type runners. We like that big round time and sneaking underneath that time. So 3:30 is one of those big benchmarks.
I think we're going to see the majority of the runners around 4 hours. Would you say that's a pretty good mark of the average pace of a marathon? So
yeah,
that's
right around 4:05, I think, is your overall average in North America for most runners.
So we're going to definitely see some crowding at that point. Things are going to get busy with the stations after, where runners are getting their medals and their mother blankets, picking up their bagels and water bottles and bananas and the food that's set out hours in advance by the hundreds of volunteers that we have to make this event possible. Lots of celebrations. Of course, we've got runners wearing the unique T-shirt that was given out this year to celebrate the anniversary. There's the St. Lawrence Market, which is just a great place to visit. Not sure how busy it will be today with the limited parking and the volume of traffic around nearby with all of the spectators.
Yeah, that's a great spot in the race. That's about maybe a kilometer, about a mile out from the finish line. It's a fantastic spot to run. You get really good crowds building up around there. Nice iconic part of the city. It's quite pretty, and it's nice and flat all the way to the finish line. This is an interesting one.
I'm not quite sure what to make of that. I mean, is that
That's terrifying. Imagine seeing that at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're out walking
I reckon he was
around.
just late for the race and he's turned up in his pajamas, but I don't know.
That's an interesting face mask to sleep in.
Oh, it's a face mask, not makeup.
Oh, maybe.
It might not be makeup or a face mask.
It's definitely winning most terrifying costume so far. That looks like that's not easy to run in.
He would likely, or she, I can't really tell, would be sweating like crazy.
Oh.
I'm not sure that there's quite a venting system in there for air circulation.
That would be a bit of a challenge to run a marathon in that.
3 hours 30 on the clock. This is still good running, isn't it? I mean, it's not jogging 3 hours 30. It's certainly running. I've run a couple of marathons. Once in New York, I went out for I got to 20 miles in about 2 hours, and then I almost literally ran into a wall, and it took me about an hour for the last 6 miles, the last 10K. And then the second time, I had a bad back, walked the second half of the race, took me 4 hours 55. It was the coldest ever New York. It was snowing on race morning. This is 1995. You can check the books. And it took me 4:55. And it's given me, I like to think, a pretty good perspective on what it means to be running 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, because I felt like I was out there all day.
Yeah, there's a lot of credit to be given to these. Of course, we focus on the leads, the elites. It's a silver label race, but it's also a race with a lot of depth. So these runners have been training. They have been inspired by the world's best, or they've been inspired by their neighbor who's had a challenge. So each and every one of them is just thrilled. Looks like we've got a child here has joined dad out on the course, which is inspiration for many people to be running for their kids or family members. And lots of different full jacket here on this lady on the side, and then we've got the singlets on the left. So still some people prefer to be dressed quite warmly on this day, and others are just down to the basics.
I do remember one of the shoe companies a few years back did a very neat T-shirt, and it had 3 boxes to be ticked, and it said marriage, kids, marathon. And not necessarily in that order, but it's kind of...
I was going to say, I'm doing that in the reverse order, it seems. It's really great to see the depth in running in Canada. All these runners that are coming in at around 3:30, 3:45, all the way up to 4.5 hours. I mean, this is, like as you said before, Tim, still definitely very good running and shows that these people have put in a huge commitment.
Batman and Robin are out there, but these races wouldn't be possible for the elite athletes, the joggers, the costume runners, the charity runners at all if it wasn't for the sponsors, but also because of the facilitation created by the Canadian Running Series. And we can now have a reminder of exactly how effective that has been, that movement.
Canada Running Series is Canada's premier running circuit. 8 great races in Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal. The series attracts some 60,000 participants every year, including top Canadian and international stars, and it raises over $6 million a year for local charities. Their mission? To build a great running experience for all runners, achieving this through international quality organization and commitment to innovation.
Well, one person who seems to be having the best day of all, of course, is our on-course reporter, Laura Da Silva. Laura is out there wherever there's the most energy, the most noise, the most fun, and the most smiles. And we can go back up to Laura now. Laura.
Hey guys, we're almost at the end. We're at St. Lawrence Market. This is when the runners need the most support, I would say. I'm here with Zoe. She's from Jammy. Can you tell us about your involvement?
Yeah. So Jammy does art-based community projects in the Esplanade, and we've added this dance series, the musicians that are on the side, as well as a visual art installation for all the runners to see in their final mile. And this is our best section.
Why do you think it's important to have music and cheering for the runners?
It's important for the runners. It's also important for our community. We feel like it really brings people together, and you can see with the support that we have, the entire community coming out on a Sunday morning to really support what they're doing. Their efforts are really good. We actually started this morning with a pair fun run for ourselves, which was just a kilometer run, and got everybody involved, so they kind of experienced a mini marathon.
Amazing. Well, it's definitely a point to celebrate because they've made it this far. Yeah. I think we should just dance.
Yeah, join in. Ah, you can do it. Ah, you can do it. Ah, you can do it. Ah, you can do it.
Well, imagine cheering for that long, hour after hour, and what a great job they're doing. A lot more natural rhythm than I've got, I can tell you. But the reward is immense. The feeling of satisfaction intense. If you haven't done it, get out there. It's the most accessible of sports, be it a 5 kilometers, which is about 3 miles, 10K, half marathon, or marathon. You can find a race that you can do, and that's what I love about running, and it's why there is this boom, Mike, that is continuing over this last 20 years, and it's in the UK for sure. It's still as healthy as ever. New races coming along all the time and attracting thousands of entries. Anybody can run a marathon. You don't need to hire a course or a facility. You don't need much equipment. It's outside your front door 24/7.
I mean, it's the old cliche, but all you need is a pair of sneakers and, maybe some running clothes and a bit of body glide. Clothes are useful. But yeah, it's the most democratic of sports indeed. And in Canada, we've seen hundreds of thousands of people are taking up running, and it's still growing very much like it is in the United States and in Europe. It's really exciting. The half marathon has become this huge event, and it's this huge accomplishment for thousands of Canadians every year, including at this race. And then obviously you've got the marathon, which was exciting to see grew this year. It added a few hundred new participants this year, well over 5,000 finishers in the marathon, which is great to see.
Krista, how did you get into running? I mean, I guess you were good at college and you had the natural talent. You never had to come into it as a fun runner like so many people do.
Well, actually, I did. I ran as a kid in high school, and I also played hockey. So I picked the University of Guelph for their nutrition program and the ice hockey program. Had 4 great years there and retired. Got back into running just because it's your best bang for your buck. I'm a registered dietitian, and I say to people, if you only have so much time and you can run, that's where you're going to get a lot of fitness and a lot of reward. So I did my first marathon in 3 hours, 28 minutes at the Niagara Falls, the Casino Marathon, it was called at the time, in 2002. And 11 years later, I was an hour faster. So I just chipped away. But for me, it was recreational. And then I just kept taking time off, getting faster each time, and got to this level to where I am today. That's why it's so exciting to see what Natasha and Kim have done, because, I think people say, you can only expect to take off X amount of minutes per marathon. like I said before, the sky is the limit. You know, a 7-minute P for Natasha and a minute PB for Kim, who just did a marathon earlier this year. That's just phenomenal for all of these athletes to set personal bests and goals. I know when I spoke at the expo, I said, I think set a goal, write it down, and tell other people. And it kind of, you know, was retweeted and whatnot. But there's just something about writing goals down on paper and looking back at it all the time. I've got goals written on paper, and I've taken a picture of it with my phone, so I can go to my phone and look at that, because I don't have to have the paper with me, but I do have my phone. So, yeah, it's just great to see these runners pushing to the very end, whatever their finish time may be.
And Mike, you came into it pretty late, didn't you? Were you a bit of a late starter in the running world?
I was, yeah. I mean, I was a high school runner as well, of, you know, little to no repute, and then took about 10 years off, living the good life in Montreal, and came back to it as this is a story that, you know, thousands of people that are running today have the exact same story, which is 25, 26 years old, I started running again and decided to start setting goals in my late 20s, and ran a half marathon when I was 29, and then a marathon later that year, and have been hooked ever since. So, and it's really changed my life, just like with Krista. It's like it's changed both of our lives in such a positive way, and it's not so much about, you know, wins or accomplishment. I don't win very much very often, unlike Krista does. But it's about setting goals and discovering your own potential, realizing that you are even better and even tougher a person than you thought you were. And also the fitness element of it is obviously great as well.
And Tim, why don't you tell us about your background?
Oh yeah, you were a pretty good runner back in the day, I think.
Well, my start in running was at school. I was at a private school, and cross country was compulsory, and it was about as much pleasure as banging your head against a tree. So I used to try and get it over and done with as quickly as possible. So you start the race, and I was lucky enough to have natural talent and playing a lot of rugby. Actually, I think the great thing for kids is that you don't specialise. You shouldn't be a distance runner, a middle distance runner, any kind of a runner before you be specialising before you're about 16, 17. And I think the more sports you can do, the more rounded your musculature and motor skills become in those formative years, and then you can start really focusing when you're, say, 16 to 18. So I was actually bongs about cricket. I was playing an awful lot of rugby. I was doing cross country, a bit of track and field in the summer. You know, trying to do plenty of everything right through till I was about 17. And then when I was 17, I was playing against guys who were about the size of barn doors, and I was getting the hell kicked out of me. And that's when running seemed more attractive than getting beaten up in the rugby field. So the decision was made for me, pretty much. Broke my nose very badly, as you can probably tell, playing judo as well. So that put judo off the charts.
And tell us which Olympics you competed in.
Oh, 84, black and white TV. It was so long ago, but it was great fun. It was the first commercial Olympics. So sponsorship now is absolutely the norm in races like today, but in the Olympic Games as well. But back prior to 1984, you didn't have corporate names. You didn't have the corporations associated with the Olympic Games. It was sacrosanct. And then in 84, all of a sudden, the Americans said, hey, no, we're going to have a McDonald's swimming pool, or we're going to have whatever it may be, sponsoring the different elements of the Games. And it changed the whole playing field. You know, there was so much more money washing through the sport in the Olympic movement especially. So the IOC are now pretty comfortably off, I think. I don't think they're on their uppers. But it has, you know, they've managed to maintain that core value of the Olympic movement, which is very important. And I think, you know, a lot of people would agree that the London Games was the best ever. It was an astonishing Games. And I thought when I went to Sydney in 2000 in Australia, I would never see a better Games. I thought it was absolutely superb. And I would say this, but I thought London topped it, and many people feel that as well. So the Olympic movement is as strong as ever, and I think anybody who's been to any Olympics is incredibly privileged and lucky to have got the breaks, because I had many, many colleagues who were fabulously talented but got injured, got ill at the wrong time, never made a Games. You mentioned earlier Paula Radcliffe. You know, she has world titles. She has world titles galore on the country and the road. She's been world marathon champion. She hasn't got an Olympic medal of any colour, but she's been to a bunch of Olympics.
And you were saying last night at dinner how it's so different with social media. You know, everything, we take a picture and selfies for everything, and the Olympic Village and what your room looked like. And you were saying that you can, you know, you don't have that to turn to.
The pictures of my Olympic experience, I could count on the fingers of both my hands. You know, it's a couple of pictures of me racing. I have no pictures of myself in the Olympic Village, in the dining hall. You know, now guys are tweeting dozens of times a day their entire life, minute by minute, virtually, from the Olympic Village. And those memories are great for your grandchildren and everything. You know, the value of those accumulates over the years. This generation have all that. Back then, it didn't occur to you to take photographs of your bedroom in the Olympic Village. Well, of course, I wish I had now. I can't even remember what it's like, really.
But that was back when you had to take the film to the store and wait for the pictures to come back in the
package.
package.
It was box brownies, yeah. It was an old shoebox with a hole in one end, you know.
Polaroid.
Yeah. So the athletes continue to pour through. Still good running for these athletes. Coming through thicker now. It's getting thicker all the time at the finish of this 25th Toronto Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Laura Da Silva is out there still smiling, still enjoying herself, and with people who are making it an even better day for all the athletes. Laura.
Lawrence Market with some fans here. Who are you here to see?
We're here to see our sister Bridget and my lovely niece Bridget.
Why do you think this is such like an exciting event for the city?
I love the different areas where the different communities are getting involved. I think this is exciting, and we picked St. Lawrence Market because we love it in this area.
Nice, yeah. Do you think either of you could run 42.2 kilometers?
Well, no, you know what? My sister's amazing. It's her third marathon, and she's just incredible. And I'm hoping maybe, I might get inspired enough. Maybe we can do a sister marathon together.
Oh, that would be really cool. Well, hopefully they cross soon. I don't want to keep you. I don't want you to miss your big moment here.
It's 5 minutes out, so we're really excited.
Okay, get back there. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Laura. What a good day she's had out there. I'm kind of envious, actually. I feel a little bit isolated here in the studio, albeit we've had the privilege of calling two fantastic races. Lanny, I'll turn to you. Lanny, goodness me. You're one and the same. Krista, I'll turn to you first of all for your final thoughts on the women's race today. The Ethiopians and Kenyans were dominant as we expected. A very tough day for Lanny.
Yeah, I think that Mulu Saboka having the win, 2:23.14, that was a great strategic race for her, knowing where she was, what moves she needed to make. A good group of the girls so that we saw, back and forth. Leonie, she can hold her head high. I think that last year was obviously the big race, and there was pressure on her this year. She came back hoping to maybe break her record and get a good paycheck again, but it didn't happen, and she was smart. She did exactly what I hoped she would do, which is if that calf problem kicked in the last bit, she would just coast and finish the race and not risk injury, and she did that. So, no best time for her, but certainly she'll be enjoying a burger herself tonight. And big race for Natasha Lebode and Kim Dirksen today.
And Mike, very, very quickly, your thoughts about the men's race?
Well, the guys put on a great show. And I think that's what we're looking for when we watch a marathon. We want to see that entertainment value because this is an exciting sport. This is racing, and they raced. The last 10K were great. Career had a great finish. He challenged the guys. He kind of came out of nowhere. That's exciting. That's marathoning. It's 42K. It's not 30K. It's not even 35K. You got to get all the way to the finish line. And they delivered on a fast and really impressive race. And Eric Gillis, again, showing that he's a really consistent runner and that he could do something again in 2016 and get back to the Olympics and have a good run.
It has been a great day. The 25th Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon. We've enjoyed it immensely here in the studio. Wish we'd been out there on the streets to soak up the atmosphere ourselves, but they did do us proud. We had a Kenyan winner, Laban Korea in the men's race, of course, and Mulu Saboka from Ethiopia in the women's race. That might have been predictable, but it was nonetheless a fabulous day. We do hope you've enjoyed it. From all of us, Mike, Krista, myself, Tim, and of course, everybody out on the course, Kate and Laura, goodbye for now. Bye-bye.
of wine in our half marathon and marathon here, and we are going to welcome them across the finish line right up until the course closes at 3 o'clock this afternoon. There we go. There's a half marathon finisher who is doing it all right. Carolyn, congratulations. Nice hat. Carolyn, we just really good number out of the hat. You just won a draw. You can now run the course again. $4. We have a gentleman, I'm not too sure which team he's wearing, but there's a gentleman by the name of Jeremiah Sakay. He's hoping to run the fastest marathon wearing a full baseball uniform. So I don't know whether it's Blue Jays. We shall see. If it comes around, hopefully in the next 11 minutes. Jill Klunkar, Brian Smith, Masahiro Yamamoto, Ryan Doyle, Talia Curtis, Stephanie LaBelle, Michelle Stewartson, Andrew Weston, Stephen Brady, Caroline Boucher, Brian Dunn, Chris Holloway, Annette Anstey, Bentley Smolder, Stacey Stockley, Shannon Ross, Troy Rose. Our 3:45 pace buddy nailing it here today. Great job. I know you're saying there's 3:50 on the clock, but he left in the second wave, which went 5 minutes behind. So coming across the plate at 3:45. Great job. And of course, a quick note for all of our runners and their family and friends in Nathan Phillips Square. Do take advantage of the expo. We have the gang from the running room and the tanks are up, also Peter Renato. And I think there's, I'm not sure if Jefferson is here, because he's like, that's a wild dog. My next Doug Jefferson's here, the dog is out there. MyNextRace.com, you'll see the black hats to ready for the upcoming races. Don't forget also everyone to stop by the Brooks merchandise stand and pick up your commemorative merchandise from here at the Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Christopher Wilson, Troy Johnson, Kevin Tara, Luke Gauthier, Amy Samuel, Brian Bass, Andrew Kirby, Philippe Quest, Susan Megatev. Now we've got the crew from Marathon Photos on hand today, so you can check out their website or the Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon website, scwm.ca, for all of your times and photos that will all be posted later on this week. And coming in now, Peggy Fry, John Schuler, and Dean Dunhaven. So then you West Steve from Bedford, David Nurse from Toronto, David Harris. Josh Levine, Holly Shorman, Pearl Lee from Toronto, and all the way from Santa Barbara, California. Pearl Lee, congratulations, William Richard St. John from Toronto, Paul Novak